StarCraft, the Terran Empire. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 326, Return to Antigua main planet. The combined fleet marched towards Antigua Prime, the former main battlefield, in a solemn manner. This was already a large fleet, consisting of 12 Revolutionary Army Behemoth-class battle cruisers and more than 40 Protoss warships. The posture of entering the sub-jump state together was magnificent and spectacular, and the shining ships shone brightly in the twisted warp force field. In February 2492, the combined fleet arrived at the Antigua star system after a long hyperspace voyage. After several months, this galaxy has completely changed. There are tens of thousands of space torpedoes and major mines in the orbit of Antigua, forming a defense belt thousands of miles long. The force field barrier, composed of hundreds of signal-enhanced psychic jammers, made the area near Antigua Prime an area that the Zerg avoided, because no brainworm liked the feeling of being out of control after the group entered the psychic jammer force field. It was like controlling its own group members in a high ping posture, and they often ran around without listening to orders. At this stage, when the Zerg have not yet found a solution, the psychic jammer is absolutely a magic weapon to deal with the Zerg swarm. The psychic jammers in the Revolutionary Army's Alien Research Laboratory can already cover an area of 200 miles in the sky and can maintain stable operation for a long time when powered by the fusion core. Since the Zerg avoid Antigua Prime, it is also located in the center of the Zerg invasion battlefield, almost the only choice for refugees. Every day, refugee ships from other marginal worlds of the Federation enter the Antigua system to seek protection from the Korhal Revolutionary Army. In the early days, these refugee ships were all ships of the Revolutionary Army. Later, other refugees who fled their homes also flocked to Antigua, even including several colonies that had not yet been invaded by the Zerg, but had already heard of the news. More than a dozen interstellar ports are deployed on the same orbit to accommodate refugees from nearby planets. Thousands of small assault boats, galaxy fleas, transport ships are traveling between starports and planets, and thousands of orange or blue thruster flames are like bright starlight. A space fortress gleaming in icy blue is anchored in the synchronous orbit of Antigua Prime, next to one of the planet's satellites. The magnificent Imogen fortress is brightly lit, and every red flame comes from the newly expanded frame structure and bulkheads. A full 12 red gold painted Revolutionary Army battle cruisers are anchored in the berth of the mobile base, lined up in a row. Two Hercules-class battleships that originally served in the Kel-morian Federation are entering the port in parallel. Their brown and black camouflage-like mottled ships are like jagged rocks on steep cliffs, and the carrier-based fighters and assault boats flying towards these warships are like landing on the surface of the planet. In addition to the unimaginable logistical foundation and industrial system, these facilities and the huge fleet are also supported by massive financial support. Every year, the Imogen United States Congress passed a bill to provide financial aid to the Korhal Revolutionary Army, and Augustus Mengsk, the founder of the Imperial Mining Company, was another major donor. This money was enough to make Augustus Mengsk rich enough to rival a country, but he chose to use it all to build the army of his younger brother Augustus Mengsk. The Mengsk family has long been a strong supporter of Augustus's Revolutionary Army. At this time, the Hyperion had just sailed out of the hyperspace channel exit and was located about 4 astronomical units away from Antigua Prime. Behind it was a vortex of flashing blue arcs, and more majestic human and Protoss warships were jumping out of it, as if they were jumping out of a vertical shining mirror. Augustus was walking from the corridor inside the ship to the bridge of the Hyperion. While walking, he adjusted the brim of his hat that was tilted due to the tremor of the hyperspace jump, followed by Corporal Faraday and 2 martial guards equipped with electromagnetic pistols. Antigua Prime is the only planet in this sector of the Prelude sector that is still completely controlled by humans. The nearby colonies have either completely fallen or are experiencing a great war and desperate retreat. Raynor walked out of a passage on the side of the ship's corridor, followed by his first mate and young trainee sailor Matt Horner. During the time we were away from Antigua, Warfield has been leading the remaining fleet to put out fires everywhere, he said to Augustus. He personally led his troops to the front lines of the fight against the Zerg, and was hailed as a hero. Millions of people were saved directly or indirectly because of Warfield's rescue operations. Warfield is an upright and principled man, and he does things in a methodical manner. Augustus smiled and said, "He is one of the most trustworthy people I know. Many people are talented, and some even have command abilities that are not inferior to Warfield, but only he will fight on the front lines of the alien war for what we call a just cause. This is where Warfield is better than me. You are always too modest. Warfield is reliable, and not as old and stubborn as Duke." Raynor also said, "Warfield has his own principles, and will never violate them. If someone says that Titus Finley was involved in sex trade and bribery, they are definitely not making up stories. But if they say that person is Warfield, then I will definitely not believe it." Old Titus would burst into tears if he heard that. Augustus laughed as he walked through the wide open airlock door of the bridge. The bridge was brightly lit, and several technical sergeants and engineers with pliers on their waists were repairing cables or laying communication lines under the deck. On the main holographic projection screen in the center, Antigua Prime and its satellites were rotating against the starry sky, and several space stations under construction were surrounded by dense alien stars and plasma turrets. "Adjutant, connect to the port, and prepare to enter the port," he ordered the navigator sitting in the bridge command chair in the driving seat. "Yes, Marshal." One side of Antigua Prime on the screen was shrouded in the night, and scattered lights surrounded several newly established urban areas. The side facing the star should be welcoming the dawn, and the almost invisible fireball was jumping out from the mountains and the revived stickler forest in the slightly cold morning light. "Iron Justice is connecting. I'm so glad to see you, Augustus." Warfield's dark and resolute face was full of smiles. He was not yet old, but his hair and beard were already showing white spots. "You only took 3 ships with you, but now you have brought back 12. Haha, you are really good, kid. When you first entered the barracks, I saw at a glance that you were a promising talent, not a rookie like Jim Raynor. Our army is growing stronger and stronger." Augustus smiled. "I'm listening, General." Raynor, wearing a dark blue Revolutionary Navy officer uniform, walked to the right side of Augustus. The golden ring of the braid and the 5-star emblem on the brim of his hat sparkled under the lights of the bridge. "Haha, I don't mean to belittle you, Vice Admiral Raynor." Warfield laughed. "During the time you were away from Antigua, the soldiers of the Second Fleet rushed to one Zerg invaded planet after another in the name of the Korhal Revolutionary Army and saved many people. If we had a stronger fleet, we could save more people and more planets." Augustus walked to the main screen so that Warfield could see his face clearly. "It's the Protoss. I know they have signed an alliance with you." Warfield glanced at the radar detection map next to him and was surprised by the number of Protoss fleets. "They seem to be more than we expected. I'm worried that this may not be a good thing. So many alien warships that are not under the control of the Revolutionary Army make me feel uneasy." "Don't worry, General." Augustus signaled Warfield not to make a fuss. "They won't stay here for too long. See you on the port shuttle platform." In an instant, more Protoss warships sailed out of the time and space vortex, each of which was like an exquisite work of art. Although these warships were equally gorgeous, their artistic styles were different. Some of the warships were golden blue, like bright stars, while others were dark black, with brilliant green crystals dotted on their hulls. The Hyperion sailed towards a large shipyard built by a Umo construction company, which employed a large number of refugees as workers. This shipyard, named Antigua Orbital Shipyard, was less than 1/10 the size of the Dalarian shipyard, but after its completion, it could still build 6 standard-sized Behemoth-class battle cruisers within a year. Guided by the guiding beam, the Hyperion slowly sailed into the port in the belly of the Antigua shipyard, waiting for the movable berthing platforms on both sides to approach and release the steel towers that fix the battle cruisers, placing the entire battle cruisers in a stable frame structure. A retractable passage cabin was docked with the Hyperion's port, and the air pressure and oxygen content inside were maintained within a stable range, allowing the personnel on the battleship to directly enter the shipyard through this passage. The Antigua shipyard was still under construction. Thousands of workers and construction robots wearing exoskeletons were welding alloy shells on steel frames. Sparks flickered during welding, and the sparkling fire was particularly beautiful in Augustus' eyes. Antigua has now accepted nearly 10 million refugees from the 3 nearby colonies who were displaced by the Zerg invasion. Among them are many farmers, architects, workers, skilled craftsmen and leaders from all walks of life who are tough and talented. They volunteered to fight to build a new home and defend it. Those who have no other strengths volunteered to serve as reserve militia or enlist in the army. When the Hyperion came to a stop, Augustus entered the berthing area of the Antigua shipyard through the hatch. A mile-long steel frame alloy dome was extending above Augustus' head, and the top was brightly lit. In the distance, the engineering ladder and plank road were being raised and lowered. The trains carrying raw materials and refined crystal ore were running on the suspended track surrounding the entire shipyard base, like a long winding dragon. 2 rows of revolutionary soldiers wearing dark blue uniforms and carrying Gauss rifles were standing on both sides of the exit. Admiral Warfield, Lieutenant General Runstein, Colonel Hanak Hank, Major General Rick Kidd and Colonel Ilya Kilovsky stood at attention and saluted Augustus. When Augustus returned the salute, he saw a beautiful figure among them, Sarah Kerrigan, who was wearing a white-collared, waisted military uniform and a boat cap. At this time, Augustus suddenly felt fortunate that Kerrigan did not become the Blade Queen with green skin and snake hair in his memory. Outstanding merit, General. Augustus shook hands with Warfield heavily and noticed that the other person had a few more scars on his face. I was bitten by a Jumung and a Hydralisk hiding underground in a baton. It cut off half of my finger. Warfield laughed and patted Augustus's strong shoulder as he hugged him. You are no longer a rookie in the boot camp on Telesis II, Augustus. You are now the leader of the revolution that everyone hopes for. So many people are looking at you. You are a role model for thousands of young people. Boss, the days of being driven around by the Federation fleet are over. Hanak said to Augustus. The powerful people in Tarsinus are worried about the invasion of the Zerg and have no time to care about the poor people in the marginal worlds. Only we are still insisting on rescuing people from the vast sea of Zerg. Rick Kidd said. Sir, I heard that you were driving a vulture car on Char. I'm glad you didn't fall into the magma. Kilovsky said when Augustus looked at him. Augustus was satisfied to see that the faces of the D Company's 2nd Platoon, 1st Squad, who were once young, had become more and more determined. Their eyes were always looking forward firmly instead of looking around. Hanak's face was scarred so much that he began to cover it up with demonic tattoos that relied on the scars. Every time Augustus saw Hanak, his hairstyle was different, but it was quite eye-catching. This time, Hanak's red hair turned into fixed spikes, like a hedgehog. This was Hanak's usual look. He had always been a thorn. When Augustus turned to Kerrigan, he thanked God for his favor for the first time and temporarily. Kerrigan, with a fiery red ponytail, stood in front of Augustus. She was slender, fit and plump, elegant and charming, but also deadly enough. Sarah Kerrigan was an extremely powerful seeker. When facing the enemy, she was also a red spider with fangs. Kerrigan was a beautiful figure. Her long fiery red hair like silk sparkled in the light. It seems like I haven't seen you for centuries, Augustus. Kerrigan stretched out her hands and held Augustus' right hand, raised her head, and lightly touched his plump red lips on his tightly pursed lips. I'm right here, Sarah. Augustus hugged Kerrigan, but did not linger on this softness for too long. He knew that tonight would be a sleepless night, and he was just a small boat with sails in the storm. I can never lose you, not the Federation, not the Overlord, not anyone. I'm going to rent a house alone recently, and I have a lot to do. Chapter 327 The Rise of Antigua. Tell me more about how Antigua Prime has changed, Warfield. He looked at Warfield as he let go of Kerrigan. In addition to Abaddon, we also rescued the Maltair 4th, Myrina, and Adina, and defended many towns abandoned by the Federation garrison during the Zerg invasion. Warfield motioned Augustus to follow him to the shipyard under construction. We'll talk as we go. You need to see some things with your own eyes to know. When Augustus caught up with Warfield, a group of high-ranking generals of the Revolutionary Army and guards with the Golden Wolf emblem on their bodies followed him. Wherever he went, Augustus was the center of attention. On those planets, the militia's combat effectiveness and fighting spirit were much higher than the small number of Federation garrisons. Warfield said to Augustus as he boarded the shuttle ramp. When we arrived at Martel 4th, Mirana and Edna, the Zerg had almost completely destroyed the weak defenses there. The Abaddon people had already wiped out a Zerg reconnaissance force that invaded their homeland. Anti-Federation ideas were also common there, so the Lundstein army was warmly welcomed as soon as it landed. Abaddon people. I heard that they are a well-known separatist faction, but their xenophobia is also very serious. My father tried to gather supporters there in the past, but the response was mediocre. Augustus and Warfield walk together in the dockyard dock. They think they can resist the attack of the Zerg, and are unwilling to evacuate with us. Fortunately, during the time when you and the Tacita fleet raided Char, the Zerg slowed down their attacks on Abaddon and Martel's planets, and even evacuated there for a time. Warfield said. The Zerg didn't completely destroy those planets, and most areas have not been affected. I'm planning to recapture those planets and station troops there. We can't take too big a step. We don't have that many troops to guard too many planets. Once the Zerg suddenly attack a planet, the garrisons in other areas will inevitably fall into the dilemma of scattered troops when they come to rescue. Augustus gave his own different opinion. Now, concentrating troops to guard Antigua is the safest choice. We can first build mining stations and outposts on Edna, a planet with mineral deposits, and then consider the possibility of re-establishing the planetary administrative district. Well, we still have to take steady steps, and don't be impatient. Warfield thought for a while and agreed. Not counting the 40,000 soldiers of Alpha Squadron and the 90,000 soldiers of Nova Squadron, the Revolutionary Army's active soldiers have expanded from the initial 100,000 to the current 450,000. Including 22 fully staffed divisions of 12,000 people of the Ka, 2 fully staffed divisions of the Serra, 1 Port of the Dead army of 60,000 people, and 3 Antigua divisions, with more than 3 million soldiers in various logistics departments and reserve forces. Among these soldiers, the coverage rate of power armor has reached 2/3, and more than 300,000 people have standard power armor, of which 200,000 are orders for the Ripper power armor delivered by the Kel-morian Combine, which was replaced with a deep red with gold edges and then re-equipped for Augustus's Revolutionary Army. The Ripper power armor in the late Guild War was mainly a Kel-morian Combine's armor that matched the CMC 200. In this era when the CMC 300 is fully equipped in the army, it has become outdated, but the power armor is still an epoch-making equipment that can distinguish them from ordinary armies. The remaining troops are mainly CMC 200 and CMC 300, the latter mainly consists of the Guards Division and the initial 10 divisions. More than 4,500 tanks also make the Revolutionary Army's combat effectiveness incomparable to the early days of the uprising. At present, the Revolutionary Army is also cooperating with the Umajan National Defense Army to produce its own war pigs to equip the Augustus Elite Guard. This huge army can already compete with the regular army of the Terran Federation and even launch a war against a certain Prime Star world. But when facing the Zerg, no matter how many personnel and weapons, it is obviously not enough. But in any case, the scale of the Revolutionary Army is enough to make the Federation dignitaries in Tarsinus stare straight. The more the Federation Army encircles and intercepts, the more the Revolutionary Army's number increases, and the larger the area controlled. Aside from those colonies that are still under construction, Agria with a population of 4 million and Antigua Prime with a population of more than 12 million can already be regarded as the Revolutionary Army's base in the Kaprulu sector. This is not in the core area. If the Terran Federation wants to defeat Antigua's Revolutionary Army, it must mobilize a larger fleet, but that will inevitably leave a huge gap in the defense of the core world, exposing Tarsinus to the terrible Zerg. In the unfinished assembly center ahead, hundreds of workers in orange-gray work clothes and hard hats are laying decks, pipes, and cables. Their work clothes have the multi-triangle combination and white swan logo of the Eni Star Construction Group of the United States. The red flag and slogan of the Revolutionary Army stand on the steel frame under construction, fight for freedom. Most of these workers are Malte and Mirana people, skilled workers from foundries, shipbuilding factories and steel smelting factories in their homes. After the Zerg invaded these workers' homes, a large number of farmlands, infrastructure, and factories were severely damaged, Prices soared, and people who became refugees almost overnight suddenly became penniless. It was Warfield's army that saved the Federation when they were defeated. The food and relief supplies brought by transport ships from the Revolutionary Army's agricultural planet Agria and the United States of Umagen kept the refugees who flocked to Antigua from starving and freezing. Millions of refugees joined the construction of Antigua and volunteered to serve the Revolutionary Army's cause. They believed that the Terran Federation had abandoned them, and the Korhal Revolutionary Army was the only one who could protect them and their families. At this time, the people on the elevated began to descend to the platform through the engineering ladder and walk to the workers' restaurant located inside the attached ecological park. Behind them was an atmospheric stabilization device that was nearly completed. At the same time, another group of workers on buses took over. Although these workers who were walking to the restaurant were still hundreds of yards away from Augustus and were very tired after working for a long time, they still stopped and took off their hats to salute when they saw Augustus's dark grey cloak from a distance and then returned to their own way. "They can stand here because of you," Warfield said to Augustus with a chuckle. "It shouldn't be like this because you still have those soldiers who died or were disabled due to injuries." Augustus shook his head and did not accept the honor that had actually been bestowed upon him. "We can continue to stand here because of the protection of the sacrificed. Only after going through all this can our families and children live a good life. No matter how many lofty ideals we will give to what we do, I have only one dream. That is, people can live happily without worrying about the oppression of tyranny and the threat of aliens. Children don't have to worry, and they can find jobs when they grow up. Nothing will be worse than the current Terran Federation. You will definitely do well. Your father and brother believe that you can do it, which is why they trust you without reservation," Warfield said. As he spoke, a small grey-brown transport ship that looked quite shabby was stumbling through the dock entrance of the shipyard and into the berthing area with smoke. Two Wraith fighters with the logo of the Revolutionary Army on their wings were following it and escorting it. Every day, people from other colonies flee to Antigua. Some are families who fled in a hurry after hearing the news of the Zerg invasion. They pooled money or found other ways to find a spaceship that could cross the galaxy. Warfield pointed to the transport ship that was anchored in the lower berth in the distance. Antigua was one of the first planets invaded by the Zerg, but now it is the safest place. After we rescued many immigrants, more people learned that Antigua not only did not fall, but also drove out the Zerg. "We are the light of mankind, General," Hanak Hank said carelessly. "The people who came here also made great determination. After all, we are the rebels who killed people indiscriminately in the eyes of the Terran Federation," Warfield said. "The refugees' civilian spacecraft can't fly far without refueling, and Antigua is their only choice." He continued, "This is the only known planet with a large number of troops stationed here, and is relatively safe. Many people came here by mistake and originally just wanted to use Antigua as a transit station. Let's go and have a look." Augustus looked at the civilian transport ship that seemed to be close to falling apart, and noticed that the pilot of the spacecraft was operating the thrusters to turn. "These refugees may be mixed with people carrying the Zerg virus or agents infiltrated by the Terran Federation, pirates, or other organizations. We must be careful. We suffered a great loss at the beginning." Lundstein finally spoke up. After almost all the people in his family died in the Korhal Independence War and the Zerg invasion, he became more taciturn. "I have full confidence in the warriors who protect me." Augustus waved his hand, and no one would raise any objections. The berth where Augustus was located was more than 1,000 feet away from the civilian berth on the lower floor, and an engineering elevator was required. The elevator was large enough to accommodate Augustus and his officers and guards. Only then did Augustus truly realize how huge the shipyard was. Its walls seemed like a cliff, and the small spaceships flying through it were as small as birds. The platforms under construction in the distance were like black dots, and dense black pipes extended along the sections to be constructed. The outer walls that were waiting to be assembled, and the rows of 10-inch alloy steel plates that were to be laid, were exposed to the space environment, so the workers there had to wear thick space work clothes. The lower platform seemed a bit crowded, and various transport ships and galaxy jumpers were parked in the berths, connected end to end, with no end in sight. Most of the transport ships were old models from the colonial era, tattered and patched up like scrap copper and iron, and they might have been the ships driven by the grandfathers of these colonists. There were several teams of Goliath armed robots guarding here, and there were fully armed revolutionary soldiers everywhere, and there were also multiple medical teams on standby to deal with emergencies. The rusty hatch of the transport ship that had just landed in the dock opened with the sound of the air valve deflated, and a middle-aged couple and a blonde boy walked down. They were obviously frightened when they first came down, with panic expressions on their faces, and they were at a loss when they were checked and questioned by several revolutionary soldiers who ran over. They are scared. Karrigan beside Augustus sighed. There are rebels everywhere here, or it should be said that the soldiers in uniform make these people subconsciously feel afraid. Look at the badge on the spaceship. It's the people of Tamar IV. Warfield said. When Augustus led dozens of senior officers and soldiers to the couple, they were obviously more scared. This is the Revolutionary Army's dock. You are safe now. When Augustus walked towards the couple, the soldiers around him stood still and saluted him. Augustus's handsome face was accompanied by his friendly smile, which seemed to have a strange magic, and immediately calmed the uneasy couple. If it was tied just finely, the other party would probably think that he had walked into an interstellar relay dock operated by black merchants and pirates. General, we are from Tamar. The husband of the couple suddenly gained courage when he saw his family. I heard that the Zerg and the Protoss were going to destroy Tamar, so I drove away in the unloading ship I used to transport goods. These aliens are terrible. They have destroyed Chassera and Marcera, and Tamar will soon be burned to stone by the Protoss. Have the Zerg invaded Tamar? Augustus did not correct the man's misunderstanding of the Protoss. I don't know, sir. Some people say that the Zerg appeared in Tamar, and the panic spread from one town to another, and then the city fell into chaos. Serious riots broke out in Tamar's spaceport. I heard that the army was slaughtering those who rushed into the spaceport before evacuating. The haggard middle-aged man became more and more excited as he spoke, as if he was fighting against the evil Zerg and the Federation soldiers who massacred civilians. I don't know what else there is, sir. What I said is true. Tamar is doomed. Everyone wants to escape from there quickly, but many people not only don't have a spaceship, but also don't have a decent car. Point Sergeant, take them to the living level and arrange them. In 2 days, send them to Antigua Starport to take the spaceship to the surface. Augustus said to a revolutionary officer who was just checking the transport ship. Then, Augustus walked to the couple's son, who was only 6 or 7 years old, and stared at the other's confused and terrified eyes with cold grey eyes. We are the Revolutionary Army. You are safe. Chapter 328 Home. 2492. Answer City. Antigua Prime is synonymous with the first contact between humans and aliens and the outbreak of war. Before it was almost completely destroyed by the Zerg, it was also a desolate place with a harsh environment in the eyes of many people. General Edmund Duke would say, poor mountains and bad waters produce unruly people. This planet with red terraces, vast deserts and extremely saline oceans can only support very little life. Just like other Terran human colonies with harsh environments, but still included in the list of colonies, Antigua Prime must have its own unique advantages that allow the colonies to establish settlements here, even if they endure the harsh environment. Huge amounts of metal and mineral resources, rich reserves of high-energy gas or soil suitable for planting. The advantage of Antigua Prime lies in its extremely rich mining resources. With the Antofagasta coal forest underground and the surrounding rich mineral mountains as the center, precious mineral resources and extremely valuable adene crystals are almost at your fingertips, and the resources spread across the Delta subcontinent are enough to support one or more industrial centers. The next morning, after returning to Antigua Prime, Augustus set out from the governor's mansion in Ansada and rode a revolutionary fox hunting armored vehicle along the main road of the city to the Antigua alloy armor casting factory. The factory is located in Gaspa Satellite City, a newly established city named after the second lieutenant of the Revolutionary Army who died in the Battle of Antigua. His story is enough to make anyone who hears it cry. Since Augustus returned to the governor's office in Ansada, the work report documents waiting for him to read and sign have piled up. These clear and concise texts and genuine data can let Augustus understand the great changes in Antigua Prime, but he is still ready to see the city and his people with his own eyes. In the early morning, the light yellow sun had just risen, and the wind carried the cold smell of rust. Augustus, wearing a thick dark grey military coat, found that when he walked out of the governor's mansion, although Antigua was barely meeting the conditions for human survival, it was better than Haji, which was accompanied by hurricanes all year round. At least the climate was much more stable. Sarah Carrigan stood on Augustus' right side with a smile on her face. She was wearing a long-collared hand-knitted sweater with a Revolutionary Army coat and a pair of small and exquisite leather boots. A heavy armored vehicle with red camouflage paint was parked at the steps of the governor's office, and the marshal's guards with live ammunition were standing around it. The original Antigua governor's palace faced the central park of Ansada, but now there are high walls, automatic turrets and missile towers around it to ensure that no enemies will break in. Every few dozen minutes, a not so bright meteor shower would fall over Ansada, which was a transport ship entering the atmosphere from the synchronous orbit. When Augustus looked up, 3 Wraith fighters were roaring overhead, with bright and shining orange-yellow thruster tail flames. Augustus saluted the Wraith fighters flying through the sky, and then walked towards the armored vehicle. "Good morning, Marshal. Everything is going well in the Antigua system today." Corporal Faraday stood beside the armored vehicle, and opened the door for Augustus. "Did you sleep well last night?" "Yes. Faraday, let's go. I have to go to the mining base in the Stickler Forest in the afternoon." Augustus smiled. Augustus and Carrigan sat together in the back seat of the Foxhunt armored vehicle, while his guard captain, Corporal Faraday, drove the marshal himself as usual. This is a responsibility that cannot be easily entrusted to others. The armored vehicle drove out of the governor's mansion and drove along Ansada to the western part of the city. Augustus did not like the grand way of traveling, but the necessary security measures were still very important. A squad of Marshal's Guard soldiers rode vulture vehicles to escort Augustus' armored vehicle. The central park outside the governor's mansion has been transformed into a square open to everyone, and the precious flowers and plants in it are still specially maintained by someone. In the middle of the park stood a crimson flag with a golden 5-pointed star, a powerful arm and a whip. The central city area had not changed much from the past. After clearing all the zerg and creeping fungus blankets, most of the buildings had been renovated. The tall buildings and glass curtain walls shone brightly in the morning sunlight. The streets in this area were mostly walking with uniformed Revolutionary Army soldiers, engineers, and people working in the Ansada City Hall. Then Augustus saw the reopened shopping malls and stores. This area was even more prosperous than before the invasion, and it was bustling with people. A large number of refugees from other marginal worlds who came to Ansada were trying to find a foothold in this city with their talents and diligence. The main roads were crowded with high-end and cool hover cars, Volkswagen-like cars that drove close to the ground, and large transport trucks carrying goods. Since it was the season for planting and waiting for everything to be rebuilt, many rusty plowing machines and seeding machines were driving from one end of the city to the other. The driver's seat and the open top of these large agricultural machines with steam coming out of their tails were filled with farmers carrying tools. They were dressed in a variety of clothes. The immigrants from Martel IV wore thick clothes and assisted breathing masks because it was a planet full of high-energy gas springs, and the air composition was quite different from that of Antigua. The Minera people wore thinner clothes, and their home was a warm ocean planet. The Alterans with lavender eyes always kept a distance from others. This was because their hometown was always full of stone towns full of criminals and criminal groups. It was not only a place where pirates, spies and all kinds of people mixed together, but also a temporary transition point for the Federation to transport dangerous prisoners. When walking on the street, you had to be careful at any time whether someone would suddenly rush out from behind and put the barrel of a gun into their mouths to rob them of money. But no matter what, these people with different identities and backgrounds were sitting in the same car at the moment, and they were now called citizens of the Republic of Terran. The closer they got to the outskirts of the city, the more places. That made Augustus feel particularly happy. As you drive a mile from the city, you see more and more new houses and factories. They are fixed buildings built with pipes and metal overheads, mostly light grey polygonal dome buildings in the Antigan style. The T-white buildings are factories and newly built modular settlements to accommodate those who have just arrived in Antigua and cannot find a house. As the capital city of Antigua Prime, Ancyta was built on the ruins of an ancient civilization on a dried up ocean. Even as a Terran human city, few have a history comparable to it. Under the control of the Revolutionary Army, Ancyta has become a prosperous and enterprising city. People of all kinds are forced to flock to this city and settle here because of the Zerg invasion. Its earth-shaking changes did not surprise Augustus. In some ways, the threat of the Zerg invasion is far more useful than laborious propaganda. Among the refugees pouring into Ancyta, there are a large number of skilled technicians, outstanding architects, engineers, teachers, doctors, and people from all walks of life. They are tough and tenacious, and will not suffer from acclimatization symptoms due to the alien world, because their original homeland may be a much more dangerous place than Antigua. The culture of these refugees from other planets may be somewhat different from that of the Antigans, but a few generations are not enough to make such differences become worlds apart. Approaching the factory, the first thing Augustus saw was the brand new low sheds and rows of rectangular houses stretching for miles. The giant vaulted buildings that roared in the distance were storage warehouses for raw materials and finished products. A large number of twisted and intertwined pipes formed a heavy factory under construction, a gas refinery, and a transportation hub with heavy trucks. At the center is Ancyta's second airport. The interstellar port, shaped like a high-footed pointed cup, is hovering with cargo ships that are about to take off and land. Giant ruler-shaped cobalt blue transport ships several thousand feet long continuously transported crystal, or collected from anti-satellites and asteroid belts to smelting factories, and then sent finished products to interstellar ports in synchronous orbit. From small delicate electronic components to large alloy armored ships of battle cruisers, the Antigua Industrial Center, which inherited the industrial system and technology of Korhal IV, can produce them all. Most of the products are used to supply the industrial chain within the planet and equip the Revolutionary Army. Other products, such as explosives from mining mines, are exported to the Kel-morian Federation. In addition, souvenirs made from Zerg limbs can also be sold at high prices in the territory of the Umajan United States. The fox hunting armored vehicle with a crimson flag on the rear of the vehicle drove at high speed along a north-south main road into the interior of the industrial residential area. Augustus saw through the rear window of the armored vehicle that the two rows of people on the road immediately became dense. Hundreds of port workers were wearing light blue and light gray work clothes and riding industrial park buses or walking. The workers who saw the armored vehicles were not very curious. The Gasper Industrial Zone directly supplied the Revolutionary Army's armored forces and orbital shipyards and was under strict military control. A whole brigade of the Revolutionary Army's 7th Division was stationed next to it. Augustus remembered that the last time he sat in an armored vehicle and looked at pedestrians through the window was 4 years ago in the Korhal IV stealing district. At that time, he clearly remembered that his father Angus had eagerly called every car he had seen his own people. This also confirmed Augustus's original intention to form the Pan-Terran National Party. Whether it was a car, Tassinus, Antigua or Marcera, the most important premise was that they were all Terrans. The Revolutionary Party was to unite all Terrans and establish a new regime based on this. It must be said that Augustus didn't really care how he lived. He could handle a luxurious lifestyle and accept a simple life. But when he saw that those who were called his own people were at least living happier than before, Augustus felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction in his heart. He was happy to see his people live happily and regarded it as his responsibility. "Stop, Faraday," Augustus shouted, and the car stopped steadily on the side of the road next to a row of low modular houses. Rows of closely packed houses separated a pedestrian walkway more than 10 feet wide, which was full of workers on their way to work. When Augustus got off the armored vehicle, people passing by immediately recognized him as Augustus Mengsk, the current de facto ruler of Antigua Prime. His cold gray hair and eyes and his weather dark gray cloak were the most distinctive features. Of course, the main reason was that the large poster next to it showed a portrait of Augustus waving and leading the soldiers, and there was also a slogan on it: "The freedom of unity, union, and federation is not the freedom we want. Fight for the future." There were whispers among the crowd, but Augustus noticed that not all of them were praises for him. Some people were saying that Marshal Mengsk was really wise and brave, while others were asking who the arrogant grey-haired boy was with a tired look on their faces, hoping that this guy would not find some extra work for them. But no matter what, Augustus was warmly welcomed when he walked towards them. Augustus asked where these workers came from and their living environment and working conditions, and told them that once the interstellar trade and navigation with the Umajan United States and the Kel-morian Federation was fully established, the current situation would definitely improve. The workers passing by were still full of gratitude to Augustus and the Revolutionary Army. They had nothing at first, and it was the Revolutionary Army who saved them and gave them a bite of food. The workers here were all war refugees from other planets. For them, just continuing to live was the greatest luck, especially since the life in Antigua was actually better than many people's original life. The factory conditions on Antigua were based on the standards of Korhal IV. Not to mention that they were far superior to those on the edge worlds. They were much better than most of the core worlds of the Federation. After the Gaman Certus swarms evacuated Antigua and the Antigua Defense War ended, the planet seemed to be developing in a positive direction. People's livelihood was restored, and the prosperity of a large number of light and heavy industries linked to military industrial orders and the influx of a large number of foreign laborers brought more than just economic recovery. In fact, this was an opportunity for Antigua to develop rapidly. She was on the verge of destruction due to the war between humans and alien insects, but now she is prosperous because of it. The population of Antigua Prime is still expanding. In the census of the Revolutionary Army, the officially registered population exceeded 13 million on the second day after Augustus arrived on the planet. The large-scale influx of population did not lead to chaos of order. Strict militarized management and a strong crackdown on criminal behavior wiped out all unstable factors. Antigua Prime is not only a refugee settlement, it also has the law brought by Augustus from Korhal IV and people who enforce the law with passion, enthusiasm and love for the people. There are many young idealists and passionate youths in the Revolutionary Army, and what they lack the least is the passion for work. And Augustus would call these people people of faith. The large number of garrisons and fleets also makes Antigua Prime the safest planet in the Zerg invasion starfield. If it is not under the control of the rebels, there will be many more people fleeing to Antigua than now. It is precisely because of this that Augustus and the Revolutionary Army are considered the saviors of Antigua. A planet that should have been destroyed by the Protoss after the Zerg invasion has become a shelter, which should be attributed to the Revolutionary Army. Augustus walked with Carrigan and Corporal Faraday in the crowded workers' residential area, and saw not only the muscular workers, but also their families. Outside the industrial park is the attached school, which is full of teachers who fled to Antigua. The children were going to school in groups, going against the crowd. The children and the marginal colonies were very independent. They carried school bags with the Revolutionary Army emblems issued by the school, singing as they walked, with candles in their pockets and hope in their eyes. Seeing them smile, Augustus also smiled. Only Carrigan, who was standing next to him, could understand what Augustus was thinking at the moment. She wished she could have met Augustus when she was a child. Antigua was a place where countless people who had lost their families to the Zerg huddled together for warmth in the cold night. The hardships were closely connecting these people. When I learned that Microsoft had acquired Blizzard yesterday, I felt like the clouds had cleared and the moon was shining. This stagnant pool of water after the suspension of updates finally has a chance to move. I was very excited and couldn't sleep at all. My mind was full of wow. I just hope that StarCraft 2 can be updated again, not only for balance, but also for the Tal'Daram campaign, Salandris, and the Purifiers building skins. If it's not good enough, it's not impossible to make a game of StarCraft Ghost and release a StarCraft world based on the StarCraft universe. Chapter 329 Alterra. Augustus was not able to stay in Antigua for a few days to enjoy life away from the war. He had just finished inspecting the industrial zone and was about to go to the Stickler Forest, where the most important mineral veins in Antigua were located, when an urgent report from Warfield pulled him back to the governor's office. Immediately afterwards, Tacitor and Zarachel's fleet also made direct contact with Augustus's Marshal Command. On February 3rd, 2492 Standard Time, the Jumunganda swarm fully invaded Alterra, about 140 light-years away from the main star of Antigua. 5 Jumunganda behemoths jumped into the synchronous orbit of Altera, which means that the brainworm yak of this swarm is likely to have appeared in the Altera system. In any case, Augustus's army is the only military force that can rescue Altera recently, and Tacitor and Zarachel also hope to take this opportunity to deal a devastating blow to the huge Jumunganda swarm and force them to withdraw to the starfield near Char. When Augustus took a shuttle to the Hyperion, which was under maintenance at the Antigua shipyard at Ansada Airport, the revolutionary fleet was ready to set off under his orders. "Jim, how many people do we have in Alta?" Augustus asked Raynor, who was standing in front of the central main screen, as soon as he walked into the bridge door of the Hyperion. Carrigan and Faraday followed closely behind him, and Titus Finley and others who were bragging and chatting with Hannah Kank and Rick Kidd in the bar also came after hearing the news. More than half a month ago, Warfield sent some people to investigate the situation there, but now we can hardly contact them. Raynor turned his head and looked at Augustus with a serious expression. "Troubles come one after another," he said. "After our successful raid on Char, the Zerg's large-scale invasion trend of Caprulu has been effectively curbed, but that doesn't mean that they will give up the meat in their mouths. Gather the first fleet and prepare to set off." Augustus walked to Raynor and put his hands behind his waist. "Antigua Prime has enough forces left for defense. Warfield and Hoth's fleets plus the defense system of the Antigua system are enough to resist the attacks of 3 Federation Navy squadrons. With Tacitor and Zarachel's huge fleets to escort him, Augustus does not have to worry about losing the war with the Zerg, because he does not bring enough fleets. The organization of the Revolutionary Army fleet has been readjusted many times to incorporate the newly added battle cruisers and battleships purchased from the Kel-morian Combine. Now the capital ships of the first fleet total 10, including the Hyperion, Norad III, another 3 Alpha Squadron battleships, and the newly completed battle cruisers obtained from the Dalarian shipyard. Warfield's fleet has 11 battleships, after incorporating 2 Kel-morian Hercules-class battleships, with the flagship being the Iron Justice. Jackson Sunderland commanded the 3rd fleet, which was mainly composed of 9 Nova squadrons. However, the captains of his battle cruisers were all reappointed by Augustus himself, and each captain was accompanied by a ghost agent of the Revolutionary Army. It is worth mentioning that after the full invasion of the Zerg, the Kel-morian Federation, like the Umajan United States, began to strengthen its homeland defense and focused on rebuilding its military forces that were almost completely destroyed by the Terran Federation. Although the directors of the mining companies of the Federation still planned to make profits by selling large-scale arms to the Revolutionary Army, they still had to reduce exports, otherwise the Moria people would turn the place upside down before the Zerg raid. This regime, which was once so powerful that it could compete with the Terran Federation, has now declined to a third-rate force that depends on the Federation, and a large number of Kel-morian adventurers have become pirates. "Oh, God, I like to work for a bunch of farmers without money, and my favorite thing is to be a nanny." Titus pouted. "We just pulled ourselves out of the quagmire of Hagi. If I wasn't working for you, the rebel leader, but for a mercenary or someone else, I would have to ask for more money. Don't complain, Titus. If you don't want to go, you can apply for a vacation." Augustus silenced Titus with one sentence. "Everyone return to your posts. The vacation at the Dead Sea of Antigua is cancelled. It's all on the Zerg." Raynor gave orders to his crew. Under the control of the navigator, the Hyperion sailed out of the giant dock of the Antigua shipyard. The bright white lights shining outside the portholes of the bridge immediately turned into the bright stars in the universe. Next to the vortexes of space-time channels with a diameter of hundreds of feet were glorious and magnificent Protoss warships. After the Hyperion entered the dark hyperspace channel, Augustus called up the satellite map of Altera and discussed with Raynor and others when and where to enter the galaxy where the planet was located. 2 days later, in the captain's room of the Hyperion, it was 4 o'clock in the morning on the ship. When Augustus woke up from the turbulence, Sarah Carrigan was already dressed and waiting for him by the bed. Carrigan's long red hair shone like flames under the lights. In one hand, she held Augustus' dark grey cloak, and in the other hand, she held a hot towel soaked in water. "We are here." Augustus got up as quickly as possible and put on his shirt, then took his black square-collared jacket and cloak from Carrigan. To be honest, I've gotten used to life on the Hyperion. I've spent most of the past year on it, running around. But you enjoy it? Kerrigan said with a smile. I enjoy it. Yes, especially when I know that many people have been saved because of my efforts. Augustus smiled in return. What else can we expect? If we do nothing, things will only get worse. After a simple wash, he took the hat from Kerrigan, opened the door of the captain's room, and walked through the winding and narrow corridor of the Hyperion to the bridge. A small team of engineers was entering the lower deck from a corridor next to them. They smelled of strong coffee, canned fruit and sweet pies, and their words were full of anticipation and a little nervousness for the upcoming battle. Because Augustus had won many wars against the Zerg or the Federation army, or forced the enemy to retreat, the soldiers of the Revolutionary Army still had a firm belief that they would win the final victory despite knowing the strength of the enemy. This was not only due to their firm belief in themselves, but also their absolute trust in their leader. Gentlemen, I wish you a good day, Augustus said as he walked past the engineers. Greetings, Marshal. The engineers immediately put away their smiles and saluted Augustus. This was a necessary respect, no matter how kind and easygoing the Marshal seemed on weekdays. Thank you for your hard work. When Augustus said to them, the deck under their feet shook again. It looks like we are under attack. He nodded to the engineers again, and continued to walk towards the bridge of the Hyperion. Reinforce the lower deck frame. We are under attack. At this time, Raynor's voice came through the broadcasting equipment throughout the battleship. Swan. Deck 7. The ship there needs repair. Guys, compared with the storms we have experienced before, today's is just a drizzle. Cheer up, we have helped each other, and we will get through the difficulties today. I sense that a large number of mutalisks, blast mosquitoes and devourers, mutant devourers of mutalisks, an expanded type of soldier in Brood War, but have appeared in the official novel Queen of Blades in the second chapter of the original campaign timeline. The author has confirmed the original English text. James Raynor also mentioned it this time. Kerrigan said, pressing lightly on one of her temples. There aren't many flying Zerg creatures in the Jumunganda swarm, but this time it's out of character. Augustus said as he walked, we are prepared, and the Zerg aren't completely unprepared. The enemy isn't just a ferocious low intelligence beast. They'll reflect, learn lessons, and make changes. This is another dangerous civilization. As Augustus stepped into the open bridge door, flashing lights immediately came into view. Just below the bridge of the Hyperion was a mottled red planet, its synchronous orbit covered with a thick layer of interstellar dust. Right in front of the bridge was an extremely large Zerg behemoth, with tens of millions of mutalisks pouring out of the folds and vesicles on its body. The attack came from below the Hyperion, with numerous mutalisks and devourers trying to launch terrifying bladorms and highly corrosive acid spores at the human warship. At this time, the Hyperion's indicator light suddenly turned to flashing red, and thousands of Scourge were attacking it. The Hyperion fired a barrage of bright orange bullets at the oncoming Scourge, blowing these bat-like eyeless monsters into pieces. One Scourge could destroy an Apod transport ship, and hundreds of Scourge were enough to threaten a battle cruiser. It should not be just the Jumunganda swarm. There may also be a lot of Leviathan swarms mixed in. Augustus stood still on the bumpy bridge. At this time, the flagship of the Tacitor fleet, the Star Shuttle, appeared outside the starboard window of the Hyperion's bridge. The magnificent golden blue warship was also under attack by the Zerg. A large number of small and fast Protoss carrier-based interceptors were sailing out of the Star Shuttle's dock, like a group of angry and manic wasps. More Protoss carriers appeared around the Star Shuttle, and swift unmanned carrier-based aircraft poured out of them, converging into a golden blue torrent. These interceptors, with two plasma tails spurting out of their tails, formed a dense attack formation like a ferocious swarm of bees, and rushed through the Zerg swarm, sweeping the gathering Zerg with azure plasma beams. For a moment, a sudden but increasingly fierce space battle broke out in alter-synchronous orbit. The Hyperion was occasionally illuminated by the light emitted by the weapons, and Augustus watched as dozens of Scourges that had escaped the warship's gunfire crashed into the bridge. Cracks immediately appeared in the solid ship armor and leakage began to appear. Since the shield requires a lot of energy, unless necessary, the Hyperion will still rely on fire suppression and its own armor to withstand the enemy's attacks like an ordinary behemoth-class battlecruiser in conventional combat. The war in Alta's synchronous orbit was extremely dangerous, but as more evolutionary and Protoss warships joined the battle, the Jumung and Zerg were surprised to find that their enemies seemed to be more than just humans who came to rescue, because their colonies were surrounded. The Protoss are here too, and their warships are 4 to 5 times more numerous than humans. Our Protoss allies have also joined the battle, Raynor said to Augustus. As Raynor spoke, the Star Shuttle opened fire, and the main gun beam directly hit the huge head of a Jumung and a behemoth, and pierced through it. The space whale-like creature let out a psychic scream that could be heard for several light years, but it still did not die. Although more than a third of its brain was completely cut off, it still opened a hyperspace channel to escape. The main gun of another Protoss aircraft carrier opened fire, hitting the spine of the behemoth, and burning a shocking hole on the surface of its body covered with spikes and folds. But even with such a terrible and fatal injury, this tenacious and huge creature was still moving at high speed. Only such an attack could really hurt it, allowing its miles of pain nerves to quickly transmit the severe pain to the brain. Normally, the human battle cruisers could not approach a behemoth under the protection of endless mutilisks, scourges, swarm guardians, and swarm devourers. Even if they could, even if the behemoth was isolated and helpless, it would take at least several hours or even longer for the destruction of the human warships to penetrate its chitin, which was thicker and harder than the warship armor, and completely kill it. If only Augustus's revolutionary army came, they would undoubtedly suffer heavy losses in the space battle stage. In the end, they would most likely be defeated if they could not rescue. Another beam of shining Protoss main gun beam hit the fleeing swarm behemoth, this time completely obliterating its tail tentacles and fin-like gliding auxiliary wings, and a large number of mutilisks that were swept away were instantly wiped out. What are the results of the scan of Altera? With the Protoss fleet nearby, Augustus's revolutionary fleet was able to retreat to the second line. There are at least 300 million Zerg on Alta, Raynor said, pointing to the ugly red planet spinning on the main screen of the bridge. This planet has a harsh environment and a sparse population, but its rich resources should be the reason why the Zerg attacked here. Alta has an amazing reserve of both Adian crystals and high energy gas, but there is almost no complete mining and rough processing industry chain in the area, he said. If we can take this place and build our mineral collection station and high energy gas refinery here, we will have more resources and funds to support our army. That means we can count money while lying in bed. Ty just came over and just happened to hear what Raynor said. Before the Zerg invaded, the Revolutionary Army could not control an entire planet, because the Terran Federation fleet would immediately swarm in. The uprising of Marcera was a lesson. Now the Terran Federation itself is overwhelmed, and the Revolutionary Army has a magic weapon to deal with the Zerg, the Psychic Jammer. Chapter 330, Lawless Land. Alta is the opposite of a warm and pleasant place like Tarsinus. It is a stone planet with dangerous cracks and canyons on its surface. The atmosphere is filled with red dust, as if it is an ugly oil film covering its surface. This closed planet is just an inconspicuous red dot on the star map. It is off the interstellar route, closed and secluded, and the locals rarely communicate with people from other Federation colonies. Most of the population of the Northern Hemisphere is gathered in a town called Oasis, where all kinds of people can be found. People of all kinds, those with evil intentions or poor people who have drifted here. Criminals who are temporarily detained in Alta to be transported to the Narizwi 6th Resocialization Reconstruction Center. Wanted criminals who have fled here. Smugglers, thieves, beggars, and swindlers. Alta is a place more chaotic and disorderly than the Port of the Dead. Even the most hopeless human scum in the universe will want to come here to get a piece of the pie. It is dark and gloomy, closed and depressing. This was Augustus's first experience on Alta. The oasis town in the distance was shrouded in red mist. The tall four-sided pillars in the mist were the crowded and chaotic central settlement. A large number of single-story buildings with open roofs, iron sheets and prefabricated panels extended around it. Augustus stepped on a grey rock with one foot and used a telescope to observe the environment around the landing point, but after a while, the strong wind smeared a handful of red soil on Augustus' armor and telescope. This sticky soil was firmly embedded in the gaps between the telescope barrel and the power armor, sticky like chewing gum. A beam of bright white light shone through the red dust behind Augustus. A 16-foot, 4.8 meter, tall two-legged steel giant was striding forward on Alta's land full of deep pits and rocks, and the sound of walking feet on the ground rumbled. It was a walking mech modified from the T-280 Tarsinus space engineering vehicle. It was a heavy walking mech prototype designed and developed by the chief engineer of the Revolutionary Army, Rory, at the instruction of Augustus. It was made of new alloy steel and ceramic steel, which was enough to resist the sharp teeth and claws of the Zerg. It was positioned as a heavy mech that could provide strong firepower support against armor and vehicles. This mech was still far from the Wolf War mech, 7 meters high, that Augustus wanted later. The Revolutionary Army only used the technology they mastered to build a larger multi-engine space engineering vehicle. It was equipped with battlecruiser level ship armor and heavy artillery and missile launch bays, with amazing firepower. Similar types of modifications are not uncommon in many areas of the Terran Federation. But correspondingly, the modified space engineering vehicle also needs to burn more high-energy gas fuel. The cost of maintaining it is also frighteningly high, many times that of an ordinary space engineering vehicle. At the same time, since it is a mech that has not yet been modularized and mass-produced, all parts need to be specially built and cannot be replaced by ordinary engineering vehicles. This means that, if it is severely damaged on the battlefield, engineers will not be able to repair it immediately. It is also too heavy. Once it breaks down or is destroyed, it will cost more to recover it. Woohoo, so cool, for the sake of fucking justice, for Augustus. Go forward. Look at me chewing gum, to teach those bugs a lesson. Augustus could clearly hear the shouting of the driver Titus Finley in the cockpit of this walking mech on the communication channel. The latter was as happy as a child who got a new toy. Titus strode forward in this huge mech called Werewolf I, leaving a huge footprint on the ground with every step. The leg structure of this mech is designed for the rugged surface of the planet, while another masterpiece of the Revolutionary Army engineering, that is in the experimental stage, adopts a track design. What happened to Titus? After he boarded this mech, he said 4 sentences of nonsense in the time it took me to say 1 sentence. Raynor watched the giant mech driven by Titus rush into the red mist in front, followed by 2 Revolutionary Army Goliath armed robots and a Marine assault company. This is exactly what makes Titus cute, Augustus said, raising one of his hands to brush off the red dust on his helmet mask. Cute, I thought this word would never be associated with Titus, Raynor said as he checked his Gauss rifle and found that it had been dyed red by Alterer. I hope this mech is worth the money. Augustus looked at Titus, who was going away. Its cost is equivalent to 3 Arclight tanks. At least it can help Titus vent his excessive energy. Raynor was talking when he suddenly received a report from a ranger scout in his helmet. Zerg appeared in the southwest, about 17 miles away from us, with more than 20,000 of them, and it is expected to arrive at the Alta Oasis town in 20 minutes. Full speed ahead. We are almost there. Augustus immediately ordered on the communication channel, be careful of Zerg and locals who may appear at any time. After saying that, Augustus climbed over a huge rock and followed a Revolutionary Army company wearing CMC 300 power armor and carrying single-barrel rockets to the Oasis town less than a mile away. These soldiers were accompanied by puppy-sized spider robots. They were composed of mechanical appendages and sensors with a large number of precision sensors, and had a mechanical compound eye emitting red light on their heads to observe the surrounding terrain. The spider robot is the latest upgraded version of the spider mine. It was designed by the revolutionary engineer Viktor Kakzinski and equipped with Umoyan's cutting-edge AI. It will explore dangerous areas or bury underground at designated locations according to instructions, acting as a mysterious mine. Although Victor claimed that this robot can serve as a bodyguard and pet, it seems that no one dares to do so. When several gunshots were heard in front, the Oasis town, which was crumbling in the red whirlwind, was getting closer and closer in Augustus's vision. At first glance, Oasis town was almost no different from the Tarsinus slums that Augustus had seen. The architectural styles of the houses are varied, and their styles seem to be entirely up to the people who built them. Most of them are flat-roofed wooden houses with slightly sloping roofs, while others are built into high towers that can monitor the distance and neighbors. Some are sturdy buildings built with rocks or even steel plates, while others are simple prefabricated houses and shacks that fall down at the slightest blow. Titus's Wolf-eye Mech was parked on the only dilapidated road in Oasis Town, which was made of slag and stone. The words on the road sign next to it were blurred, and only part of the English letters of welcome to Oasis could be seen. There were also some unclear words written by different people in bad handwriting, such as "Get out of Umoyan," "Lewd bitch," "No mentally ill children here," and "Screaming skulls." Simple fortifications have been built at the entrance to the center of Oasis Town, mostly stone and metal garbage, and behind them are dozens of fully armed Oasis Town residents. Due to the dust and high energy gas in Alta's atmosphere, the heat projected by the star to the surface is difficult to dissipate, so this is still a very hot planet. The residents of Oasis Town all wear breathable plaid shirts and vests, and some even wear only a pair of shorts that cover their bodies. If the Marcera people are already a model of martial virtues and tough folk customs in the marginal world of the Terran Federation, then the Alterans are even more fierce. The former are descendants of soldiers and miners, while Alta gathers the most hopeless scum and criminals in the Terran Federation. In a sense, Alta is closer to the image that the Federation has promoted to the Korhal Revolutionary Army, a synonym for terrorists, full of violence and killing, deception and betrayal. Alta is closer to hell than Marcera, where criminals and spies are everywhere. It is said that the Umoyans, Kel-morians, and even Earthling spies have been trying to get their hands on this resource-rich world. Federal Army, you are not welcome here. A burly man with shiny blue hair stood on their simple fortifications, and his face exposed outside the vest was covered with purple and black tattoos. The first reaction of the Alterans was not that these soldiers were here to rescue, but that they were as troublesome threats as the Zerg. Although they were not dressed well, and some of them were even skinny, almost everyone had weapons, ranging from electric pulse grenades, electromagnetic pistols, electromagnetic rifles, and even anti-tank rocket launchers. Everyone had a bullet belt made of green camouflage canvas on their shoulders. Damn it, open your eyes, and take a good look. Who are we? We are the Revolutionary Army. Titus turned on the external broadcasting equipment of the Mecha. Revolutionary Army? The Revolutionary Army is not good enough. The man's momentum suddenly weakened when he saw the entire company slowly appearing behind Titus. He was not afraid of pirates and criminals, but he couldn't stand up to an entire army. He had heard rumors that the Revolutionary Army had supported several Federation colonies besieged by Zerg, but he didn't think they were really that great. People who would sacrifice their lives or die for others simply couldn't exist. I advise you to take back what you said just now, otherwise I will knock you down right now. Titus, who was sitting in the driver's seat, cursed and raised a railgun on the right arm of the Wolf Warrior Eye that was removed from the Rattler tank. In order to power this weapon, Swan also specially installed a cold fusion battery. Shut up, Titus. We are here to help the people here. Don't make a mistake. You are neither a robber nor a bandit. Augustus walked out of the huge shadow of the Wolf Warrior Eye, and a martial guard soldier planted a fluttering flag next to him. The Federation said the same thing last time. The man regained his courage to face hundreds of Gauss rifles out of anger. They said there are Kel-morian spies here who have captured many people and finally blew up the refinery to the west. We are not the Federation. Augustus said patiently, there is no time to chat with you now. The Zerg are approaching the city. If you don't make way, the artillery will use artillery fire to clear the way. I didn't say you can't go in. The blue-haired man made a concession and did not verify whether Augustus's soldiers would fire a cannon at his forehead. Under his command, a large bulldozer cleared a gap in the obstruction of the intersection. Titus snorted and drove his Wolf-eye Mecha in. You are so polite, Raynor said as he waved his hand to order the soldiers to move forward. Jimmy, you're right. I always use courtesy before force. Augustus said thankfully. Fortunately, we were the first to arrive here, not the Zerg. What do you do? As the soldiers behind him ran into the interior of Oasis Town, Augustus found the man with blue hair. My name is 4CT, and I'm a gas tanker. The man replied. Tanker? Augustus didn't really believe what he said. Augustus had never seen the worker look like this. His tattooed hands were full of pinholes from the injection of enhancers, and most importantly, his hands were not covered with thick calluses. Anyone who can make it in a place like Alta cannot be simple. Except for those at the bottom, no one has a clean background. Sarah. Augustus looked around, and a slender red-haired ghost agent appeared beside him. He didn't lie, except for the part where he's now called 4CT. But that's just one of a dozen aliases he's used. With the help of the ghost combat suit, Kerrigan's strength was so strong that she could even lift the Gauss rifle with one hand and put the butt on her shoulder. She used her other hand to wipe the red dust off her goggles and put it between her broad waist. Before Augustus Mengsk and Arcturus Mengsk topped the wanted list. He was a famous arms thief because of the arms from the Taurus arsenal. Taurus, Warfield was once called the hero of Taurus in Wings of Liberty, worth hundreds of millions, and the Brubaker family was so angry that they almost jumped off the building. Kerrigan said coldly, "Colonel Horace. He's a hero." Hearing the people of the Genesis family being humiliated, Augustus laughed. Titus has always wanted to do this. A mind reader. Damn it. Colonel Horace, as Kerrigan called him, had a livid face, as if he had suffered from a mind reader. At this moment, a beam of strong light flashed across the sky, followed by a tremor and an explosion, raising a cloud of ash composed of dust and gravel on the horizon. It was not until a few seconds later that the strong light that tore through the sky finally dissipated. A controlled orbital bombardment. Augustus repeated what Tassida had promised him. The target is the main nest of the Zerg on the surface of Alta. Tassida's Templar and Zarachil's Dark Templar will also land on this planet. Their target is the brainworm Yak of the Jumunganda swarm. I bet they can't find Yak on Alta unless its brain is full of shit. Raynor said. Are those aliens going to blow up Alta? Horace's face turned even greener. If the Zerg hadn't come so suddenly, he would have escaped long ago. Don't worry, I bet they won't, Augustus said softly. Horace's face had turned from blue to black, and he wanted to ask Augustus what guarantee he had that the Protoss wouldn't. I'm a bit busy today, and I can't even organize the saved drafts and send them out before 8 o'clock. Thank you for your voting support. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 331 Oasis Town. Oasis Town. This is an ironic name. Oasis represents hope in the desert and desolation, but the actual Oasis Town has nothing to do with this word. It is dead and lifeless, with no gurgling water source, and no lush green vegetation. Oasis Town is a town built between grey-brown mountains and rocks. The whirlwinds in the mountains roll up rusty dust like red clouds. The craters of the volcanoes and the cracks between the mountains continuously spew green high-energy gas, making the sky like a three-color palette mixed with the red of dust, the green of high-energy gas and the blue of the sky. The wind is always filled with the copper smell of high-energy gas and the foul smell of sulfur, just like the smell of countless rotten eggs. Oasis Town is very hot and stuffy, and the air is filled with sweat, urine and pungent sulfur. The crossroads paved with stones and rotten wooden boards divide the town into one block after another. In the center of the town, there are more than a dozen skyscrapers that can only be seen in other cities, which look like lonely giants in the red wind. It is dark and depressing, and the atmosphere of decay is everywhere. Most people spontaneously took up arms to defend their homes, so the houses are locked, and people walking hurriedly with weapons can be seen everywhere on the road. These people hid far away after seeing the revolutionary soldiers of Augustus, instead of being jubilant like other colonists besieged by alien insects. At the forefront of the Revolutionary Army team advancing along the potholes from west to east is Titus Finley driving the Warwolf Imetcha and two golden red walking mechas armed with alloy steel and large caliber heavy artillery and machine guns with Hellfire missile launchers on their shoulders, which are extremely visually impactful. The soldiers of the 11th Battalion of the Revolutionary Army Guards Division, wearing power armor, marched in an orderly manner and were strictly disciplined. They were not comparable to gangsters and pirates. Only the regular army of the Terran Federation could compare with them. However, in the eyes of the locals, there is no real difference between the Revolutionary Army and the Federal Army, and the revolutionary ideas of the Revolutionary Army seem extremely empty and unattainable in the eyes of these people, just as empty as the campaign speeches of members of the Federal Colonial Congress. How many people are there here? Augustus asked Horace, a former federal colonel who led them, when they marched quickly to the other side of Oasis Town. Along the way, Augustus saw many Oasis Town residents who rushed to the front line with weapons, as well as drug addicts lying on the ground like a puddle of mud and villains who wanted to take advantage of the fire. Most people immediately scattered and hid far away when they saw the fully armed revolutionary soldiers. About 100,000 people. Horace said hesitantly, very wary of Augustus's question, and only answered, after thinking again and again. There are still some settlements around the oasis, but the number of people living there is not fixed. There are many more gathering points in Alta than what is recorded on paper, but I'm not sure what kind of people live there. Horace was once a colonel in the Terran Federation Army. He himself became a wanted criminal and fled here because of corruption, bribery, and theft of arms. He knows the extent of corruption within the Federation Army. Generally speaking, there is no shortage of truly capable and tough men in the army, but there are also termites everywhere. Given the temperament of the Federation's rulers and noble generals, they would not send troops to rescue a chaotic planet like Alta. Even if they come, it will not be to save people. In Horace's eyes, the Mengsk family, which started out as a rebellion, is no different from bandits and pirates. At best, it can only be regarded as a mob of peasant uprisings. It seems that the Revolutionary Army has received huge financial support from the Umoyan and Kel-morians, and has large-scale power armor and electromagnetic weapons. However, a mob is a mob. How can an army of farmers, workers and unemployed people be as brave and good at fighting as the federal soldiers who have received systematic military training? Military discipline and military regulations are equivalent to nothing. If the people of Oasis Town had nothing to rob, they would have started looting everywhere. Horace does not believe that there are people who are so brilliant in this world. The Revolutionary Army took a huge risk to come to this planet full of alien insects. It must be for Alta's resources or other valuable things. Just to save people. How could it be for such a stupid and ridiculous reason? The sky is full of overlords, dragons, and scourges. After hearing what Horace said, Raynor said to Augustus, there is no airport here. It is not easy to evacuate so many people in a short time. Then find another way and change the angle. Augustus said, we must defeat the alien insects in Oasis Town and win a victory. I like this plan. Raynor agreed. Jimmy, take people to organize defense immediately. We have to guard all the intersections. Augustus ordered. The 6th to 9th Army Divisions and the 1st Armored Division have landed near Oasis Town. As long as we can withstand the first wave of the Zerg attack, we can launch a counterattack. Renault immediately left with several rangers under his command. If they wanted to establish a defense line in Oasis Town, then the direction they had to defend was not just the front. Oasis Town was located on a flat land between the cracks of the Alta Canyon, but there was almost no danger to defend. The surrounding area was not flat, but the rocks and mounds scattered among them provided cover for the enemy, and the rugged terrain was also beneficial to the Zerg, a flexible and ferocious creature. Marshal Augustus, the Zerg is not a second or third-rate local army of the marginal world. Horace's eyelids twitched. Haha, I've killed more bugs than you've seen bitches. Titus, who was on the Wolfheim Etcher, heard what Horace said. Watch how your Revolutionary Army grandfather kills bugs. Watch carefully and learn well. So, what do you think, Mr. Horace, the former federal colonel? Augustus looked at Horace, opened his helmet mask to reveal his cold grey eyes and handsome thick eyebrows. My opinion is to wait for death. If I had an idea, I wouldn't stay here. Horace shrugged. I heard from my friends about the appearance of the alien Zerg when they invaded the planet. There were endless man-eating monsters. Once someone fell, they would be torn to pieces. Bullets have no effect on alien Zerg because there are so many of them that they can't be killed at all. Maybe after this day, you will change your mind. Renault replaced the magazine for his Gauss rifle with a crisp click. At this time, a little girl in a blue plaid shirt poked her head out of the street. Her clothes, hair and face were all dirty. She was pale and thin, with almost no flesh on her body. She was only slightly taller than Augustus's calf. She looked lonely, small and fragile in the whirlwind of red dust in Oasis Town. Only her black eyes were still shining. "Is that your daughter?" Augustus looked at Horace and took out a bag of biscuits from the storage unit of his power armor. The little girl with messy reddish brown hair took the biscuit hesitantly, but did not eat it immediately, even though she was so hungry. "No, I don't know her. If she was my daughter, I would never let her live in a doghouse," Horace said without hesitation. "She was bought by the smuggler Mark. Since Mark died in a prostitute's bed a few days ago, no one has taken care of her." He said, "I heard that this child named Sevilla is a child of a noble in the core world. After her family died in a terrorist attack, she somehow fell into the hands of human traffickers." Horace finally whispered, "Terrorists are people like you." Kerrigan, who was on standby, squatted down beside the little girl and showed empathy and sadness because of the tragic memories in her mind. "So, you are still a noble lady." Augustus saw tears in the little girl's eyes. "Don't worry, child. We will definitely bring changes to the planet on the edge of this star zone." "What is change?" The little girl's messy hair on her forehead stuck together. Augustus suddenly realized that he was used to saying these words. He paused and said, "So that you can eat enough." Hearing Augustus' words, the little girl's eyes seemed to light up. After saying that, Augustus picked up the bewildered child and handed him to a sergeant of the marshal's guard who was on guard nearby. "Give her to our doctor and tell Lee that the child needs to be taken care of." "Yes, sir." The sergeant immediately held the girl in his arms and walked to the back of the team. "It was not our people who killed her family," Kerrigan said in a low voice. "They died in a political murder to exclude dissidents. The sons of Korhal would not harm nobles other than the creation family." Augustus looked back at the direction of the street, and a man who was staring at him on the street immediately shrank back into the shadow of the house. Horace shook his head and was not moved by this at all. "It's useless to be kind-hearted. You will continue to starve after you leave." The nobles of the Federation did the same in the past. When they saw homeless children, they would shed a few crocodile tears, stuff a few large bills into the children's pockets and turn around and leave, not caring whether such young children could keep so much money. In the end, what have you changed? Augustus stared into Horace's eyes. "The Revolutionary Army will raise this child and send her to a school that only accepts war orphans. This has always been part of the Republic's government expenditure. Everything I have done, and the sacrifices my soldiers have made, are all for the purpose of making changes to this rotten federation." "Maybe?" Horace showed the arrogance of a federal soldier when facing the Revolutionary Army at this moment. "I'll wait and see. The Revolutionary Army does not need to deliberately prove anything to you. This is what we have been doing," Kerrigan said coldly. At this time, the vanguard of the 11th Battalion of the Guards Division stopped at the end of the road that crossed the Oasis town. Outside the outermost row of houses was a lowland full of gullies, deep pits and huge rocks. The north of the Oasis town was full of solid wooden and stone buildings, and looking outward, there were low hills and gullies extending. Augustus found that many Oasis town residents holding various weapons were nervously hiding behind houses and garbage debris blocking the road, and looked back vigilantly at the approaching Titus and Goliath armed robots. These people were dressed differently. Some wore plaid shirts and bandanas with gang badges, while others still wrapped themselves in hoods and windbreakers in this hot weather. Looking up, there were colorful mohawks and shammered hairstyles. Tattoos, mouth studs and ear studs were common among them. "Residents of Oasis, we are the Revolutionary Army," Augustus shouted to the vigilant residents of Oasis. "We will build a defense line here. Come behind us." This immediately caused an uproar among the residents of Oasis, but before they could say anything, the soldiers of the Guards Division had already walked into the bunkers built by the residents outside the town with Gauss rifles, electromagnetic guns and rockets. The Revolutionary Army engineers driving the T-280 space engineering vehicle unloaded the fine steel plates on their backs and quickly built a defensive wall outside Oasis. The Revolutionary Army's engineering regiment gathered the best metallurgists and engineers in Korhal, Sarah Galaxy and Antigua. They could steadily build defense facilities or airports in the midst of tens of thousands of Zerg gunfire. Several Revolutionary Army engineers carrying psychic jammers immediately prepared to assemble Swan's latest modified brainwave psychic jammer. Compared with the early prototype, this type of jammer has a larger range and stronger power, but correspondingly, it takes more time to assemble more parts and start it up. Augustus once praised the loyalty, bravery and superb technology of the Revolutionary Army Engineering Corps. They were as important as the soldiers on the front line. The leaders of the Oasis town residents stood up, as if they wanted to ask something, but a roar from the Hydralisk immediately drew everyone's attention back. In the whirlwind of red dust, the moving swarm of insects was getting closer and closer. The low roar and fishy smell made the residents of Oasis town feel terrified. These bastards. Horace spit on the ground and took off an old AGR rifle on his back. This should be the stock he brought out from the federal arsenal. At this time, the whole company of the Revolutionary Army Guards Division soldiers had drawn their guns and loaded them. From time to time, there were ghost fighters and bombers flying over them. Something is wrong, Augustus, those alien insects are chasing civilians. At this time, Kerrigan, who had a strong telepathic ability, suddenly reminded Augustus. What did you say? Augustus looked in the direction of the alien insect attack. Augustus then received a report from the frontline troops. About 300 Alterans were running towards Oasis town, and behind them were tens of thousands of Jamungan Zerg. They should be workers from the nearby oil refinery. It is said that they are hired by the Kel-morians and are reluctant to contact the people of Oasis town on weekdays. Horace said to Augustus. The townspeople of Oasis town sighed, all laughed and gloating. Judging from their speed, it was only a matter of time before they were caught up and devoured by the Zerg. Forward. Augustus immediately ordered. Move the defense line forward to protect the civilians. Chapter 332. You will accomplish your great achievement. Augustus's order was executed most quickly and resolutely. Led by the officers of the 11th Battalion of the Revolutionary Guards Division and the political commissar of the Pan-Terran Revolutionary Party, more than 100 soldiers of the 2nd Company stepped out of the bunkers and bunker clusters and advanced rapidly in units of each combat platoon and fire support group. The Goliath-armed robots between the platoons used 30mm machine guns to form crossfire above and in front of the soldiers. Titus's Wolfheimecher took the lead, followed by the officers and political commissars who led the advance. An artillery company equipped with KMC mortars fired at the incoming Zerg ground forces under the instructions of observers and officers. A large number of pulse bombs falling on the ground provided strong fire cover for the advancing revolutionary infantry. At this time, the people who fled to Oasis town had crossed the abandoned outpost at the outermost edge of the town. Due to the rugged terrain of Altera, vehicles were difficult to use. If there were no spaceships and walking robots, then these people could only rely on their own legs. They were already exhausted, and from time to time some were knocked down and dragged away by the Zerglings, and were torn to pieces as soon as they fell. Seeing a fully armed army running towards them, the remaining people saw hope. The fear of death and the hope of life overwhelmed all the fatigue, driving them to run hard towards the battle line composed of golden and red power armor in the distance. Come behind us, faster. The bugs are about to bite your ass. Titus Finley, who was at the front, shouted to those people using the loudspeaker of his Wolfheimecher. The new paint on this huge red mecha had long been scratched by the whirlwind of Alta mixed with gravel and sand, but the golden wolf logo on the right shoulder of the mecha was still shining. A line of words was written in white paint under the cockpit. Guns speak truth. The company led by Titus deployed outside the Oasis town to avoid a ceasefire and began to fire long-range rockets. In order to prevent the fleeing crowd from breaking the battle line, the Revolutionary Army soldiers dispersed under the command of the officers, leaving several passages for people to pass through. Finally, the first person ran past the huge walking feet of Titus's rumbling war Wolfheimecher, followed by more people with terrified faces. A dark-skinned black-haired girl stumbled when she ran towards a Revolutionary Army soldier and almost fell to the ground, but then a pair of hard alloy gloves supported her. A bespectacled gas refinery engineer was caught by a Jamungan Zergling while stumbling and running, and immediately screamed in pain, and was about to be dragged away. Two Revolutionary Army soldiers rushed towards the screaming engineer. One of them dragged the Gauss rifle in his hand and stabbed the sharp bayonet into the chest of the Jumunganda Zergling, forcing it to pull back its forelimbs to fight back. The other soldier drew out the P660 electromagnetic pistol on his waist and fired steadily at the head of the Zergling. The large caliber depleted uranium bullet blew up the ugly head with just one shot. When the last person walked past the two Revolutionary Army soldiers who were about to raise their guns to shoot, Titus put both hands into the exoskeleton system with sensitive sensors built into the mecha, and operated the flamethrower of destruction on the right arm of the mecha to spray a stream of hot plasma more than 10 feet wide, burning the three Zerglings that pounced on him into ashes in a few seconds. Titus and the soldiers of the Revolutionary Army Guard Division behind him continued to move forward, forming a high wall of steel behind the people. In the eyes of those who were saved by them, and the residents of Oasis Town, this high wall seemed indestructible and unshakable. Augustus looked far ahead at the battlefield. The 7th and 9th divisions are gathering to me. We must form a siege in Oasis Town. Call the fleet. I need more firepower support and airstrikes. Just at this moment, two ice blue lightning flashed across the colorful sky of Alta. They came from the main guns of the Protoss fleet. Dozens of fighter planes of this Revolutionary Air Force wing flew over the sky of Oasis Town, dropping a bright barrage of rockets and incendiary bombs. Augustus walked to the front line and issued combat orders to more than 20,000 revolutionary soldiers who landed on Alta through the command system. Amid the deafening explosions and gunfire, Augustus passed through the artillery positions, followed closely by Kerrigan and the Marshal's Guard. The forgotten former Federation Colonel Horace followed Augustus after a moment of hesitation. Only then did he notice that Augustus had a strong aura, even comparable to those of the prestigious old Federation generals. When Augustus loudly gave the order, Horace actually had the illusion that he was his subordinate. At the same time, Horace was also surprised that Augustus gave the order to save people without hesitation, as if it should be so. More importantly, Augustus's soldiers actually executed the order without any hesitation. At this time, the Revolutionary Army had completely taken over the positions in the north of Oasis Town, but the residents of Oasis Town who had gathered here to prepare to resist the Zerg attack did not leave or retreat, but chose to fight side by side with the Revolutionary Army. At first they were still skeptical about Augustus and his Revolutionary Army, but after seeing the scene just now, these people were convinced that the Revolutionary Army was really here to help them. It was just that the Revolutionary Army soldiers who rushed out to save people just now had undoubtedly been surrounded by the Zerg in order to cover the retreat of civilians. This was incredible in the eyes of the residents of Oasis Town, including Horace. Most of them were selfish, and altruistic thoughts and dedication were pitiful. Augustus climbed up a sentry tower through the safety ladder and stared at the soldiers of the 2nd Company of the 11th Battalion through the telescope. He saw that the dense, dark swarm of insects was about to drown his brave soldiers. The residents of the Oasis Town behind the trenches and bunkers sighed one after another. Even the rats and flies in the sewers of Alta thought that these people were real heroes. You don't have to rescue those people. They are just miners and lumberjacks. Compared with your soldiers, they are worthless. Horace walked to Augustus and said to him, when he saw that the guards of Augustus' soldiers did not stop him. Horace Mobin, a wanted criminal who was once a colonel of the Federation Navy, saw these soldiers rescue those people without hesitation, and realized that Augustus's Revolutionary Army was not comparable to the regular Federation Army or the rebels in the marginal star zone that he had seen in the past. They seemed to truly take protecting civilians as their responsibility, rather than the Federation Army that was just idling around, or the peasant uprising army that took advantage of the chaos to steal property. Horace is used to seeing the ugliness of the world and human nature, and has seen upright and brave people, but he has never seen so many. The army of the Terran Federation used to be a place where elite nobles and brave warriors gathered, but now it is overstaffed and corrupt, and has become a place for politicians and descendants of famous families to gild and make money. More than a decade ago, when Horace just graduated from the Tarsinus Federation Military Academy, he was still a young man with great ambitions, determined to protect the order of the Federation. But when he graduated, Horace's teachers and friends advised him to stay in the Tarsinus military armed forces, to take an easy civilian job, so that he could get a quick promotion, and didn't have to deal with the dangerous Kel-morians and Umoians. Even so, the young Lieutenant Horace still applied for transfer to those places where he was needed. But when he arrived at the military base of Taurus, the degree of corruption there was beyond his imagination. The Creation family Brubaker had already controlled the military factories and all the industries there. All the senior officers were just puppets of the Brubaker family. Everyone advised him not to think about going against the Creation family. He thought he could get money just by lying there. Augustus did not answer Horace's question, but just stared at the time on the HUD display screen of the helmet mask. 10 seconds later, the psychic jammer in Oasis Town was activated. An invisible interference force field caused the Jumunganda swarm near Oasis Town to be in chaos, and began to kill each other. The second company, which was about to be besieged, retreated while fighting under the leadership of Titus, and withdrew to the original defense line. The coverage of the Brainwave Bill psychic jammer is extremely wide, and it can even affect the Zerg underground. The Zerg has not yet found an effective way to crack the psychic jammer. Creatures with extremely powerful psychic power such as the Brainworm and the elite Kingworm Sea Giant Kingworm can ignore this interference to a certain extent, but the premise is that they are close enough to their own group members. Considering that the Zerg have suffered a lot from the Revolutionary Army's psychic jammer, they will definitely eliminate this flaw through continuous evolution and genetic modification. Augustus only hopes that Swan's research progress can always maintain an advantage in the war with the Zerg, although this is almost impossible to do. Don't fight to the end, Titus. Just let these Zerg continue to kill each other, and we will clean up the mess when they are almost dead. After confirming that his soldiers were retreating to Oasis Town in an orderly manner, Augustus began to answer Horace's question. I don't think so, Mr. Horace. Augustus did not explain to Horace in detail why he did that, because it was natural for him to save those people, and there was no need to explain the reason for doing so. In the Ceres system and Antigua Prime, millions of people were saved by Augustus's revolutionary army, and people, especially those with talents, are the most precious. Even these criminals in Altera. Horace asked again. Altera is not just a place for criminals. Many of them are political prisoners or revolutionaries who have been persecuted by the Federation. Even here, not all the people are criminals who deserve to be tried by law. Augustus said to him calmly. Of course, once Altera is recaptured, I will definitely restore law and order on this planet. He continued, you may think that I'm a kind person, but I will definitely use an iron fist to eliminate the unstable factors in Altera. Make sure that people who abide by the law and work hard will not be threatened by vicious people. Altera is a planet rich in resources. Even if people here do not commit crimes, they can get rich rewards. I have to admit that, although I thought you were a brat who was arrogant because of your family background at first, you have indeed proved yourself to be a qualified leader. Horace said. Marshal Augustus is not only a qualified leader, he is definitely the best one you have ever seen. Kerrigan reminded Horace on the side. Maybe you are right. Horace stared at the two men and women who seemed too young in front of him, and said nothing more. You are indeed different from the federal generals, Kel-morian CEOs or leaders of the rebels I have met. At least you are really practicing what you promised. Even Horace, who had experienced many ups and downs, had to admit that he had misjudged Augustus at the beginning. As a leader of the Revolutionary Army who had already gained a lot of fame, Augustus must not be a name for nothing. If you talk to Augustus face to face, you will find that his demeanor and every word and deed are extremely confident and convincing. Augustus is a very charming person, and anyone who meets him believes it. Maybe you can really overthrow the federal founding family and establish a new republic. Horace said, if you can really do it, you will become the ruler of the new regime. I have heard an old saying, the road ahead is long and arduous. Augustus said as he walked down the sentry post and met the group of Alterans rescued by the Revolutionary Army. Augustus noticed that most of these people were wearing regular work clothes instead of the strange clothes of the residents of Oasis Town. These were strong and healthy laborers, and they did not look like locals. As soon as they walked into Oasis Town, they collapsed on the road. Some of them fainted directly, while others had the joy of surviving a disaster on their faces. I heard that these people work for Kel-morian's gas refinery in Alta. Horace said to Augustus, this is why the people of Oasis Town don't like them. Where are you from? Augustus found a miner who still had the strength to speak. Judging from his clothes, he should be an overseer. Augustus had seen similar logos on his clothes in Moria. Thank you for helping us. We almost died. Many people died. It was a bold middle-aged man with a nice beard. He hesitated and said, we are miners from this area. There is nothing to hide. We are Kel-morians. A few years ago, the Moria Mining Association built many high-energy gas refineries near Oasis Town to extract the rich gas resources of Alta and transport them back to the Federation. This is stealing. Horace said angrily. We discovered this planet first. You Terrans are the latecomers and robbers who robbed and plundered. The bald man immediately responded angrily. Both sides insisted on their own opinions. I have been busy during the new year, and many annoying things have happened recently. I'm exhausted both physically and mentally, alas. Chapter 333, Terrazine and Chimera Pirates. Nothing is more disgusting than seeing the Kel-morians on the territory of the Federation. The people of the Federation are just rats in the gutter. The Guild War has proved this. I will give you this word for sure, you tyrannid bastard. You are nothing in my eyes. Do you think the Federation dare not fight another war? Sooner or later, we will take back everything we have lost. While Horace was arguing, the Kel-morian supervisor who had just escaped death still had the strength to fight back, and his voice sounded full of energy. No matter who Alta should belong to, most of the factories and refineries have been destroyed or infected by the Zerg now. Augustus stopped the quarrel between the Kel-morian and Horace with just one sentence. The Zerg's offensive is as fierce as the infection. They are more terrible than any enemy we have ever seen. Humanity must unite and work together to defeat the powerful enemy in the universe. The hatred between us is nothing compared to the threat of aliens. Horace and the Kel-morian overseer could only shrug their shoulders, but they still couldn't help cursing each other in their hearts. The conflict between the Terran Federation and the Kel-morian Combine began when the two forces controlled overlapping areas during their large-scale expansion in the Kaprulu sector. The Guild War only truly transformed this conflict into a deep-rooted hatred. The most dangerous enemy always comes from within us. Kerrigan pointed out this point sharply at this time. For example, those in Tarsinus. Augustus continued Kerrigan's words. Titus Finley, who was driving a tall and heavy mecha, led the soldiers of the second company behind him through the fortifications, and came to Augustus. The electro-plated titanium alloy steel plate in front of the cockpit of his mecha had been stained red with the blood of the Zerg, and the Mengsk golden wolf logo on it looked even more ferocious. I need to take a break, Augustus. I think this guy may need some repairs. Titus opened the door of the cockpit, lowered the ladder, and climbed down from it. Behind Titus, two rows of soldiers of the second company who had just withdrawn from the front line were withdrawing to the assembly point. Their power armor was stained with the blood of Zerg and humans, and they were really fighting bloody battles. These soldiers received unanimous praise from the people they saved, and some even called them angels. The Kel-morians worship their ancestors, so this is also seen as the blessing of the ancestors. He pointed to the 40mm hard alloy steel inner arc rectangular shield on the right shoulder of the golden red mech, which was full of scratches and bite marks, and said, God knows what the spines of the Hydralisk are made of. This poor little shield was almost penetrated, and the chassis frame was also damaged. It was crawling with springtails and bladderworms at the time. This hard shield is also a new design of the Revolutionary Army's Science and Technology Laboratory, which can protect the relatively fragile joints and cockpits of human mechas. This design is not the first of its kind in the Revolutionary Army. The Kel-morians also install fixed shields on the side of their Goliath-armed robots to resist the fragments of explosive shells. Similar inspiration may come from the armed security forces of the Morian Mining Guild Enterprise. Those security personnel armed with sonic and electric shock weapons always hide behind the forest of explosion-proof shields and shoot to suppress the crowds of strikers and protesters. Now the Revolutionary Army Military Research Center is also trying to use this shield in a lightweight way on CMC power armor. After the emergence of the Zerg and the Protoss, humans must advance the research of military technology to cope with the increasingly severe battlefield situation. Engineers always complain that you're a destroyer, both to yourself and others. Augustus said to Titus. Yes, we always break things, and they are responsible for repairing them, until they break again. Titus seemed to be in a good mood. The excitement of facing a whole swarm of Jumunganda just now was making his adrenaline surge. It will definitely not be a problem to fix it, but we still have a tough battle to fight before that. Augustus looked past the mech driven by Titus to the battlefield in the distance. Affected by the psychic jammer, a large number of Jumunganda Zerg were killing each other, and their cruelty increased exponentially. According to past experience, most of the Zerg that lost the control of the psychic worm will die from frantic attacks on each other, but another part will try to escape the range of the psychic jammer and become wild Zerg until they are controlled by the psychic worm again. In the distance, the crazy giant thunder beasts crushed their own members back and forth, crushing the springtails, hydralisks and scorpion worms into meat paste. The dragons in the sky were fighting each other, and sometimes some of the affected king worms fell from the sky like deflated balloons and were smashed to pieces. The uncontrolled Zerg rushed towards Oasis Town, but these sporadic and less intensive attacks were quickly swept away by the defensive firepower in Oasis Town. Don't be careless, hold the line until I issue the next order. Augustus ordered in the command channel of the 11th Battalion. The Zerg may come back at any time. Then, Augustus asked Kerrigan to open a 3-dimensional map holographic projection device she carried with her, and called the Kel-morian supervisor who had just quarreled with Horace. How many refineries are there nearby? The last time Augustus saw the Kel-morian was in Moria, and he had to admit that the Kel-morian people, who were proud of their family bloodline, were actually much easier to deal with than the Tyranids and Jumoyans. Most of the time, they were honest businessmen, and they got what they paid for. I don't know the exact number, but it may be more than 500. The Kel-morian overseer thought for a moment and said, "Mark it on it." Augustus looked at him and said, "The factories secretly built by the Kel-morians in Alta obviously could not be marked on the map of the Federation. These factories were also very secretive, and could not be discovered by satellites and aerial reconnaissance. Some factories were even built underground." The Kel-morian overseer immediately did what Augustus said. He also knew that this could save his compatriots. "I never knew there were so many. Oh, you bunch of thieves." Horace did not care about the property of the Terran Federation, but in the eyes of people like him who had integrated into the local life, the Kel-morians were stealing their property. The Kel-morian high-energy gas distillation technology and the factory's automated production technology are already quite perfect. Don't you think we didn't calculate the labor cost before investing in these facilities? Compared with Alta's abundant high-energy gas and terrazine resources, the cost of maintaining automated equipment is not worth mentioning at all. Terrazine? While Augustus was talking, Titus had already received an Antigua cigarette from Faraday, those purple gases in Besha that make the Tal'Darim Protoss addicted like drugs. Later I learned that the back of the planet of the D-4358 colony is full of this toxic gas, and the people there are said to have demonic purple pupils. This thing can enhance a person's sensory abilities in all directions, including both pain and pleasure. This is much more exciting than those I have seen. Titus said. Terrazine is a rare resource, but it is also dangerous. Augustus thought of the Tal'Darim Protoss in the Revolutionary Army's alien laboratory who often walked around in front of the researchers with simple prosthetic limbs. Now this Tal'Darim Protoss can use human language proficiently and get along well in the research station. His most common phrases, "Do you want a breath of the creator?" Because the Tal'Darim Protoss always hide more than the allowed amount of terrazine. Dr. Frankus and the young apprentice Stetman in the research station always have to confiscate it through surprise inspections. Terrazine is a companion resource of high energy gas, but it is extremely rare and currently only appears on planets. The Kel-morian supervisor continued, Terrazine is extremely rare and highly addictive. As a very popular drug, it is expensive. Terrazine can greatly enhance human perception, so it will be used as a catalyst for the noble's indulgence. Those who ingest it will have all kinds of hallucinations, so that they will think they have some kind of superpower and can hear the voices of others. He said, how is that possible? Without exception, those who have ingested terrazine either became insane or died suddenly. However, terrazine may really be able to enhance the telepathic ability of those who ingest it. Kerrigan said at this time, Dry Francus once tested it on a cat and a C3.5 criminal volunteer and found that, after inhaling a large amount of terrazine, he really mastered the telepathic ability and certain psychic powers that only level 5 seekers would have. But the side effects are also uncontrollable and will bring terrible hallucinations and violent tendencies. In the end, the doctor had to give up this research. So, you secretly collect Alta's terrazine resources and sell them at a high price? Augustus looked at the Kel-morian supervisor. This is not our main job. The guild's goal is still Alta's rich high-energy gas resources. Under normal circumstances, we would rather wait for the terrazine to slowly evaporate into ordinary high-energy gas. Terrazine also has a certain attraction to the Zerg, which may be one of the reasons why the Jomungandr swarm attacked Alta. Kerrigan said, if we are talking about terrazine, there's definitely more in Besha than in Alta. Why didn't I think of it being worth a lot of money before? Titus said, stroking his chin. Who are you going to sell the terrazine to, the drug addicts in the Federation or the Tal'Darim? Augustus looked at the marks made by the Kel-morian overseer on the holographic map and calculated the distance. Even if we are short of money, we won't sell drugs. As for the Tal'Darim, they will only use force to take the terrazine away. Augustus had already made a decision while speaking and ordered the 7th Division, which was closest to Oasis Town, to form several exploration and rescue teams to go to these Kel-morian mining sites to search for possible survivors. I mean, if it's possible. I mean, if you're really short of money. Titus's pockets were always empty because he would spend all the money as soon as he had it. There is no such possibility unless you are no longer a revolutionary. Augustus interrupted Titus and strangled Titus's last hope with cold words. After getting the confirmation from the commander of the 7th Division, Augustus summoned his guards and returned to the center of the town. Along the way they came to find the mayor of Oasis Town. When the Jomungandr swarms outside were almost killing each other, Augustus would order his troops to clean up the mess. To deal with the Zerg, it is not enough to just kill them. The main nest and hatchery must be completely destroyed, and the infection must be eliminated with fire. In this regard, the Protoss are much more familiar with it than humans. With the help of Tacitor and Zarachil's fleet, Augustus only needs to send troops to protect human settlements, and does not have to confront the large-scale Jomungandr swarms head-on. Of course, even if Augustus confronts hundreds of millions of Jomungandr swarms, he will definitely be defeated. As one of the most important ground attack Zerg nests among the Zerg, it is only a matter of time before the Jomungandr swarms overwhelm hundreds of thousands of Revolutionary Army soldiers, just like the tide spreading flat on the beach, without causing a single wave. Tacitor, who adheres to the teachings of Dohu, still regards the Protoss as the protector of mankind, and regards the extermination of the Zerg, which is also a creation of the Xel'Naga, as his duty. Augustus had just learned that a captain under his command had found the mayor of Altera. At that time, the other party's shuttle was attacked by a dragon when it was trying to fly away from Altera into space and was forced to make an emergency landing near the route of a Revolutionary Army company. Altera is a planet more desolate than Hiji, with a sparse population. This planet has had several governors of the Federation colony, but they all died in assassinations and local armed conflicts. The Federation military base here is also in a semi-abandoned state, and soldiers with some background try their best to avoid being transferred to this dangerous place of right and wrong. On Altera, a planet full of criminals and spies, the order and laws of the Federation no longer exist, and the people living here have their own set of survival rules. Although the election process is full of money and power transactions, threats, murders and even naked vote buying, the mayor of Oasis Town is elected by the residents of the town after all, which at least shows that he has at least some ability. 10 minutes later, Augustus met the mayor of Oasis in a 2-story modular building in Oasis. What surprised Augustus was that the mayor was still quite young, only in his early 30s. When he met the mayor of Oasis, he was very happy, claiming that Augustus was the savior of Altera and the hero of the Terrans. He even knelt down and kissed the ground under Augustus' feet, saying that he would eventually become the king of Caprulu. If the other party had not wanted to abandon his own townspeople and escape at all costs, Augustus almost really believed that he was a person who loved Altera and the people of Oasis. The mayor of Oasis was full of nonsense. He claimed that he had been a supporter of Augustus' father, Augustus Mengsk, a long time ago, and he actually said Angus's political demands in the program of the Revolutionary Army word for word. If it weren't for Kerrigan exposing him, Augustus would never have known that the mayor of Oasis was the captain of the Chimera Pirates, and he was actually a psychic of a high level. After confirming that he was an old friend of the Chimera Pirates, Augustus had him locked up without hesitation, and instructed Kerrigan to find out the despicable purpose of these Chimera Pirates technology dealers in Altera. Chapter 334, Pursuers of the Supreme Council. In late February, the area where Oasis Town is located ushered in a continuous light rain for several days. The rain not only brought some coolness to the sultry Oasis Town, but also showed signs of weakening the lingering red mist in the sky. The sun's rays projected from the dispersing mist, and the horizon was covered with a layer of transparent blue light, like the hem of a skirt. At the beginning, Oasis Town was just a small settlement. The wide and narrow alleys composed of rows of staggered prefabricated houses and high oil storage cylinders of the gas refinery were located between the rugged and winding Rift Valley terrain of Altera. This may be the most suitable place for human habitation in this area. There is a river in the Rift Valley below the town that rises and falls with the flood season, and to the south is the drought-resistant and tough Altera Black Forest. It is not easy to find water sources and settlements that can shelter from the wind and sand, because most areas are either barren lands with no grass or on dangerous active plates. Altera's landmass has been extremely active in the last few million years. New high-energy gas springs are discovered almost every moment with the latest cracks, and there are also cracks that have existed for many years and are buried. Despite its name, Oasis Town has always been a chaotic and desperate place. All kinds of wanted criminals and people engaged in illegal activities live in the town. Mercenaries and pirates also like Oasis Town's tobacco shops, bars and underground black markets. Altera's population composition is even more complicated than that of the Port of the Dead. Pedestrians must watch their backs even in the daytime. In recent times, with the invasion of the Zerg and the arrival of the Korhal Revolutionary Army, the chaos and crime in Oasis Town have been cleared. This is not because the people here have suddenly become law-abiding. When the town is stationed with an army and siege tanks with shiny muzzles and Goliath-armed robots, even the most vicious people have to temporarily keep their tails between their legs. Even if many people in Oasis Town are dissatisfied with the current situation, they dare not complain. The streets were full of revolutionary soldiers wearing power armor and carrying live ammunition. From time to time, arc tanks and heavy armored vehicles crossed the widened and rebuilt town roads and rushed to the front line to clear the Zerg. The tallest and most conspicuous buildings were replaced with the golden and red flags of the Revolutionary Army. As long as people looked up, they would inevitably see these red flags of the wolf and whip. For the vast majority of people in Oasis, who made a living by doing illegal businesses, the arrival of the Revolutionary Army was definitely more worrying than joyful. The Revolutionary Army built a new government building and a sheriff's office with the 5-pointed star emblem in Oasis Town. Not only that, the school and hospital were also rebuilt. Revolutionary Marshal Augustus Mengsk seemed to be very obsessed with the construction of the infrastructure of his territory, which could be seen from his vigorous promotion of the construction of the subway network in Ansada, the main star of Antigua. The bigwigs who once controlled the situation in Oasis Town did not like these changes. They believed that the Revolutionary Army destroyed the customs and survival rules of the people of Alteran. However, Augustus just laughed it off. He could not allow a town full of assassinations and violent conflicts to exist for a long time under his rule. Even if Augustus would not completely clean up Oasis Town, he would let those criminals know the value of abiding by the law. On this day, Augustus did not stay in Oasis Town waiting for his generals to report back the latest progress of purging the Zerg from Alteran, but went to the largest Kel-morian high-energy gas refinery nearby. At this moment, on the other side of Alteran, Tacitus Protus fleet was still bombing the main nest of the Jumunganda Zerg, and Zarachel's Dark Templar were hunting the elites of the Zerg in the wilderness and dark canyons of Alteran. The Kel-morians have a stretch of several miles of high-energy gas collection, extraction, and storage industrial facilities at the foot of the mountain south of Oasis Town. This is not difficult to find on the satellite display map, but the Kel-morians bought the right to build a factory here by bribing the officials of the Terran Federation. Those corrupt federal officials do not care whether they are bribed by Kel-morians or pirates. It is legitimate to exchange the natural resources of Altera, which have little to do with them, for real money. The gas refinery is a building composed of solid alloy workshops, thick and tangled pipes, exhaust gas outlet gates and tall gas storage tank facilities. There are also workers' living areas, entertainment areas and even supporting bars. The living environment is much better than that of the Alterans under the rule of the Federation. Before Augustus came to this factory, the guild guards of the Kel-morian Kilanus Guild were guarding these gas refineries. Their equipment was enough to deal with any pirates and other threats in the interstellar, but this did not allow these brave guild guards to guard here for long. After the Jumunganda swarm invaded Altera, none of the more than 2,000 Kel-morians in the factory survived. Most of the buildings were covered with pus and purple crusts, and the interiors of the buildings were filled with bloody tissues and meridians. Under the guidance of the Zerg hive genes, all the infected human buildings seemed to have regained life, living like a real creature, and the spreading fungal carpet supplied nutrients to these buildings. If these infected buildings are not destroyed, they will transform the humans devoured by the swarm into terrible infected people. The infected people who exist according to the will of the hive will move with the movement of the swarm and become real monsters. It took several days just to clean up the infected buildings and the broken pieces on the road. The facilities in the refinery can no longer operate at all. The explosion of the core reactor destroyed dozens of buildings and collapsed the outlet of the high-energy gas spring. Augustus was now standing in front of a completely infected refinery control center, watching the Revolutionary Army soldiers use flamethrowers to clean the sticky attachments on it. The air was filled with the smell of burnt protein. Some new creatures have been found in this area. The livestock and pets brought by the factory workers have undergone more or less deformation. Various alien creatures frequently attack our soldiers and local civilians. Sarah Carrigan was standing next to Augustus. "This factory can't be kept," Augustus said to Carrigan. "It must be destroyed and buried. The infection of the swarm has penetrated deep into the ground." As he spoke, the building in front of them, covered with exoskeletons, ugly hardskins and purple shells, cracked open. A Kel-morian guild guard with a spike piercing his brain was squeezed out by the squirming tissue, like a fish pulled out of a ruptured stomach, and the surface of his body was covered with a thin layer of amniotic material. The abominable deformation had already appeared on this Kel-morian. He was once a guild guard of the Honorable Kellanus, as evidenced by the sun emblem on his chest. All the honors were far from what the warrior was now, a monster controlled by the main hive mind. "Bury him." Augustus left this sentence and walked through one of the main roads of the refinery to the production area, passing a collapsed holographic projection theater. There were many dead souls buried under the rubble covered with charred organic matter, but the colored lights and glass fragments in the rubble glittered in the sun. In the distance was a huge Zerg hatchery, composed of hundreds of tons of organic matter, covered with sharp spikes and keratinous crusts. The sturdy exoskeleton and skeleton supported this huge building, which was much larger than the stadium, and it throbbed like a living thing, as if it was breathing. The purple-black creeping fungus carpet spread out from the hatchery, where it took root, like ink immersed in clear water. Hundreds of Revolutionary Army soldiers and Goliath-armed robots stood below the hatchery, all of them staring at this living building that seemed to be alive. Further away were a dozen Zerg extraction rooms covering the high-energy gas springs. The special organs they evolved could replace human distillation and refining facilities to convert high-energy gas-rich in impurities into a concentrated state, and then make these precious gas resources serve the evolution of the entire Zerg swarm. A running psychic jammer was lighting up with a yellow light, which meant that this area was safe. "Reporting to you, the Great Marshal Augustus Mengsk, I'm Captain Frank of the 9th Division. We are keeping a close eye on these dangerous Zerg buildings all day long." A Revolutionary Army officer wearing a dark gray uniform and a 2-silver vertical bar badge on the brim of his hat reported to Augustus. "No need to add the great before my name, Captain." Augustus knew this man's name. Captain Frank was a software engineer at Korhal IV before joining the Revolutionary Army, and now he is a fanatic believer of the Marshal himself. Many people admired Augustus, but this captain was particularly paranoid. Salute to the soldiers of the 9th Division. As Augustus saluted the captain, Titus was grunting over from the other side of the hatchery. If the soldiers paid a little attention, they would have noticed that this burly man was dragging a worker bee that looked much larger than himself towards Augustus. It was an ugly creature shaped like a manta ray, with huge pincers and many pairs of tiny triangular eyes, and webbed wings on both sides of its worm-like body. Although the pair of fleshy wings could not help the alien insect fly in the air, it did float in the air like a vulture car. Guess what place I won in the bug kicking competition? A full 10 feet, 3 meters and 1 away. Titus said as he walked, pulling the tail of the worker bee and dragging it towards Augustus. Are you crazy? Don't let this monster get close to the marshal. Corporal Faraday almost jumped up and shouted at Titus. Shut up, you jumping Korhal monkey. Stop giving me orders. You are not qualified. Titus dragged the motionless and no longer struggling worker bee to Augustus nonchalantly. Don't worry, the monster's fangs and spines have been pulled out, and Cassidy has given it enough anesthetic. He threw the worker bee to the ground with force, clapped his hands, and said with satisfaction, this monster is even more dangerous than a zergling, and can spit out poisonous spines at you like a hydralisk. Someone was hit, and is now lying in the hospital, waiting for orders to return to Antigua or Imogen. Now it's just a toy. Dangerous toy. Kerrigan added sternly, you act like an ignorant child. Such an ignorant child. Augustus walked towards the Jumunganda worker bee lying on the ground. Due to the effect of the tranquilizer, the worker bee was still lying flat on the ground, revealing a relatively soft abdomen, with its head hanging down. The people in the Cerberus project will need it, and this hatchery. Hopefully we can find a way to get those larvae to transform into cocoons, Augustus said. It will take a long time to transport these back to Imogen. Kerrigan looked at Augustus and said, during this period, we have transported a lot of live Zerg samples back to Imogen Prime. Aren't those scientists in Imogen really playing with fire and getting burned? Everything is within the scope of the Imogen Council's approval. Augustus put his hands behind his back. You'd never imagine how much the Imogens wanted a complete Zerg hatchery. They paid a high price for it, he said. If the Imogen Protectorate can't even deal with a few worker bees and a hatchery, then the United States can't expect them to protect it. Maybe one day the Kel-morians and Imogens will have to ask us how to deal with the Zerg, Titus said with a chuckle. Can you sense this worker bee? Augustus looked at Kerrigan at this time. This place is extremely far away from Char, and is in the center of the influence of the psychic jammer. Even if the psychic power of the overmind is strong, it cannot sense this place. I think I can. Kerrigan stretched out a hand to the worker bee. You warned me not to disobey your orders and contact the Zerg. Now you can try. Augustus said to Kerrigan, I want to see what the limit of your ability is. Try to control it. The psychic jammer has a great effect on me too. Kerrigan concentrated, and a golden light appeared in her emerald pupils, but at such a close distance, it shouldn't be a problem. Kerrigan used her powerful mental power to control the worker bee that was being controlled by drugs. It quickly turned around and poked Titus, who was asking Corporal Faraday for a cigarette, with its huge claws. Ouch. Titus jumped up holding his butt. Holla may be able to do it, but such psychics are really pitiful among humans. Augustus smiled and continued. Next, try to transform this worker bee into a hatchery. Augustus did not have any expectations for this. Why do you think so? Okay. However, under Kerrigan's control, the worker bee immediately turned into a pool of wriggling tissue. If the hatchery is the thing in front of you. Dry Francus said that the genes that respond to psychic energy seem to be hidden in the bodies of these worker bees. Cancel this order. Augustus said immediately. Oh my god. Titus and Corporal Faraday were shocked. Emergency. An unmarked Protoss fleet appeared in the outer space orbit of Altair just at this moment. The report of the deputy captain of the Hyperion suddenly came from the pager on Augustus' body. Should we intercept them? We need your instructions. Chapter 335 Artemis. Altair Airport. This shipping port built on a cliff was once abandoned because illegal goods could only enter through private starports that were little known to the public. Now it has been renovated by the Revolutionary Army Engineering Corps and has been put into use again. It is listed on the Revolutionary Army's star map with the new name Alta Airport and is open to any Revolutionary Army or friendly forces. The airport has a wide and brand new apron and a towering launch tower. All the buildings emit a beautiful silver white luster under the sunlight. Halfway down the mountain is a battalion level troop camp of the Revolutionary Army. The mountains are high and the roads are long, and there are few people here. The wind that passes through the mountain stream brings the escaped high energy gas, and the entire mountain seems to be covered with a thin green blanket. These mountains are generally considered to be poisonous, because the gas spewed by a large number of high energy gas springs even forms in lingering fog between the mountains. When Augustus heard the news that an unknown Protoss fleet had entered the Alta system, he rushed from the Kel-morian gas refinery to the Alta spaceport. 2 red gold revolutionary Apod 33s were landing with the rumble of their engines. Pirates with their hands bound by metal shackles were walking down the gangway below, followed by revolutionary soldiers in power armor. These pirates wore old and tattered ivory long vests and long leather boots, with turbans or brimmed hats on their heads. Their captains wore Justaka-style tights, with golden lines of chimera and ship on their triangular hats. Since interstellar pirates roamed in the fringe star regions all year round and used pirate ships as their homes, their equipment and clothing generally looked tattered and old. Some pirates were still wounded, which was obviously caused by escaping during the Revolutionary Army's pursuit of them. The Chimera pirates had bases in many places, and the Revolutionary Army destroyed only a pirate gas collection station in Alta this time. In this galaxy, hundreds of Chimera pirates use a huge space wreck as their base, using fast small plundering airships to plunder technology and goods. Of course, what they do most in Alta is to rob other pirates. The Chimera pirates are a larger force in the Alta galaxy. Their main plundering fleet wandering in the Caprulu sector even has a modified battle cruiser. But if they encounter the largest reactionary force in the sector, the Korhal Revolutionary Army, they can only consider themselves unlucky. The lingering pirates can be found everywhere. Kerrigan twisted her beautiful eyebrows in annoyance as she followed Augustus past these dejected pirates. Pirates are pirates. They are everywhere and can penetrate any hole. When Augustus figured out that the Chimera pirates just had the bad luck to run into him, he no longer cared about these pirates. He was thinking about the purpose of the strange Protoss fleet. As long as the Sea of Stars still exists, the pirates will not disappear. I hope these pirates can learn a lesson. Kerrigan said, the Federation has already given us enough headaches. Augustus shrugged, not even looking at the group of unfortunate Chimera pirates, and boarded the imp transport with Kerrigan and others. Several Wraith fighters were launched along with the transport. These fighters with deep red background and gold trim turned into part of the silver meteor shower as they rotated on the horizon. After the transport ship jumped out of Alta's planetary gravity field, it headed straight for the flagship of the Tacita fleet, the Star Shuttle. Outside the small and round side observation window where Augustus was, the magnificent and shining Protoss fleet was already in sight. Tacita's Protoss fleet did not intercept the imp transport ship that Augustus was on. In the past, Augustus often took this ship to visit Tacita on the Star Shuttle. The growing friendship between the human Revolutionary Army and the former executive of the Protoss Expeditionary Force was already well known to Tacita's followers. In the outer space orbit of Alta, in addition to the Tacita Protoss fleet that Augustus was familiar with, there was another golden blue fleet facing it from a distance. Judging from their consistent styles, it should also belong to the fleet of the Protoss Empire. And the two fleets were obviously confronting each other. According to Augustus' understanding of Tacita's current situation, it should be the fleet of the Supreme Council of the Protoss Empire that came to hunt him down. Sitting on the hard cushioned seat of the transport ship, Augustus contacted the bridge of the Hyperion again when the ship he was on quickly drove towards the Star Shuttle. At this time, the deputy captain of the battleship, Lieutenant Colonel Ryan, was issuing a first-level alert order to all decks to deal with emergencies that could occur at any time. Lieutenant Colonel, be prepared for a space fleet battle in the Alta system. Augustus gave the order to the deputy captain. They come with bad intentions. Who are our enemies? The deputy captain asked. If they start a war, will we join in? Of course. Augustus replied. And there is no doubt that we must stand on the side of Tacita. Yes, Marshal. The deputy captain responded to Augustus's order with a brief reply. Augustus then asked Lieutenant Colonel Ryan, "Where is Zarachel's Dark Templar fleet?" The Protoss Dark Templar fleet disappeared. When this strange Protoss fleet appeared, it should have entered a stealth state. The deputy captain immediately replied, "If the fleet of the Supreme Council discovers that there is a Dark Templar fleet here, it will inevitably lead to a new conflict." Augustus nodded. "Zarachel's choice is very wise. Stay on high alert, Commander." He instructed the Hyperion's deputy captain when ending the call. "You are responsible for not only the fate of a battleship's crew, but also our lofty beliefs and immortal mission." Augustus then handed over the command of the All-Terran Revolutionary Fleet to Jim Raynor, who hurried back to the Hyperion and focused his attention on the two Protoss fleets outside the transport ship's porthole. It seems that the internal strife of the Protoss is no less than that of humans. Kerrigan, who was sitting next to Augustus, said at this time, "It's strange. Since the Protoss have the Kara, a mental network that can connect everyone's thoughts and emotions, why do they still fall into conflict and civil war? Even if they understand each other and empathize with each other, the opinions and ideas of the Protoss will not be exactly the same." Augustus replied, "The Protoss Kara cannot dissolve all conflicts. The Kara may be able to achieve a unity of mind and no distinction between them, but as long as they are creatures with independent thoughts, differences cannot exist." The imp transport ship passed the side of a Protoss aircraft carrier and headed for the Star Shuttle, the most magnificent and gorgeous battleship in the Protoss fleet. It seemed so small in front of these magnificent and shining giant battleships, like a sardine swimming beside a giant whale. Various beautiful butterfly-shaped, needle-shaped, and disc-shaped ships shuttled back and forth around the giant battleships, and the elegant hulls like works of art flashed bright golden light under the illumination of the stars. The pilot who drove the ship for Augustus drove into the dock at the bow of the Star Shuttle with ease, and stopped at a place full of golden Protoss shuttles. As soon as the grey little demon stopped, two Protoss phase technicians in blue robes walked towards it. The swarm of servants like swimming fish came around the human ship and used ion beams and gravity tractor beams emitting blue light to repair the damaged hull. Whenever Augustus came to the Star Shuttle, the ship would be carefully maintained without exception. In the eyes of Protoss engineers, human ships are simple and primitive. In the eyes of Protoss, humans still believe in the principle that, as long as the engine power is strong enough, the ship can fly into the sky, even if their aircraft is so crude and simple, without any artistic and aesthetic feeling. As for the extremely violent aircraft of human mercenaries and pirates, in the eyes of Protoss engineers, it is undoubtedly a blasphemy against beauty. Hail to a dun. Augustus walked down the ramp of the transport ship below with the sound of hydraulic deflation, and said to the two Protoss phase technicians who were walking towards him, "Hail to a dun, Marshal Augustus Mengsk." The Protoss still almost stereotyped Augustus' full name and position when addressing Augustus, which they thought was a matter of course. "What happened, my friends?" Augustus asked the two Protoss phase technicians. "That was a fleet that was supposed to guard Aya." A Protoss phase technician with a long nerve bundle full of golden hoop ornaments said to Augustus, "We don't know who the executive officer of this fleet is, but they have the symbols of Templar Akari and Arbitrator Yera tribe. Hasn't Aya been raided by the Zerg?" Kerrigan was walking down the ramp. "Have the Protoss solved the Zerg that invaded Aya, and can spare their hands to send out the fleet?" "We don't know," the Protoss phase technician said. "Where is the executor?" Augustus asked. "The bridge," the phase technician replied. Augustus nodded and led Kerrigan and Faraday straight to the bridge of the Star Shuttle. Seeing Augustus' hurried steps, the two Star Shuttle phase technicians just looked at each other and then immersed themselves in their work again. An ancient Protoss Kalani language is still circulated among the Protoss's Kali class. "Our duty never ends." Through the teleportation matrix inside the Star Shuttle, Augustus arrived at the bridge corridor with transparent crystals and stars piled on the dome a few minutes later. "We are here to arrest you, then take you back to Aya for trial." As soon as he entered the bridge of the Star Shuttle, Augustus heard an arrogant voice. The voice was far less vigorous and powerful than Tacitus, but it was definitely not weak. "This tone reminds me of that old guy Duke," Kerrigan said as she walked. "The arrogance of the old nobles of Tarsinus is exactly the same as that of the Protoss." "Arrest me? The Zerg are destroying Aya, and you have come all the way just to arrest me?" Tacitus' voice sounded full of anger. Tacitus, what happened? Augustus went straight to Tacitus, who was standing in front of the bridge platform. The Templars around Tacitus did not stop Augustus. They did not think that Augustus was someone who would hurt Tacitus. The human Sicasera Carrigan who followed Augustus might be a dangerous character, but her loyalty to Augustus himself was absolutely unquestionable. Who is this human here? Tacitus. He is Augustus Mengsk, the leader of the Human Revolutionary Army. He is a brave and upright man. Tacitus replied. Augustus finally saw the owner of the voice. He was a Protoss wearing a golden red robe and a hood. A crystal clear blue crystal was embedded on the top of his hood. Interesting. Your taste in choosing companions is getting more and more incredible. You have touched heresy. I can feel the stain left by the Dark Templar in your spiritual world. That stain even blasphemes Kala. Who is this arrogant and rude guy? Augustus asked Tacitus. What an idiot. Carrigan said venomously. Don't look down on humans. Duke is a good man compared to him. You are here, Augustus. Tacitus looked at Augustus and said. He is the arbitrator Alderus of the Supreme Council. As you heard, arbitrator Alderus is here to arrest me. Don't let them take you away, Executor. You are not a puppet at the mercy of the Supreme Council. Augustus looked at Tacitus and said. Arrogant, this is not the place for you to speak, human. The blue fire in Alderus' eyes shone more and more with anger. Shut up. Carrigan said. You must not be rude to Marshal Augustus, or I will shoot you. If you have a mouth. Pathetic guy. Carrigan did not need to be humble to Alderus. She would never give a good face to anyone who dared to offend Augustus, whether human or Protoss. For a moment, Alderus was almost speechless because of Carrigan's anger. The fire in his eyes had never shone as brightly as it did today. But as a Protoss, Alderus would never be like Titus, even if he was furious. Interesting. Alderus claimed that he remembered these two humans. If you still remember the honor you once achieved, Tacitus, we once believed in you so much, believed you like the sun in the great dawn. He ignored Augustus and Carrigan, and continued to speak to Tacitus. And now you have not only failed our expectations of you, but also allowed these humans to enter the Supreme and Noble Star Shuttle. I'm here to arrest you. I want to reiterate that you and all your foolish followers will be imprisoned and brought back to Aya for trial. What does he want to do? Force people to rebel? Carrigan whispered. Everything I do is for Aya. Once the opportunity is right, I will return to Aya. Tacitus responded calmly. The influence of the Dark Templar on you is so deep. Alderus raised his voice. Arbitrator, anger does not help solve the problem. At this time, a voice that sounded too young appeared. A Protoss in a golden and blue executor's robe stood up from behind Alderus. He was wearing an almost old-fashioned plate armor, and his eyes were as clear as water. Executor, you are still so young, but you have been promoted to my previous position. Tacitus looked at him and said, Artemis. The tavern misunderstood me. Chapter 336. What are you doing, Artemis? As Tacitus said, Artemis, who was only 254 years old, was too young for his long-lived people. Artemis was also the youngest of all the executors. He was born into the most powerful Templar tribe, the Akari, which had ruled other tribes for hundreds of years during the Aeon of Sundering of the Protoss. The Akari had long been the leader of the Templars, and many great executors came from this ancient and glorious tribe. The Protoss Empire had more than one executor. Many fleets carrying out missions in the galaxy had an executor, but they were all experienced warriors and wise men, and the many years they had experienced had finally tempered them into steel. Even in the Protoss Empire, Artemis was enviable for being promoted to executor at the age of more than 200. As the new executor, Artemis's attire was almost exactly the same as Tacitus. The gorgeous armor was lined with a deep blue robe that felt like the night, and his feet were made of finely crafted alloy boots. Aside from his attire, Artemis looked much like the Archbishop of Durham that Augustus had seen. Not surprisingly, Artemis' smoother, more vibrant skin indicated that he was a much younger Protoss than Zarachel or Alderus. Young, strong, and full of honor. Compared to the rigid arbitrator elders on the conclave, Artemis might be more receptive to new ideas. It makes me uneasy to see you again, noble Tacitus. I often doubt whether I'm qualified to take over the position of executor. You are the model of the Templar and the leader that everyone expects, while I'm just a novice. At first, Artemis warned Alderus that anger would not help solve the problem at hand, but as soon as he saw Tacita, his attitude softened almost immediately. In front of Tacita, Artemis was almost embarrassed like a child who had made a mistake, and his sky blue eyes burning with psychic flames widened in confusion like a human. It was obvious that Artemis felt guilty about taking over Tacita's position, even though it was not his fault. This sudden change in attitude caught the people and the Protoss off guard, and even Tacita was a little confused. In any case, now was not the time to say such things. Hey, so you are a little fanboy. Sarah Carrigan shook her fiery red ponytail and whispered to Augustus. As she grew older, Carrigan's ability to speak coldly and venomously also increased. She believed that it was the dark side of his heart that was at work. I know you, Artemis, you will be able to protect our people. Tacita said, I refuse to destroy human planets, because those people should be saved, and not destroyed together with the nightmare that invades their homes. Enough, I've heard enough. What are you talking about, young executor? Alderus said inappropriately, we are here to arrest Tacita and bring him back to Ea for trial. He is deeply corrupted. I order you to arrest him. Executor. Artemis was silent. Perhaps he had to choose between the Protoss Empire he was loyal to and Tacita he respected. You colluded with a fallen Dark Templar and refused to carry out the orders of the Supreme Council to purify the infected human planets. Tacita, you must surrender immediately, accept strict interrogation, and await the trial of the Kala law. You have supreme virtue and honor, and your belief in protecting your people was as pure as the sun's rays. What exactly made you fall to this point? Was it the Dark Templar or these humans? Maybe neither. Tacita said, we must never let old dogmas influence our judgment. We fight for the Protoss Empire and our people, not the Supreme Council. How dare you question the sacred will of the Supreme Council? Alderus said, if you refuse to abide by the ancient traditions and dogmas that maintain the stability and prosperity of the Protoss Empire, then you are no different from a heretic and a traitor. I'm sorry, arbitrator. Tacita stretched out his hands to Alderus in the psychic projection, with his palms pushed outward. I will never surrender. He reiterated his previous words to Alderus, and his determination could be heard in his tone and words. I said that I would return to Ea, but not as a prisoner. The threat of the Zerg is imminent, and I can't fall. Tacita, you really disappoint me. What surprised Augustus was that Alderus seemed to be taken aback by Tacita's determination. Perhaps this seemingly pedantic and stubborn Protoss Empire arbitrator thought that, as long as he chased Tacita here, who had essentially broken with the Supreme Council, he would go back with him obediently. I told the other arbitrators that Tacita was still loyal, he just made a mistake that must be corrected immediately. He said, I thought that, as long as you return to Ea, things would be back on track. We will forgive you, because we will never forget your past achievements and honors. If there was an arbitrator by your side, your mistakes would be corrected in time. But the Supreme Council trusted you too much and never thought about betrayal, so they didn't do it. Facts have proved that. We were all wrong. I'm not wrong. Tacita said, I just follow the teachings of Doru to protect the weak races. Is associating with the Dark Templar also part of Doru's teachings? Alderus questioned Tacita. Tacita immediately responded, the Dark Templar can help us kill the Zerg's brain worms. The primordial power of the Protoss they use is the key to dealing with the Zerg. I think that the many misunderstandings and prejudices we have about the Dark Templar are not correct. Don't you believe that the Templar can easily defeat the Zerg? They even need the power of the traitors. What a shameful cowardice. Alderus was shocked by Tacita's extraordinary words. Even without the Dark Templar, we can kill the brain worms. He then emphasized, the power of the Dark Templar is not worth mentioning at all. They are just pathetic traitors and fugitives. How can they be compared with the sacred Kala? The fleet that Tacita sent back to Ea also brought back the news that the Zerg swarm would collapse if the brain worms were killed. But like Alderus, the arbitrators of the Supreme Council always believed that what the Dark Templar could do, the Protoss Empire could not fail to do. You must believe me. The Dark Templar is the key to defeating the Zerg. We should. Nonsense. Alderus raised his voice. You are no longer the same as you used to be. Surrender, Tacita. We will give you a fair judgment. I refuse. Tacita replied firmly. I will not surrender. Well said, Tacita. Only by firmly grasping your destiny in your own hands can you not be passive. Augustus has been listening. He believes that Tacita will make his own judgment. The Protoss executor is as independent-minded and confident as Augustus, which is also one of the characteristics of a leader. So, in order to escape the blame, you are willing to go to war with us here. As an arbitrator of the Supreme Council with great power, Alderus has never lost his temper in centuries. Even when the Zerg swarmed into air, Alderus did not lose his mind because of anger. I will never face the sword with our compatriots. Tacita said. Tacita, my friend, I do not understand the differences and disputes between the Protoss, but if you must fight them on Altera, the human revolutionary army will definitely stand on your side. Augustus properly stated his position at this time. Division and division are the beginning of all disasters. The psychic flames in Alderus' eyes flickered, and he was trembling with some fear. Since the Aeon of Sundering, there has been no more fratricide. Do you want to let that tragic catastrophe happen again? Start a war? No, I will never be the sinner as you wish. When Alderus found that he could only arrest Tacita through a civil war, he found that the fleet he led could not gain an advantage in the war with the fleet of Tacita's followers. Tacita led more than 20 Protoss aircraft carriers and thousands of fighters instead of just the flagship Star Shuttle. The history of many of these warships can even be traced back to the earliest period of the establishment of the Protoss Empire after the Aeon of Sundering. The history of each Protoss aircraft carrier is extremely long. Alderus and Artanis led only a small fleet from air. No matter how insignificant the revolutionary fleet next to them was in the eyes of the Protoss, they were not without threats. If Alderus really decided to fight Tacita's fleet in the Alta system, considering that the opponent was the former executor who was outstanding, they would most likely be defeated. For a moment, Alderus was obviously hesitant about what to do. He was not ignorant of war. Alderus, Aya is being ravaged. You should return to Aya to defend our homeland instead of coming all the way to hunt me down. Tacita had already determined that Alderus would not dare to go to war with him. Return to Aya, Arbiter, Artanis. The Protoss Empire will still be as powerful as ever, but our people need you. Alderus said nothing more. He already knew that he would definitely return empty-handed. Aya needs you too, Artanis said at this time. The threat of Aya Zerg still exists. Their nests are deep underground, tarnishing the magnificent and charming underground temples in precious heritage. Once I return to Aya, I will definitely face the wrath of the Supreme Council. Tacita knew his situation well. After a brief silence, Artanis said sincerely, no matter how unreasonable and heretical they say you have become, I still believe that you are still loyal to the Protoss Empire and our people. Tacita, you will never betray your beliefs. Selendis, order the fleet to set sail. We are going to return to Aya. He turned to the other side and announced his decision. Are you determined to give up? Alderus questioned Artanis. We failed, Arbiter. The new executor Artanis looked at Alderus, showing strength and unquestionable, unless we fight a losing war in this sector. You know this very well. Have the Arbiters been accustomed to hiding their thoughts in the color and playing dumb? Artanis is very young, which makes other Protoss think that he is underqualified, inexperienced and reckless, but as a young man, he does not lack the courage to challenge authority. He is the youngest executor, but his ability is also the most outstanding. Although Artanis was even almost humble when facing Tacita, who was also an executor of the Templar, he was definitely not a weak character. Tacita was only more than 300 years old, and he could have been an executor to command the Templar for several centuries. Perhaps the Supreme Council has never been so urgently in need of a new executor to lead Tacita's army, but there is no doubt that the arbitrators who entrusted Artanis with the important task believed that he was definitely the best candidate. He just lacked experience. Outside the porthole of the Star Shuttle, Artanis, who was facing him from a distance, was jumping into the ice blue vortex reflected by the hyperspace channel. Tacita, I just hope you won't do anything more terrible. Alderus, wearing a golden red hood, warned Tacita before leaving. You have made a big mistake. Don't make the same mistake again. Alderus would not bear a grudge against Artanis for his tough attitude today. He was not a politician in the Terran Federation Council who played tricks for his own selfish desires. Even if Alderus was so rigid, everything was for the Protoss Empire to survive long and stably as Cass, the founder of Kala, expected. They are leaving. After the Protoss fleet on the opposite side finally left, Augustus took a deep breath. Fortunately, it was Artemis who came. If the Supreme Council deliberately selected those executives who were dissatisfied with you to arrest you, today would be difficult to end. Is it over? Corporal Faraday always followed Augustus, and he witnessed the dispute between Tassida and Alderus with his own eyes. I thought we had to fight the Protoss government forces. In Faraday's eyes, Tassida was the rebel army of the Protoss Empire. The Protoss are really honest, they can find an excuse to trick Tassida back, or force his followers to choose between their leader and Aya. Kerrigan expressed her own opinion. Sarah Kerrigan didn't mind using some conspiracies and tricks that did not violate morality. In fact, she had always been a ruthless character as a ghost agent. Tassida, are you going back to Aya? Augustus saw Tassida lower his head and felt the other party's frustration. No, this is not the time yet. I have to persuade Zarachel and the Dark Templar from Shakiris to support Aya first. Tassida looked at Augustus. Zarachel would be happy to return to Aya and fight alongside us, but not all Dark Templar regard Aya as their eternal home. You must do it as soon as possible. Augustus said, once you decide to return to Aya, we will certainly help you in every way possible, because you have helped us a lot before. It seems that the Protoss Empire is still able to deal with the Zerg attack with ease, otherwise why would they dispatch a fleet to hunt down Tassida? Kerrigan said. I hope so. Tassida said. It's the end of the month. Everyone remember to vote for the monthly ticket. Chapter 337 Shadowrun. Several weeks have passed since the Protoss fleet that was hunting Tassida withdrew from the Altar system. Oasis Town has entered the increasingly hot end of March. Just like this boring planet with a sky full of green mist and sultry weather, Oasis Town was once just a grey town made up of prefabricated houses and crisscrossing alleys. Criminals and pirates are rampant here. 9 out of 10 people are wanted criminals, drug addicts, parts thieves, smugglers and armed thugs. Everyone has evil intentions, because innocent and pure people can't survive in this dark world. The Revolutionary Army has controlled and managed Oasis Town for nearly a month. Strict and effective administrative measures have gradually put the town on the right track. For the people of Oasis Town who are accustomed to crime and fierce armed conflicts, the management of the Revolutionary Army is closer to harsh and oppressive rule. Even though the Revolutionary Marshal Augustus Mengsk announced that he had pardoned those who should have been detained for insignificant crimes, there were still about 20,000 people arrested for various horrific crimes, of which about a third were charged with murder, kidnapping, drug smuggling, and violence. In 2 weeks, thousands of lawsuits were filed in the Oasis Town court. The people of Oasis Town have become accustomed to a life of intrigue and deception. Many sophisticated criminals have even hidden here for more than 10 years or even longer, and the evidence that declares their guilt may be far away in the federal territory several light years away, or has been destroyed. Augustus ordered all the Revolutionary Army Seekers to participate in the investigation of criminal cases, so even crimes that have been covered for many years cannot be hidden in the long-term one-on-one digging of high-level Seekers. After the Nova Squadron with many ghost agents joined Augustus, the number of ghost agents in the Revolutionary Army has reached nearly 90. These former Federation ghost agents who swore to fight for Augustus Mengsk and the New Order are all outstanding assassins, and knowledge of telepathy and mind reading is an ability that all Federation politicians fear. Even drug lords and pirate captains with extraordinary psychological qualities cannot endure the gaze of a human psychic for long, and will always collapse under the pressure of one question after another. Because the criminals hiding their crimes do not know how much of their crimes the psychic on the other side has read, every contradictory statement may expose their feet. In addition to the Revolutionary Army, the Terran Federation and the Umajan United States will not waste precious psychics on solving criminal cases, because it is really a waste of talent. Even in those courts that hear political cases, psychics will not be allowed to intervene. The mind-reading ability of psychics is obviously underestimated, firstly because their number is too small, and secondly, the rulers do not trust these psychics. According to the laws of the planet ruled by the Revolutionary Army, these sinners should be immediately sentenced to death, or detained in Antigua prison for decades, but they can choose to atone for their crimes by working in the mines. At this moment, Augustus is on the top of a ridge in the north of Oasis Town, and directly below him is a rugged rift valley. This rift valley spans sparse deciduous tree forests and exposed natural crystal veins that flash a faint blue light in the sun, and finally buries in steep mountains full of high-energy gas springs. From Augustus's position, the vast rift valley is in full view. The mountains in the distance are dotted with geothermal fountains and gushing high-energy gas springs shrouded in green mist. The sun seems to be about to set, and the rays of light burn out the clouds in the sky. Is the ceremony about to begin? Augustus, wearing a square-collared dark blue long coat, holds a telescope in his hand and occasionally looks at the rift valley below. According to Tacitus, it should be at sunset. He continued without waiting for the people around him to answer. Tacitus must pass through this canyon where more than 100 Dark Templar masters are hidden at the moment of day and night. The most powerful Dark Templar among them is the Dark Archon Zerachel himself. It's incredible that as a Templar, Tacitus would actually accept the trial of the Dark Templar. He really mastered the power of the Void in such a short time. The last Protoss who mastered both Callous Psychic Energy and Void Psychic Energy was the ancient Protoss hero Adun. Since Tacitus became familiar with Augustus and Zerachel, the Protoss Empire Templar, the Shakurus Dark Templar and the leaders of the Human Revolutionary Army often sat together to discuss their views on the form of war, and later even developed to the human history of the Protoss and humans, and talked about everything. In many ways, Tacitus and Zerachel can definitely be called Augustus's teachers, and they gradually formed a relationship of both teacher and friend. Augustus also saw Tacitus asking Zerachel for advice on how to master the void energy. Tacitus did not think that ignorance and asking for advice were shameful and worthy of shame. As long as the power of the void could help his people, he did not mind learning from his students. It was also at this time that Tacitus discovered that when the pure blue psychic energy of the Kala was combined with the green void energy of the Dark Templar, it could burst out with infinite power like a supernova. He had said more than once that using this might be able to completely kill the Zerg overlord, permanently solve the threat of the Zerg, and protect the Protoss Empire. Although Augustus followed Tacitus to attend Zerachel's classes, he was also confused. Only Kerrigan, who was allowed to come to the Star Shuttle with Augustus, could absorb the knowledge from it. It sounds amazing. Raynor stood on Augustus' right-hand side. Shadow speed. How come this is some kind of ancient tribal custom? The Protoss technology is quite advanced, but the customs are primitive and ancient. Shadow speed, the ancient ritual of the Protoss of Shakurus, is the only way for a young Shadow apprentice to become a Dark Templar. They must go deep into the starless river valleys and canyons of Shakurus and accept the tests of other Dark Templars until he defeats everyone or proves that he has the ability to become a warrior. There is no doubt that such a trial is extremely difficult, and the Dark Templars must practice hard for centuries. Therefore, all Dark Templars are incomparable warriors without exception. The Protoss is a civilization that was forcibly promoted from the tribal era to the interstellar era by the Zelniger. This is very common in them. Augustus's understanding of the history of the Protoss is also different from before. This is a Protoss. They can blow you to pieces from a few miles away, but they have to use knives. Kerrigan was on Augustus' left hand. She was wearing a ghost tights with dense circuits, but the curvy curves between her waist and hips were hidden under a long-hemmed grey Revolutionary Army coat. Jimmy, where is Titus? Augustus stared at the rift valley below through the telescope in his hand, looking for traces of Tacitus and Zerachel. This desolate canyon is not uninhabited. Across the Great Rift Valley is a mine built by the Kel-morians. Rows of factory sheds covered with red dust stand quietly in the wind. In the central area of the Rift Valley, there is a geological survey station of the Revolutionary Army, next to which is a blue crystal tower several dozen feet high. Sheriff Titus is busy chasing criminals and rectifying the custom industry in Oasis Town. Raynor laughed and said, "Old man Titus has been very happy these days. Never let demons do the work of angels." Tacitus has appeared. Kerrigan reminded Augustus. Augustus looked in the direction of the sound, and Tacitus and his Templars appeared. They were standing at the foot of the ridge. The Dark Templars of the trial had already retreated into the shadows, waiting for Tacita to walk across this dangerous canyon. Tacita is a powerful high-level Templar, so the number of Dark Templars he faced was many times that of normal Shadow Runners. What's going on? Why is Tacita wearing a blanket? What kind of weird Protoss custom is this? Raynor said in surprise, holding up his telescope. He's almost naked. I have to say, this outfit is pretty cool, isn't it? In Raynor's sight, Tacita was not really naked, but he was not wearing the shining golden blue alloy armor like other Templars. He just had a Dark Templar style grey belt slung across his right shoulder and hips. Not only that, Tacita didn't even wear a wrist blade that could activate psychic blades. This means that Tacita will pass the Dark Templar trials only with his own strength, not weapons or armor. Augustus also noticed this, but thought to himself that they were not peeping, but a prearranged observation. Tacita's power is far greater than before. In the past, Zarachol could still have an advantage in the competition with him, but now. Kerrigan said, Jimmy, how far do you think you can go if you participate in the Dark Templar's Shadowrun trial? Augustus said jokingly, you want me to compete with more than 100 world famous peerless swordsmen with bare hands and open crotch pants? Augustus, you, a bastard, will definitely see my shiny, but when I run away. Raynor laughed. At this time, without the leader's order, all the Templars had retreated to one side of the rift, and Tacita walked towards the depths of the rift with a vigorous step. In terms of the age of the Protoss, Tacita is not an old man. He is physically strong. Even if we only talk about combat skills, few Templars and Dark Templars can match him. However, in Shadowrun, the trialists need both great strength and wisdom to resolve crises. A powerful Dark Templar is not a reckless man who only knows how to use brute force. He should be better at winning with wisdom. Guys, do you want to give it a try? Kerrigan shook her long red hair and turned to look behind. Originally, there was only a platoon of Martial Guard soldiers, including Corporal Faraday, behind them, but now more than 20 revolutionary ghost agents suddenly appeared. There were men and women among them, and most of them wore helmets or masks, so no one could see their expressions underneath. The one in the front was a black-haired female ghost with a good figure. She wore a black Humoyan matte mask that covered her forehead, eyes, and nose, leaving only purple lips exposed. Full of charm, mystery and danger, she was the only 8th level Seeker in the Nova Squadron, a powerful Seeker, Lagdaman, an instructor at the Terran Empire Ghost Academy. Since graduating from the Ghost Academy in Tarsinus, she has never tasted defeat. Removing the Seeker inhibitor in Lagdaman's brain is an extremely thrilling job. Once it gets out of control, no one in the operating room will survive. Fortunately, the removal operation was finally completed without any danger. Ragdaman, the black-haired beauty with a nation face, quickly accepted her new identity. In fact, according to Kerrigan, Ragdaman was almost grateful to Augustus. For Augustus, this was a dangerous statement. It must be said that the ghost female agents were quite charming and dangerous. Almost all ghost agents hated the Terran Federation and the Ghost Academy, and this hatred eventually turned into a sense of identification with the Revolutionary Army and a common hatred of the enemy. The Dark Archon Zarachol once taught us the fighting methods of the Dark Templar. Ragdaman said indifferently, including but not limited to disrupting the enemy's vision, and using the terrain to sneak behind the enemy, then take out a light blade. You must learn humbly, Ragdaman. Augustus hoped that his Seekers could learn useful knowledge and skills from Zarachol, and this would be taught to the new human Seekers in the future to avoid tragedies. Zarachol is the most outstanding master of shadows, and he can teach you more than that. Augustus said, you don't want to know how much I spent asking Zarachol to teach you a lesson. Yes, Marshal. Ragdaman immediately saluted Augustus and said, maybe we can't use the psychic blades of the Protoss now, but we can equip each of you with two long swords from the ancient Earth era. Augustus said, the best among you will be allowed to wear the emblem of the Mengsk family, and be equipped on my left and right. Your side is always full of ghosts. Ragdaman said metaphorically. As Augustus spoke, the sky gradually darkened. However, even with night vision goggles, Augustus could not really see everything that was happening in the canyon. Only occasionally there was a flash of green light in the canyon, and a hissing sound of burning was heard, as if two swordsmen's swords touched each other in the dark, retreating as soon as they touched, and the winner was decided. The swords and shadows were getting farther and farther away, and Tacita was still moving forward without stopping. What can we learn from this? Augustus looked into the distance, and asked his loyal followers. We are stronger than ever before, Ragdoman replied. The Revolutionary Army ghost agents, led by Ragdoman, all wore cloaks and hoods made of pseudo-light material over their combat uniforms. Almost everyone carried ancient cold weapons such as sickles and longswords, and carried C-10 rifles on their shoulders. Under the guidance of the Dark Templar Masters, the Revolutionary Army ghost agents have made great progress in the use of melee cold weapons, and the Templars taught them the art of controlling psychic energy through meditation and moderation, which made the ghost agents under Augustus more proficient in psychic control and telekinesis. The most significant change is that what they have learned is not something that can be taught by the Federal Ghost Academy. Augustus's ghosts will fight in a way that is closer to the Protoss. Since they can control the psychic energy in their bodies more easily, they will also be able to release more powerful psychic powers and discover many new abilities that have never been discovered with the help of the Protoss. Happy New Year! If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 338 Counterattack. No Dark Templar Master could stop Tacita in his perilous Shadowrun ritual on Altera. The Shadowrun ends here. Tacita has long since mastered the art of drawing energy from the void, and his powers are now far greater than ever. As he traverses the Rift Valley north of Oasis, each Dark Templar Tacita faces is a legend among the Protoss of Shakurus, but they are all humiliated by how quickly they are defeated. Each time, Tacita gracefully maneuvers to smother his opponent or knock him down before continuing on, and Augustus sees only a fleeting flash of light in the canyon. The ritual ends with the duel between Dark Archon Zarachel and Tacita at the mouth of the rift, and Augustus watches from afar, but the earth-shaking noise and the glittering light of the Master's fierce clash of psychic powers that he expected do not occur. It is said that all the Nerazim who pass the Shadowrun are considered to be one step closer to the Great Twilight Apostle, Anexun, Adun. Augustus's guard Captain Faraday is also closely watching the progress of the Protoss Shadowrun. As long as you understand it carefully, you will know what this ceremony means to the Protoss of Shakurus. Young Shadow apprentices must cross the Shadow Road and accept the tests of their predecessors and mentors. After going through all kinds of hardships, dangers, and tests, they can walk in the name of the Nerazim Blade. The myths and legends of the Protoss Empire and the ancient prophecies of the Nerazim Protoss all mention Adun's salvation. Adun has never really left, and when the Protoss faces a catastrophe, the soul of the savior Adun will return. Augustus recalled the history of the Protoss that Zarachel and Tacita told him. In the prophecy, a person with the same talent as Adun will appear again. Since then, the Dark Templar have been looking for such a person in the universe. He said. Aten was the first Protoss to master both Psychic energy and void energy, and Tacita was the second. If Tacita really did it, he would undoubtedly be the successor of Aten and the savior of the Protoss. But I remember that the heroes in the Protoss myth sacrificed themselves to save their people. If the fatalism of the Dark Templar is true, then Tacita, Aten, a great Protoss hero, but his story is closer to tragedy and sadness. Sacrifice has always been regarded as the most noble belief by the Templars. They are not afraid of sacrifice, because the warriors will return to Kala with glory. The Dark Templar believe in fate and prophecy, and we all know that prophecies are all lies, Kerrigan said at this time. The Dark Templar always say that they have received some kind of mysterious guidance, but most of the guidance is vague. This does not prevent Kerrigan from classifying the Dark Templar as superstitious and mystical. At this time, the sun in Alta had already set, and the light of the stars was also obscured by dense clouds and high-energy gas, with green floating lights on the horizon. Apart from this, there was no light source at the location where Augustus was, and it was almost pitch dark. Only in the Great Rift Valley below was there a little glow light like lights and stars. It was a strange fungus plant that was born in the unique ecological environment of Alta. It often grew between cliffs and was shaped like a water bottle. In the middle of the night, clusters of Alta Aquarius mushrooms looked like pieces of cobalt blue clouds. At a certain moment, when Augustus looked in the direction of the Great Rift Valley, a bright light suddenly emerged from it. At first, the light was as fragile as a candle light swaying in the wind, but in a few breaths it became as bright as the sun. Even from a distance, Augustus could clearly see that the light drove the darkness and even illuminated the rock walls on both sides. "That's Tacita," Kerrigan said to Augustus. He released both color and void psychic energies at the same time, just like two substances that react strongly when mixed, and only a small dose can release extremely bright light. This light has no lethality, and it will reveal itself in the dark night. The Dark Templar will not easily show their skills and secrets that have been passed down to people other than their tribe members, but Zerachel is willing to let Augustus audit his lectures, because in his heart Augustus is a person with a Protoss-like soul. The Shadow Master values the inner soul more, and he will regard Augustus as a brother, and one of his own, rather than a despicable alien. Sarah Kerrigan also received Zarachel's recognition, because she has a deep affection for Augustus, like the latter's shadow. Kerrigan's powerful psychic power that far exceeds that of her people is also valued by Zarachel and Tacita. If Augustus is considered to have the character of a Protoss, then Kerrigan's power is close to that of a Protoss. In Tacita's words, this is rare among the young race of humans who generally have no psychic talent. The statement that she stands out from the crowd seems conservative, and it should be said that she is unparalleled. Kerrigan listened carefully to Tacita's story about the history of the Protoss Empire, and learned from Zerachel how to control the energy of the void. The Dark Templar's skill of absorbing psychic energy from the void comes from the innate talent of the Protoss race, so Tacita, who is already a high-level Templar, learned it easily, but as a human, it is quite difficult for Kerrigan to communicate with the void like the Protoss. Although Kerrigan has not been able to master the power of the void, her understanding of psychic energy has obviously deepened. This allows Kerrigan to control the power in her body with ease, and her ability to sense psychic energy and mental fluctuations is also increasing day by day. As a level 10 psychic, Kerrigan's psychic power is far superior to her peers, and now she has become a unique and powerful psychic individual among humans. Kerrigan is now able to use her concentration to crush the armor of an arc tank and lift a soldier in CMC 300 power armor. As she grows older, her psychic powers become stronger. This makes Kerrigan happy, allowing her to continue to serve as Augustus's undisputed guard without letting those coveted bitches succeed. This light not only exposed Tacita himself, but also illuminated the shadows in the entire canyon, leaving those Dark Templars who are good at hiding nowhere to hide. Hearing what Kerrigan said, Augustus nodded. According to the custom of the Nerazim Protoss, in Shadowrun, if the Dark Templars who are about to attack the Challenger have been exposed before the attack, then they should immediately withdraw from this trial. Tacita used his wisdom to easily deal with the remaining Dark Templars. He took advantage of the rules, but this is also regarded as a valuable quality of the Dark Templar. But at this moment, in the light released by Tacita, a beam of shadow came in the blink of an eye, and Augustus was sure that it was Zerachel. The shadow penetrated the light in an instant, but it was just an illusion condensed by Tacita using his psychic power. That was the ability learned by the high-level Templars in the Fortress of Adun and the Archives. They can condense multiple illusions that are the same as the original body to confuse the enemy. Tacita used the abilities of the Dark Templar, while also using the abilities he already had, which was also within the permitted range. The real Tacita had already escaped into the shadows at the edge of the cliff, and followed the imperceptible shadow out of the canyon. Tacita concealed his intentions, and used a trick to attract Zerachel's attention. Generally speaking, the Aya Protoss are a race that is not good at lying. It's not that Tacita doesn't have any schemes, he just doesn't tend to do so. Is it over? As for Augustus in the distance, he didn't know what happened specifically. He just saw a shadow that flashed by quickly. Let's go and see. This is crucial. If Tacita passes the trial and truly masters the energy of the void, it means that he can also kill the brainworm and even the overmind like the Dark Templar. Augustus said. Then we can try to completely destroy a major swarm. A camouflaged revolutionary app had turned on its searchlight at this time, and the bright light dispelled the darkness around. Augustus led the martial guards and ghost agents to board the transport ship and headed for the exit of the Great Rift in Oasis Town. When the transport ship landed at the exit of the Great Rift, Tassida, Zerichel, and Vorazan, the daughter of the matriarch of the Protoss of Shakuras, whom Augustus had met in Shakuras, were standing together, with two neat and distinct rows of Templars and Dark Templars next to them. Vorazan was a well-built Dark Templar, and the exquisite robes she wore interpreted the Shakuras Protoss' perception of beauty. Women were not common among the Templars, and those in high positions were even rarer. The Shakuras Protoss were known for their outstanding female clan leaders. Your success is incredible, Tassida. You have used the power of both the Templar and the Dark Templar. Without either of them, you would not have passed this trial. Zerichel, wearing a dark purple robe, was praising Tassida. Salute to all the brave ones who have walked through the light and shadow. Even Vorazan, who was considered to be alienated and indifferent to the Templar, praised Tassida's bravery. Generation after generation of brave men have embarked on the path of the Dark Templar. Zerichel finally said. Tassida also changed into a shadow robe carefully crafted by the master of the Dark Templar, otherwise his decoration would really look like an air refugee who had drifted here. Congratulations, Tassida. Augustus also sent his congratulations in time. I'm full of gratitude, Zerichel. Augustus, Tassida said excitedly. The energy of the void is hidden in the potential of our race, and I have never discovered it before. This power is incredible and unprecedentedly powerful. What have we given up for so long? Tassida said. Without the Dark Templar, we will lose the war against the Zerg. I believe that it is time for us to return to Ea, he declared to his followers. The Supreme Council's foolish decisions are destroying our advantage. If they try to kill the Cerebrates with their own strength instead of the Dark Templar at all costs, it will inevitably lead to disastrous consequences. After Artemis and Alderus left, I felt anxious and worried every day. It's hard to feel at ease with such a group of pig teammates. Kerrigan put one hand on her waist and glanced at Tassida with her usual cold words to comfort him. I can relate to this. When the Revolutionary Army wanted to rescue a colony world that was captured by the Zerg, the local Federation Army either caused trouble for us or fled in panic under the Zerg attack. Air is our common and sacred home. It is my responsibility to protect it from the ravages of the abominable Zerg, said Zerichel. I agree. Although I think the Dark Templar don't need to sacrifice their blood for the Templar's homeland, the Zerg are our common enemy. Vorazan agreed. I've said it many times, and it doesn't matter if I say it a few more times. Augustus firmly told Tassida that he would always stand with him. The Revolutionary Army will continue to fight alongside you. Since the Zerg invaded Ea through the wormhole, their attack on the Korhal sector has begun to slow down. Only a few swarms of the Jumunganda swarm, the Gam swarm, and the Surta swarm are still invading the Federation world. Under the protection of the psionic jammer, Warfield can still easily defend the few existing Revolutionary Army planets. Instead, they have to be careful of the Terran Federation, which is also an enemy of mankind. I can't express my gratitude in words. Tassida said to Augustus and others. Tassida, aren't you worried that the coordinates of Ea will be known by humans and leaked? Augustus asked Tassida in return. The coordinates of Ea have always been unknown to others. If the Revolutionary Army returns to Ea with Tassida, the coordinates of the Protoss home planet will also be known to humans. You are trustworthy humans. Tassida said to Augustus, the coordinates of Ea cannot remain a secret forever. In the face of the crisis of genocide, any help is crucial. You don't think it's shameful to seek help from humans? Augustus smiled and said, this is what makes you different from other Protoss. Ea. I'm afraid it will take us a long time to get there. Faraday said, but what about the other worlds invaded by the Zerg then? I've discussed this with Tassida and Zerichel. Augustus looked around. We decided to launch a counterattack against the Zerg in the Korhal sector before returning to Ea, forcing them to retreat to the line of Marcera and Char. If that's not possible, at least we have to inflict heavy damage on one or two major Zerg hives. The swarm overlords are apparently deploying their main Zerg hives to Ea, and the Protoss Empire is facing the wrath of the Zerg. Although the Zerg we are facing head on is still powerful, it is not invincible. We can't stay in Alta for much longer. He finally said, "I have received intelligence that a Zerg high force at the forefront has approached the core world of the Federation, Verdona. The counterattack will begin from there. I took a 2-day break for the new year." Chapter 339, Verdona Main Star. For a long time, Verdona has been a planet famous for its advanced technology, clean cities and lush greenery among the many colonial worlds of the Terran Federation. Verdona is a planet that was developed in the early colonial era and is located in the core area of the Terran Federation. This also makes Verdona always under the influence of Tarsinus Prime. The Verdona nobles who led the colonists to build their homes in the early era are also closely connected with the founding families of Tarsinus. Located in the core world, Verdona has not been affected by the Guild War. In the past, it was still a peaceful world with singing and dancing. This planet has a mild climate and beautiful natural landscapes. Verdona Prime is well known to the people in the Terran Federation for its magnificent and majestic cities, beautiful natural scenery and charming coastline. As an old and historic colony, Verdona is also a cradle of culture, and its various natural history museums are well known in the Federation. Because of its inextricable connection with Tarsinus Prime, Tarsinus nobles can often be seen in Verdona. In the tourist cities of Verdona adjacent to the charming ocean, the natural deep water harbor with rippling blue waves is surrounded by flowers and expensive private yachts. Whether it is the brilliant modern city or the classical streets along the coast, there is an atmosphere of wealth and indulgence. Compared with the beautiful resort planet Terran IX, Verdona has become the first choice for the noble descendants of the various colonial worlds of the Terran Federation to visit, with its luxury casinos, where you can spend a lot of money, the luxury brand shopping streets famous throughout the Star region, the opera house that cultivates sentiment, the church choir and outstanding beauties. There is no doubt that Verdona is a place where those nobles with countless wealth and those merchants who are willing to pay for the high expenses spend money. The rich people indulge in luxury and indulge in sensual pleasures, and the style of wealth and luxury is almost on par with Tarsinus. Critics who write travel guides for the many territorial planets of the Terran Federation describe Verdona as a rich, romantic world, while worlds like Marcera and Antigua are recorded as the homes of uncivilized barbarians. The last time Augustus heard of this world was when he was toasting with the nobles of the Tarsinus creation family at Andrea Tagor's birthday party. He heard the nobles talking next to him mention several prestigious core worlds such as Verdona and Victoria, where the nobles won the recognition of the Tarsinus nobles for their knowledge and observance of etiquette. Many nobles on other core worlds still have not abandoned the tenacious spirit of their ancestors in the colonial era, but the glory and tradition of the past are only a thing that can be preserved in records and memories. The nobles of prime star worlds like Verdona are also closely related to the Tarsinus creation family. They are either directly or indirectly related by marriage and blood, or have a long-term relationship with a certain creation family. Compared to Tarsinus, the government management of Verdona is quite efficient and honest. The nobles of Verdona can get a fair evaluation from my father Angus. He believes that behind the noble and gorgeous appearance of the nobles of Tarsinus is the coldness and greed of venomous snakes, while the nobles of Verdona at least have the spirit of chivalry. Augustus Mengsk's flagship Hyperion is approaching the outer orbit of the planet of Verdona Prime. Outside the porthole of the bridge, a deep blue planet is rotating calmly, shaped like a pure water drop. Augustus, holding a briefing of the operations department in his hand, is telling his old impression of Verdona with one hand behind his back. In the past, Verdona seemed dim because of the brilliance of the Federation's Pearl Korhal IV, and now she still seems unknown. Compared with the pragmatic Mengsk family, the noble families of Verdona are frequent visitors to the noble social circle, and they are obviously happy to do so. Compared to the low-key Mengsk family, the nobles of Verdona are more willing to wear badges that highlight their noble and family status when entering and leaving various social occasions. Verdona's industry and manufacturing are also quite developed. As a large ship production base and prototype weapon laboratory, it plays an extremely important role in the Terran Federation. However, Verdona is not a planet that advocates military traditions. Its public security and the defense of the star system are all handed over to the Federation Marine Corps and the Federation Navy Fleet. There is a gem-like satellite and several giant space stations in the orbit of Verdona. One of the space stations is so close to the Hyperion that it looks as big as the satellite. Looking along the giant space station composed of an arched frame dome and countless docking platforms, a giant swarm behemoth is clearly visible. Its bright purple carapace and long stabilizing fins make it look like an unparalleled giant space fish. As expected, this space station, which originally housed at least 20,000 people, had already been infected by the Jumunganda swarm. The shiny alloy outer wall of the entire space station was covered with a layer of dark grey chitin honeycomb exoskeleton. A large transport ship was quietly moored near the space station. Judging from the direction of its bow and engine thrusters, it was obviously preparing to escape from the space station. The alien spikes and tentacles extended along the protruding keel and ribs, pulsating with the rhythm of breathing, like a living creature. The space station was surrounded by many ship wreckages and even piles of freight containers. Obviously, in order to protect this space station, the defenders of Verdona paid a heavy price, but that did not stop the alien Zerg attack. The laser cannon on one side of the Hyperion was firing at a behemoth monster, and the orange-red barrage swept across the starry sky in front of the bridge porthole. A missile weighing several tons was ejected from the cabin, and the painted skull logo on it was clearly visible. That space station and that ship have been infected. There is no chance of finding any survivors. Augustus stared at the static Federal space station and spaceship outside the porthole and sadly stated this fact. Send a special operations team into the space station and this transport ship to perform demolition tasks, and equip them with the best equipment and psychic jammers. Augustus immediately ordered, we can't let them become a hotbed for infection and distortion. They must be blown up. This space station, which was originally used as a transit station for scientific research and shipping, has a diameter of more than 1 mile. There are only less than 3,000 permanent residents, most of whom are scientific researchers and merchant ship crews who rest here. The most praised thing about the space station is the famous Verdona barbecue hall and the botanical garden in space, but now these have become a bloody slaughterhouse for alien Zerg. The space station is too big, and the firepower of the battle cruiser cannot destroy it at all. This is a life or death mission. We need the most elite team to ensure that we can get out of the space station full of alien Zerg, said Jim Raynor, who was wearing a Navy general's uniform. I think we should ask the Protoss for help. After all, they showed no mercy when destroying the infected ships in the orbit of Antigua Prime. Kerrigan said to Augustus at this time. Kerrigan, wearing a tailor-made military uniform, has always been a beautiful figure beside the revolutionary marshal, but it is undeniable that her emerging military talent should not be ignored. Tassadar and Zarachil's fleet will not appear directly in the Verdona system. Their appearance will inevitably cause panic in Verdona and cause an overreaction of the Federation. Augustus said, we can't rely on the Protoss for everything. He continued, they just intercepted a behemoth fleet that was heading to Verdona. It was also a difficult battle. This matter can be handed over to the resocialized people of Alpha Squadron and Nova Squadron. They are the best cannon fodder. Titus Finley, wearing a dark grey stand-up collar uniform, looked tall and burly standing next to Augustus. How can you count on such a group of brainless zombies? Raynor said, I'm arranging an elite force, drawing the bravest warriors from various units of the Rangers. At this moment, many dazzling lights appeared around the Hyperion due to the super time and space distortion phenomenon, and more evolutionary warships jumped into the Verdona galaxy. There were as many as 20 of these warships, each of which was shining golden red and magnificent. The revolutionary fleet that jumped in immediately joined the attack on the Jumunganda behemoth, intending to force these unparalleled giant monsters to evacuate the Verdona galaxy. This is wrong. Raynor said, Verdona belongs to the core world. When she was attacked, the Federal fleet should have been able to get here quickly, but now it seems that there is no fleet stationed here, unless another more important core world was attacked. Augustus pointed to a planet called Bronze on the battle map. Intelligence shows that the Gam swarm is invading this important colony world in large numbers. At least one Federation Navy squadron guarding Bronze has been severely damaged, and several Federation fleets are in a bitter battle there. Only one behemoth has appeared in the Verdona galaxy, which seems to be within an acceptable range. The Federal army guarding the planet should not have been defeated by the Zerg. Have the Zerg landed on Verdona? Augustus stared at the image of the battleship sensor on the main screen of the bridge. Even in the face of the firepower of an entire revolutionary army fleet, the Jumunganda behemoth remained motionless, as if the attack of the naval guns had no effect on it at all. They have already landed on Verdona, but in limited numbers. Raynor said, according to the report of the reconnaissance team, the local planetary defense forces are fighting against the invading Zerg, and the Verdona nobles are the leaders of these armies. After all, this is their homeland. Augustus said with emotion. Prepare to deploy an airborne division to assist the local army in defeating the invading Zerg. Verdona is not a world that produces many warriors. This planet has enjoyed peace for too long, and the suffering they have suffered cannot be compared with that of the Korhal people. He said, it's time to tell the people of the core world that the revolutionary army is the one who can truly protect them. At this time, a demolition team headed for the Federal Space Station under Raynor's arrangement has set off. The order from the Marshal is being transmitted to the transport ship of the Revolutionary Army's 1st Airborne Division, which is an army mainly composed of Teledorians, Hedges, and Tigran Korhal IV mountain people. The area where they live is high and mountainous, and paragliding and skydiving are local national sports. Several revolutionary transport ships loaded with soldiers were heading towards Verdona under the escort of fighter planes. The movement of these transport ships together made them look very impressive. Received a communication from the Verdona Federation Command Center. At this time, an unknown caller popped up. Pick it up. Augustus nodded. It's a waste of time to say a few more words to you federal rebels. It was a Federal Navy Vice Admiral who was wearing a general's dress uniform and a gorgeously decorated hat. I've heard this at least 5 times. Raynor retched and said, don't they know that talking to bedbugs is also disgusting? What do you think? Augustus' face was expressionless. The fleet of Tarsinus will arrive soon. I advise you to leave as soon as possible. It will benefit all of us. The Federal Lieutenant General said nonchalantly, everyone will save trouble. You came all the way here just to ask for money? A bunch of thugs. I can't imagine what will happen if you break into Verdona. 108,000 light years away. Raynor said sharply. Shut up, General. This makes me feel that the professional quality of the federal generals is just so-so. Feeling bored, Augustus cut off the communication with the Federal Lieutenant General. If the other party was not a stubborn person, Augustus thought it would be worthwhile to continue talking. Don't say polite words to these federal bastards. We have finally arrived at a good place, Augustus, haha. Conquer Verdona, the reputation and wealth will be yours, and the women will be mine. Put away your gangster style, Titus. We are not robbers or thieves. Augustus had already rebuked Titus like this more than once. Or 40:60 ? Titus retreated to advance. You'd better shut up. Kerrigan responded coldly. Augustus's old subordinate, the Heaven's Devil, enjoyed a great reputation in the Revolutionary Army, but Kerrigan would not give him a cold shoulder. Especially Titus was a guy who was hated by everyone in most cases, and only those who shared the same bad taste with him could win his unanimous praise. That's right, don't act like a pirate or a bandit. Jim Raynor also criticized Titus, saying, our cause is much nobler than that. Don't always say cheap words. I just speak my mind. Titus defended himself without caring. Titus Finley did not have a lofty goal. Sometimes he would think about being a hero, but more often he was just a selfish and vulgar person. Titus was surrounded by a group of revolutionaries and idealists, and only he was a big villain. Okay, let me go down and meet those bugs and the Verdona people. Titus's expression was almost evil. The Verdona people might be willing to pay some protection money for our sacrifice. I heard they are very rich. I'll let Jimmy follow you. Augustus responded coldly, you monster can't do whatever you want. Chapter 340 Korhal in Adavis. Chapter 340 Korhal in Adavis. The main city of Verdona stands on a plain surrounded by mountains and rivers, as if in a picturesque and charming painting of green grass. The high-rise buildings that are shoulder to shoulder are bathed in the morning light, casting a jagged black shadow on the lush grassland. The humid monsoon often brings abundant rainfall to the city, and the sunshine is always just right. It is most appropriate to describe Verdona as a paradise on earth with good weather. Compared with it, Marcera is just a barren rotten stone in the universe. When the war came, the people of Wodona were not completely unprepared. When the alien insects approached Wodona's sister colony established at the same time in the Terran Federation, the people of Wodona were ready. Veterans who had participated in the Guild War and brave volunteers from Wodona spontaneously organized themselves under the call of local nobles to assist the Federal Marines stationed in Wodona to resist the attack of the Zerg. Countless people and warriors sacrificed their lives to protect their homes. The dance party of the Wodona nobles, which imitated the ancient Earth Court banquet, continued. Elites from all walks of life in Wodona gathered here, trying their best to find the shadow of the past in the melodious music. Emmett Tagore was the initiator of this banquet. As the descendant of Tagore of the Creation family, the frivolous and cruel guy was enjoying the wonderful feeling of being the center of attention. As a member of the Creation family, Emmett Tagore has been stranded in Wodona for many days. The Tagore family announced to the news media that were closely following the every move of the Creation family that this young family member was undergoing mental rehabilitation treatment, and his mental disorder and indirect madness were already well known. Although this was also a scandal that brought shame to the proud Tagore family, it was nothing compared to the charges of child abuse filed by the Tarsinus Federal Police Department. Emmett originally planned to go to the edge world of Helsin, which was a peaceful and tranquil agricultural world. The climate of Helsin was extremely suitable for agricultural development. The paths along the green farmland, fences and red brick houses were a peaceful and idyllic scenery. The slow-paced Helsin was a good place to recuperate and relax the mind, perhaps also for mental patients. But after the large-scale invasion of the Zerg, all edge worlds were considered dangerous and vulnerable to attack, so Emmett's trip was also put on hold. Carolina Davis was also a member of the party, but at this moment she was not as comfortable as usual. Davis was leaning on the sofa in the corner of the banquet hall, sipping the red wine in the glass, while staring at the city outside the window. This was a skyscraper that stood tall, and was located in the center of Wodona. The shadowy buildings were just outside the window. Everyone knows that the war has reached Wodona, and a brutal war is unfolding on the outer plains. General Veron of the Federation Marine Corps leads the war against the Zerg, with a force of as many as a Wodona Legion and dozens of militia regiments. The rulers of the Davis family are convinced that the city is the safest place at this moment. This downtown building complex, which took 20 years to build, has complete modern facilities and at least 18 efficient security systems, including vibration sensors, infrared monitors, vibration sensors and motion capture equipment, and is guarded by the most famous security company in Wodona. Since the Korhal Revolutionary Army and the Sons of Korhal committed many sensational massacres in the Terran Federation, the nobles in the Terran Federation are in danger, and even those wealthy businessmen who have not had much conflict with the Revolutionary Army have begun to strengthen the security facilities in their homes and factories. Once the Zerg invade the city, Davis can also escape from Wodona through the helipad on the roof. The Davis family was not so powerful in Wodona, but as a prestigious family, they also owned many industries and other territories of the Terran Federation. But Davis was not complacent with her status. She was anxious about the invasion of alien insects, and had no time to care about the drunken life of the rich and powerful. Admittedly, there was nothing wrong with old Davis's idea. What could a young lady from a noble family do in a war of blood and fire? As a daughter of a noble, Davis should wear a luxurious long dress that suits her seductive figure, and go in and out of places where nobles should enter. There are hundreds of male and female servants who center their lives around her, and there is no need for her to risk her life. However, this is not the life Davis wants. Davis is tired of the ugliness and socializing in the aristocratic circle, and she is eager for a new life or a war. The dance music in the banquet hall is still playing, but it has been drizzling outside, and the lights outside are dim in the rain. A fleet of old-fashioned Wodona Avenger fighters flew over the city, shaking the raindrops sliding down the windows. The window reflected the cold face of Carolina Davis. Her long light gold hair, which usually slid straight down, was piled up high and combed smoothly and softly. This hairstyle, which symbolized elegance and nobility in Wodona, was the favorite of those noble ladies with outstanding temperament. The lights in the banquet hall with hollow carved ceilings were shining, so Davis's hair looked closer to white. This Wodona beauty, who often went in and out of aristocratic social occasions, did not smile much. She stared at herself in the window and the gloomy scenery outside the window, turning a deaf ear to the beautiful music and the laughter of dignitaries and young men and ladies. Davis had never hated these people as much as today. This was not due to her disgust for the nobles in the ruling class, but she simply felt that they were annoying. "Miss Davis, you look sad." A young nobleman with a frivolous smile leaned drunkenly on the maple leaf table in front of the sofa where Davis sat. His concerned tone was fake, like a cat caring for a dead fish. "Thank you, Mr. Henry. You really act like a proper gentleman." "Oh, I'm just worried about the soldiers on the front line." Davis glanced at the blonde and blue-eyed Tarsanus nobleman and soon realized that all of his attention was on her deep purple low-cut lace. "Ah, they are just some stupid bugs. What's there to be afraid of? General Verin will lead the invincible federal army to defeat those monsters. At that time, the Natural History Museum of Wodona may receive an extra collection from the alien insects." The nobleman smiled contemptuously, just like when he mentioned the Korhal Revolutionary Army in public. "Oh, really? You idiot," Davis said with a smile. "What did you say?" The drunk young noble opposite was in a state of confusion. He was undoubtedly doubting what Davis said and his ears. "You are so considerate." Davis continued to smile, and there was nothing wrong with his smile, as sweet as a flower blooming like honey. "Yes, thank you." The young nobleman was immediately convinced that he had heard wrongly, because in his impression, the flower of the Davis family's palm, who was proud of it, would never say such a thing. Tagore doesn't like people mentioning the Zerg and the rebels here, but he is busy having fun now. He was a small nobleman of Tarsanus who came to Wodona with Emmett Tagore. He was only the second son of the family, and the wealth and title he could inherit were pitifully small. It was better for him to follow the descendants of the creation family and enjoy the good life. "I heard that the Zerg that invaded Wodona were called Jumunganda by the people of the Federation Army. You know, it is a mythical monster, the snake that devours the world. It sounds powerful, doesn't it?" The young Tarsanus nobleman's mind was full of the plump body under Korhal in a Davis dress, and he was thinking about how to get her. The Davis family is a prominent family in Wodona. Korhal in a Davis's father and brothers are not easy to mess with. The young Tarsanus noble must conquer her with his personal charm. Of course, he is very confident about this. "Very powerful," Davis said. "Aren't you afraid?" The Tarsanus noble intended to tell the beautiful Wodona noble girl about the horror of the alien Zerg. Maybe in his imagination, the other party would scream and jump into his arms. Man-eating monsters, snakes with fangs, scorpion butchers, and monsters with the upper body of beautiful women. No. Davis looked at him with interest. "What's the latter? It sounds like a mythical siren. Is it a new variant of the alien Zerg?" It was said by Lame Mike. He always likes to exaggerate. "I also think that thing is really sensational." The young Tarsanus noble sat down in front of Davis. "Don't worry. I said that the Federation Army will deal with those disgusting Zerg, just like they won in the Guild War and the Battle of Korhal." He said, "The Zerg are just slightly larger dogs than snakes. They have undergone abominable mutations due to industrial pollution in the marginal worlds, and the Korhal IV are the culprits. The Korhal Revolutionary Army is a bunch of clowns. I met Augustus Mengsk once in Tarsanus, and he was as weak as a gentlewoman. Why is this different from what I heard?" Davis was confused, not knowing how much fabrication the other party had added to this story. Davis had also seen Augustus Mengsk in person. A few years ago, she also attended Andrea Tagore's birthday party and met several members of the Terra family and other families of the Creation family. Augustus Mengsk at that time had already left a deep impression on Davis, but she was not able to squeeze into the ladies and young ladies surrounding Augustus. Augustus was the kind of person who you could tell at first glance that he must be extraordinary. He was so handsome and generous that no girl would ignore him. People in the Terran Federation always speculated about the rebels, the Zerg, and the Protoss. Even if the Federation officials denied a certain attack, people with nothing to do would put the blame on their imagined enemies. "Not much different," the Tarsanus noble said. "The Protoss are just aliens who have just entered space. They just relied on the technology of those ancient civilizations to fight bravely in the human world. I heard that the Protoss burned Marsera and Chatsera directly," Davis said. "If you know you are afraid," he then said to Davis, "stay close to me. I will protect you." My bodyguard is much stronger than you. Davis grinned, which almost made the young noble opposite him stare at his beautiful red lips. You see, the Tarsinus noble thought he had succeeded. When he was about to say something, a sharp air defense alarm suddenly sounded in the city. This immediately caused a cry of surprise in the elegant and rich hall, and the expensive silk carpets were soon splashed with the expensive amber wine. Ah! The young nobleman opposite Davis, who was still talking just now, screamed and almost threw himself into Davis' arms, but the latter immediately dodged like lightning. Shut your mouths. When many people were panicking and trying to find a way to escape, Emmett Tagore at the center of the banquet almost shocked everyone present with his roar, "Don't stop the music." Only then did Davis look at the heir of the Tagore family named Emmett, who had light blue eyes and sparse grey short hair. Emmett Tagore's skin was so pale that he was often called the Vampire of Tarsinus. Emmett was just an ordinary family member of the Tagore family. His talents in many aspects were far inferior to those of his brothers and sisters who had received aristocratic elite education, so he was not taken seriously. The closed aristocratic life and high status cultivated Emmett's weird personality. In recent years, he began to seek some novel excitement. Davis looked down on this child of the Tagore family. He was just a twisted beast. Even though he was not taken seriously, Emmett continued to live a luxurious life after committing a heinous crime. If a descendant of the creation family could be tried by law, it would inevitably undermine the established rules and traditions. Although Emmett was a descendant of the noble Tagore family, the people around him were not all around him. In any case, the atmosphere could not return to the way it was before. The people here firmly believed that the Federal Army would soon eradicate the alien Zerg in Wodona, and many people still stubbornly believed that the alien Zerg had not come to the ground of Wodona at all. "Are you okay, sir?" Davis stretched out his hand, but did not help the young nobleman, who fell to the ground, but reached for his wine glass. "It's just an air defense alarm. How could the Zerg appear in the city?" The Tarsinus noble looked up and looked out the window. His terrified eyes immediately reflected a group of flying dragons. The monsters that took off on the heat wave of the city were flying and emitting sharp horns, followed by the roar of the Wodona anti-aircraft artillery. At this time, even those who had the most optimistic estimate of the war began to feel real fear. The banquet soon ended unhappily, leaving Emmett Tagore sitting on the ground alone, sulking and venting his anger by smashing things. "If you think your life is too long, you can stay here." Davis mercilessly shook off the Tarsinus noble, who still wanted to entangle him, and followed the crowd out of the banquet hall. Carolina, the Zerg broke through the defense line in the north of the city. "I'm afraid the war will spread to the city." When she walked out of the banquet hall, the butler of the Davis family was waiting for her. "Has the Federation fleet not arrived yet?" Davis asked the old butler, who was already gray-haired. "I'm afraid that's the case, because the fleet that came is a rebel fleet. The rebel warships are anchored above the main city of Wodona, and they claim that they are the savior of mankind." Chapter 341. Wodona is under our protection. The main city of Wodona was shrouded in gloomy clouds and fear of the Zerg. The hideous dragons hovered over the city like a flock of crows returning to their nests. The majestic skyscrapers in the city center also trembled because of the arrival of the Zerg. All the LEDs and holographic screens flickered due to the turmoil in the power supply hub. The whole city seemed to scream in fear at the impending disaster. Accompanied by the family butler, Carolina Davis left the floor where the banquet hall was located and went to the helipad on the top floor. The elevator was already overcrowded and always overloaded, so they could only take the stairs through the safety passage. This city center building called Wodona Gate has been open to Wodona's socialites since its construction. The strict security facilities and strict guards have made it the safest place on the entire planet. No wanted criminal or robber has ever made the celebrities in this building so nervous, just because someone told them that the two forces they feared the most, the terrifying aliens and the rebels, are coming. As Davis walked through the long corridor, people walked by her from time to time. These people were either staff members of the skyscraper or people with power and status. No matter how different their attire was, they were all terrified now. When disaster strikes, not everyone can fearlessly take up arms to defend their homes. When Davis boarded the top floor helipad, The roar of anti-aircraft artillery became more intense, and some more violent roars came from the explosion of the federal arsenal in the main city of Wodona. The protective shield opened by the defense matrix force field designed by the Kel-morian technology giant LAS Technology Company well isolated the storm from the outside world, but it could not block the sound. Standing on the edge of the docking platform, Davis could see the grey dome above the main city of Wodona through the transparent energy shield. Lead grey clouds gathered above the city, blocking the sunlight falling from the dome, and the whole city was shrouded in grey. The city buildings below the helipad were still flashing colorful lights, flickering. Rebels. How many people are there? Davis did not rush to board his own armed airship like the other dignitaries who were allowed to enter the apron, but just looked at his butler with worry. I don't know. The butler with white hair was not affected by the tense atmosphere around him. The Wodona radar observation station has found at least 12 battle cruisers. If they are all rebels, then the federal spokesman must be lying. It seems that the federal navy did not hit the rebels as hard as they said. On the contrary, their strength has doubled compared to a few years ago. The rebels have long been a force that cannot be underestimated, Davis said while retying her long light golden hair that was piled high. Hurry up and get on board, Carolina. The butler said at this time, the central airport of Wodona is already overcrowded. If we are late, we may not be able to catch up with the large transport ship evacuating Wodona. Wodona is my home, and today I will witness her fall with my own eyes. Davis turned around and prepared to leave. In the face of the threat of the Zerg, Davis felt for the first time the insignificance of humanity and his own power. A scream of trickery came from the clouds, and a crack appeared in the dark sky. A dozen screaming Jumunganda dragons swiftly passed through the clouds and attacked the apron on the top floor of the skyscraper below. Their shells flashed bright purple under the faint light. The automatic anti-aircraft turrets on the roof rotated and shot at the serpentine flying creatures with cortical membrane wings, roaring and throwing out a series of golden bullets. Several dragons that flexibly moved in the air were turned into blood mist by the dense rain of bullets, but the rest avoided the dense anti-aircraft fire. A luxury yacht that had just taken off was caught by two dragons flapping their wings vigorously. Davis watched with her own eyes that the yacht worth tens of millions of federal credits was torn into pieces, and the screams from the crowd blew her eardrums. People had never seen such hideous creatures outside of holographic films and zoos, and the Zerg were far more terrible than the fiercest beasts in the universe. The snake-like body of the Mutalisk was covered with sharp spikes, shaped like a barbed file. Davis had never seen any other animal in the universe that had so many exaggerated fangs and spines as the Mutalisk. Every pair of its orange eyes, every pair of sharp fangs and spikes seemed to be born for killing. From the moment they broke out of their eggs in the hatchery and the spire, these Mutalisks were destined to kill for the Zerg, or die in defense of the Zerg. We can't stay here. Davis was a strong woman, but she couldn't help but feel real fear when she saw the Mutalisk. It was extremely dangerous to force a lift in the sky, occupied by the Mutalisk. The limited armor of the armed airship could not withstand the powerful acid of the Mutalisk's symbiotic blade worms. A Mutalisk flapped its wings like a bomber and dropped several bright green symbiotic bladder worms onto the apron. The explosion shook the seemingly fragile protective shield. LAS Technology once claimed that their products could easily resist the broadside guns of battle cruisers, but no one had ever really verified it. Although Kel-morian's technology has always been as simple and reliable as their KMC armor-piercing shells. Get out of here. Davis saw several yachts of wealthy businessmen or nobles still taking off without knowing the consequences when he turned back, and some people hysterically shouted that this defense field was indestructible. Those yachts that still chose to take off immediately became the new targets of the Mutalisks. Although the pilots of these yachts were all highly paid aces, the Mutalisks were definitely efficient and deadly aerial hunters. Davis followed the security personnel back the same way without looking back, but at this moment, a surprised shout came from behind him. Davis's heart was filled with chaotic thoughts and irrepressible despair. She couldn't help but feel extremely disappointed with the Terran Federation that had promised to protect Wodona. Battle cruiser. It's a fleet. Hearing people's exclamations, Davis turned around in an instant. She saw an unparalleled steel giant ship sailing out from the dense clouds, with its cannons flashing cold light and lights on its wide bridge. The silver-grey steel giant ship was moving forward in the storm, like a moving steel fortress. Hundreds of fighter planes with ice blue and orange-red tails sailed out from both sides of the battleship, chasing the alien dragons driven here by them, and passing over people's heads. The battlecruiser was above the city, only 1,000 feet away from where Davis stood. She could vaguely see the red whip-ring logo on the bow of the battlecruiser. The battlecruiser also depicts silver Z-shaped lightning, which may be the symbol of its fleet or its name. Only by standing under a battlecruiser can one deeply appreciate the majesty of such a steel giant ship. Every cold gun muzzle under its fine steel ship interprets the power of mankind standing in the interstellar space and demonstrates the infinite determination and courage of mankind to challenge the starry sky. This scene was deeply reflected in Carolina Davis' eyes. From then on, she was convinced that the source of mankind's power to conquer the galaxy came from strong ships and cannons. We are the Korhal Revolutionary Army. The Zerg that invaded Wodona have collapsed under the offensive of the Revolutionary Army. I'm Augustus Mengsk, and I promise you that Wodona is safe now. The image of a revolutionary soldier wearing a wide-brimmed military hat and a dark grey cloak appeared on the screens of skyscrapers in the city center. The Korhal Revolutionary Army will do its best to provide protection to every colony we encounter that is forced to join the Federation political entity under the pressure of the Terran Federation, so that the people of these colonies will not be threatened by the Zerg. Now, Wodona is under our protection. All anti-aircraft firepower will cease immediately. We come for the purpose of peace. Augustus Mengsk. In front of Davis, there was a slightly shorter skyscraper screen, and on it was the young and very courageous leader of the Korhal Revolutionary Army. Augustus Mengsk and the Mengsk family and the Korhal IV rebels he represented have always been the biggest concern of the Terran Federation. They have always been considered the source of chaos in the territory of the Terran Federation. After all, every colony that the Korhal Revolutionary Army has been to is on the verge of destruction under the attack of the Zerg and the Protoss. The devil of Korhal, the running dog of the Zerg and the Protoss, the traitor who betrayed humanity. Davis read out a few of Augustus's recently acquired titles, and suddenly felt that life is really wonderful. A few years ago, on Tarsinus Prime, Augustus Mengsk from Korhal IV only brought a few private soldiers of the Heavenly Devils to the banquet. At that time, no one realized that the handsome young nobleman who always treated people with a smile would become the leader of the rebels who now had a huge fleet. In the eyes of the Tarsinus nobles, no matter how prestigious and status Augustus' family enjoyed on Korhal IV, he was always a small noble from a small place. The Federation Parliament and the Creation family will eventually pay the price for the stupid decision they made at the beginning. Davis sighed. They destroyed Korhal, but they also created an Avenger full of anger with their own hands. Davis did not believe that the Revolutionary Army was the murderous demons and butchers in the Federation propaganda, because Wodona had accepted some refugees who escaped from the marginal worlds. Some of those people witnessed the Revolutionary Army's fleet falling from the sky, like an angel of death called by God. She also learned about the political policies and propositions of the Revolutionary Army in detail, most of which were the enlightened policies that Augustus Mengsk used to manage Korhal IV, and focused on development and people's livelihood. In any case, this at least proves that they are not just a peasant uprising army that advocates uprising for justice for the people. In the territory of the Terran Federation, books and materials about the Korhal Revolutionary Army are illegal, but the omnipresent sons of Korhal can always hand over detailed information to those who have long been dissatisfied with the Federation at the right time. Davis has a lot of collections, although most of them are portrait briefs of Augustus. Possessing these dangerous contraband is likely to attract a visit from the Federal Secret Police late at night, but nobles like Davis will not attract such suspicion. Augustus, the Wolf of Korhal. Rebels. How can rebels be seen where there are Zerg and Protoss? Aren't they related to these aliens? After hearing Augustus' words, the people around showed completely different reactions from Davis. Some of them cursed Augustus and his revolutionary army with malice, while others turned to worry whether their property would be damaged by the arrival of the revolutionary army. It is said that, wherever the revolutionary army arrives, the people who welcome them the most are the people at the bottom of society and the blue-collar class who hope to improve their status. As for those who are already living a happy life, They do not welcome the arrival of the Revolutionary Army because it is likely to change their lives. However, in this era, those who live a happy life are always a minority. Years of war and the government's long-term corruption are sucking the blood of the Terran Federation, and the rulers are always thinking about sucking the marrow out of their bones. The anti-aircraft firepower in the center of the main city of Wodona did not stop firing due to the arrival of the Revolutionary Army warships, but re-aimed at new enemies. The threat of the Zerg has not completely retreated, and the federal government army and the rebels have started a war. For the federal garrison stationed in Wodona, the rebels and the Zerg are equal enemies. In most cases, the rebels are even enemies with a higher priority. It's dangerous here, Korhal. The butler reminded Davis, who was staring at the battle cruiser in the sky. The Revolutionary Army will not harm civilians. Davis suddenly said to the butler. But you are a noble with status, Kit, you are not a commoner. The rebels are all a bunch of rural farmers and miners from marginal worlds who have no food to eat. The butler responded to Davis. Augustus Mengsk brought them here. Can you expect his mob of men not to go wild in the prosperous Wodona? At this time, 2 transport planes painted in gold and red drove towards the apron with the humming sound of the engine. Davis immediately realized that the other party's target was definitely not himself, but the nearby City Hall building. This commercial skyscraper was undoubtedly the best place to dock. The automatic turrets on the docking platform locked onto the revolutionary transport planes and kept firing. They immediately injured one of them and forced it to hover and land in the city center, and the other one headed straight for the docking platform. The people on the platform were terrified and scattered. After a while, only Davis and her butler and security personnel, who were livid but still loyally guarding the family lady, were left. The pilot of the transport plane was still operating the spacecraft to avoid the bullet chain while flying over the protective shield of the docking platform. In the hatch of the transport ship that was opened against the wind, a ghost agent wearing goggles aimed at the automatic turret on the platform and fired accurately. He used a federal ghost agent's standard locking bullet that could lock the machine and paralyze it. At present, the ghost agents of the Nova Squadron like to use this new weapon the most. This locking bullet also paralyzed the protective shield force field generator on the platform, which caused the rain that was originally blocked by the protective shield to fall down, soaking Davis' hair and evening gown. Chapter 342, The Filial Daughter. The revolutionary transport ship hovering over the Wodona Gate skyscraper landed steadily on the rooftop helipad, and the plasma flames gushing out of the thrusters raised a burst of hot and humid steam. Stand behind me. Korhal. Davis's loyal butler commanded several family security personnel to protect the family lady, but their only weapon was the standard P-220 electromagnetic pistol of the Federal Police Department. Put down your guns, Davis warned the butler and guards around him. These soldiers will not shoot, only if we prove that we are not a threat to them. If I were you, I would immediately put down my weapons and stand aside. Did you hear what Miss Korhal said? Do it immediately. We can't be the opponent of the rebels. The butler's mind flashed through various thoughts and considerations, and he immediately recognized what Davis said. The Davis family security personnel, who had reflexively held their weapons tightly in their hands, immediately dropped their pistols on the ground and raised their hands together with Korhal. Davis to prove that they were not holding any weapons. On the battlefield, a soldier who is always on edge is very likely to fire at anyone who points a weapon at him, especially when they meet suddenly, because if he hesitates when pulling the trigger, he may be the one to die. The Federal Army often accidentally injures innocent civilians when performing local security tasks in rebellious areas, and the electromagnetically accelerated spike bullets always kill them in one shot. With the hissing sound of the hydraulic device contracting, a weathered gangway was lowered. The first to rush out of the transport ship were 2 fully armed revolutionary soldiers. They were wearing shiny crimson new alloy armor, and the continuous raindrops crackled on the dark orange matte masks. The pale white lines on the helmet mask formed a pair of triangular black eyes and a long nose and mouth like a bear. If Davis knew something about a kind of naive, but quite ferocious animal living on ancient Earth, she would definitely be able to associate it with the creature called panda. Their broad left shoulder armor was painted with capital letters "War" in white paint, and the other shoulder was pig, which meant that they were the elite special operations team of the Revolutionary Army, and were awarded the title of battlefield porcupines. These well-equipped troops always appeared in the most dangerous areas of the battlefield, and performed the most difficult tasks. Generally speaking, they were also given the decapitation operation, to kill the enemy commander. The 2 Revolutionary Army soldiers who first stepped off the transport ship charged forward swiftly, even in armor, ready to fire at all enemies that appeared in their sight while running. They locked Davis and several people around her, stood still and pointed their Gauss rifles at them. More Revolutionary Army soldiers followed in a line from the gangway below. Their outfits were almost exactly the same as the previous 2 comrades, but the weapons they carried were different, including FN heavy sniper rifles, railguns and flamethrowers. Some warriors who were nearly 10 feet, 3 meters, tall were wearing specially made heavy armor, and each of them carried a heavy Gatling cannon that was usually only mounted on armed helicopters. The soldiers passed by Davis and the others on both sides, stepped into the stairs they came from in a compact pace and disappeared. "I suggest you find a place to take shelter from the rain, young lady," one of the soldiers said to Davis. "We will leave here soon, and will never hurt innocent people." The soldier's voice sounded very young. He might be a college student or even a high school student, or he came from a marginal colony planet with agriculture or mining as the main industry. When the Revolutionary Army came, it was obvious that the former was more attractive to these young people, whether to follow them to leave the unchanging life, or stay in their hometown, to inherit their father's business. But even if he was a relatively young soldier, he had been tempered to be as silent and tough as those veterans, and only vented his anger on the enemies of the Revolutionary Army when necessary. "Who is the commander?" Davis stretched out a hand to cover his chest, and looked at the revolutionary soldier who was pointing a gun at him. "I know where Governor Wodona is hiding now." "You don't know what you are talking about, Carolina." The butler was frightened. He never thought that his young lady would help the Revolutionary Army. The nobles of Wodona are closely connected with the rulers of the Terran Federation, and they are also the ruling class that the Revolutionary Army wants to overthrow. It is hard to imagine that Davis, who was born in an aristocratic family, would choose to help the Revolutionary Army against the class he belongs to. "I know my thoughts clearly," Davis said firmly to the butler. "I never make mistakes." As for Davis herself, she made this decision, not because of fear of death or impulse, but because she had such a plan long ago. As a lady of nobles who is elegant, charming and proficient in etiquette, Davis's unknown beautiful appearance hides a heart that yearns for revolution. If the Revolutionary Army had not arrived in Wodona, Davis would have also found an opportunity to leave her home and join the Revolutionary Army. She is in her 20s, a few years older than Augustus, but this mature woman yearns for change. Because the protective cover on the tarmac has failed, the pouring rain completely soaked the thin dress that the Davis family hired the top tailor of Linkshaw's hero colony to tailor. The beautiful dress was soaked through, clinging to Davis's smooth skin and breathtaking curves. Her wet light golden hair hung on her long eyelashes, making her look far more attractive than her slender figure when dancing at the banquet. Davis was only wearing a few pieces of light fabrics, thin and fragile. The climate in Wodona is pleasant all year round, and even in the pouring rain, it is not very cold, but the feeling of being soaked is quite uncomfortable. "You know?" the young soldier asked her. The location of the governor's palace of Governor Wodona has never been a secret, but this governor who has close personal relations with the nobles of Tarsinus and Wodona usually does not work in the governor's palace. After Augustus Mengsk, son of Korhal, began to attack the federal governors of various parts of the Terran Federation, Governor Wodona has always preferred to hide in a secret underground facility that is as solid as a rock. This Governor Wodona has always been a cautious person, and his hiding place is certainly unknown to outsiders. "Of course," Davis replied, "he's staying with my father now. I'm a member of the Davis family of Wodona," she continued. "I can provide you with more help." The soldier opposite was silent, but he was obviously communicating with his superior through the communication device in his helmet. Not long after, a ghost agent in tight combat uniform walked out of the transport plane. It was the ghost agent who used the mechanical locking weapon to paralyze the anti-aircraft artillery and platform defense equipment. The ghost agent was a well-proportioned and strong male warrior. His perfect muscles were clearly visible when he ran in the rain. It was hard to imagine how rigorous training he had undergone to become a superhuman warrior. The first term of the Ghost Academy is about 4 years. The academy must accept unheard of courses to graduate. Only geniuses like Sarah Carrigan can graduate a few years early. With the help of combat uniforms, the power burst out by ghost agents is not inferior to that of a soldier wearing power armor. Carolina Davis, the ghost agent, scanned her with the green prosthetic eyes on his ghost mask. "You didn't lie, but why did you help us? I can't understand." The ghost agent's voice sounded very hoarse, like a voice coming from under the water. "Every ghost agent has a cold and melancholy soul. You are a mind reader." Davis looked at the ghost agent and said, "I have heard rumors about you. In short, I have long been fascinated by the Revolutionary Army." "Really? You may be right. The Revolutionary Army ghost who had been taught by the Protoss Dark Templar may have also learned the mysterious way of speaking, which made them go one step further on the road to becoming the Riddler. So what is your purpose?" He continued, "I can't see that this matter has any benefit to you. Don't you know that a life of wealth and luxury is the lifelong goal of many people? Augustus Mengsk is also a nobleman. The wealth and power of the Kamensk family is even higher than that of the Davis family." Davis used this sentence to make the Revolutionary Army ghost agent recognize her. "I hope you can take me to see your Marshal Augustus Mengsk after this." Davis said, "That's all. I'll do my best," Ghost said, staring at her. Hundreds of people wanted to see the Marshal, including local talents and clowns. Of course, the most were those socialites and even prostitutes who thought they could win the favor of Marshal Augustus. Many popes of religions also claimed that the Marshal of the Revolutionary Army was the incarnation of their gods. As the Revolutionary Army led by Augustus became larger and larger, not just anyone could come to Augustus unimpeded. Augustus still hoped that he could hear the voice of the people at any time, but his precious time did not allow him to do so. "Lead the way, young lady." The ghost agent obviously spoke more when talking about Augustus. "You also think that Marshal Augustus is a great leader, don't you? He saved me from the hands of the Federation and redeemed my sinful soul. Since then, I have entrusted my life to him. In the name of Augustus, I swear that I will keep my promise." At this time, Davis could see the carving on the ghost agent's neck, which was inlaid with a portrait of Augustus Mengsk wearing a military cap. Many revolutionary soldiers carry photos of the revolutionary Marshal Augustus Mengsk with them. It seems that, as long as they look at him, they will surge with unlimited power. This is a bit incredible. Generally speaking, they should always carry photos of their fiancés or nude photos of some female stars. According to some secret and subtle rumors that have been blocked by OGB agents, Admiral Horace Warfield carries a photo of Miss Dorothy Mengsk, but that may be considered to be a photo of Marshal Augustus in women's clothing that has not been destroyed. "Yes," Davis said, looking at her stern-faced butler with her dark eyes. Even though the butler had experienced many ups and downs in his first half of life, the scene today was something he had never seen before. Governor Wodona is now under the Bennett Commercial Building opposite the Wodona Gate building. There is a heavily guarded underground bunker on the negative third floor, which is strong enough to withstand the bombardment of multiple Hellfire missiles. She not only told the hiding place of the governor and her father, but also gave advice to the special operations team of the Revolutionary Army who were about to attack there. "It is almost impossible to force a breakthrough unless you destroy it and the people inside," she said. "There are federal police stations and security forces nearby. The longer you delay, the more dangerous it will be. You can tell my father that I'm in your hands. He will definitely open the door for me. He loves you very much." Even the cold will of the ghost agent was surprised by Davis' words. "But if it doesn't work, we still have our own plans and methods, but they may be a little rough and inhumane. I love him too," Davis said calmly. "In another 10 years, he will definitely be glad for my choice today. If Augustus Mengsk becomes the new ruler of the Terran Federation, the Davis family will also become the king of Wodona. In that case, we must take you with us," the agent said. "Corporal Ryan, take her. In terms of running speed, even athletes can't compare with soldiers wearing power armor, let alone Davis." The revolutionary named Ryan knelt on one knee in front of Davis, just like a knight who was about to swear allegiance to the Lord. Davis lifted up her long skirt to ensure that the other party would not expose her when she was picked up. When the corporal picked up Davis and started running, about 20 soldiers in alloy armor followed him. Under Davis's guidance, they passed through the corridors of the Gate of Adona and came to the entrance of the Bennett Commercial Building. The Davis family's butler was guarded by the remaining revolutionary soldier and was ordered to stay where he was. This commercial building belonging to the Bennett family of Tassinus is mainly open to those who have business dealings with the Bennett family. Most of the time, only those elites are allowed to enter here. The Bennett family is widely praised for their authority and rigorous spirit in the shipbuilding industry, but this family is also known for its coldness and inhumanity. The Bennett family emphasizes the difference between the creation family and ordinary people. Everything they do is for profit. This spirit is also reflected in the Bennett family's buildings' cold and sharp right-angled lines and towering pointed domes, like the spear of the world. The Bennett Commercial Building was guarded by a team of security personnel armed with Gauss rifles, and they were almost immediately defeated by the elite Special Operations Team of the Revolutionary Army. There were hundreds of fully armed security personnel and even Federal Marines stationed in the building, but they were defeated by the fierce offensive of this elite force. Every member of the Revolutionary Army's battlefield porcupine elite team is a carefully selected brave warrior. They are not afraid of sacrifice like resocialized soldiers, but they also have the wisdom and battlefield decision-making ability that an excellent warrior should have. Davis was well protected. She was guarded by the ghost agent himself until the Revolutionary Army's Special Operations Force completely cleared the passage leading to the underground. In the covert operation, Wodona did receive a lot of technological and financial support from the Terran Empire because of Davis's relationship with the son of Korhal, and it prospered because of it. In our words, that is a minister of the dragon. Chapter 343. Who is she? This is the bustling civic center of the main city of Adona, with tall buildings stretching up into the sky. The majestic and spectacular skyscraper complex is not as crowded as the city center of the main city of Tarsinus. It is interspersed with beautiful roads, neatly built large green lawns and intermittent fountains that sparkle colorfully under the lights. Next to it is a ship-shaped ecological park transformed from a sunken freighter. It uses atmospheric transformation equipment to create a variety of different environments such as rainforests, grasslands, and coniferous forests. There are both rare and precious plants from all over the world and rare wild animals, including Bengal tigers, sardine bears, blue-crowned deer, and bare-toothed beasts. Some of them have even been declared extinct in their place of origin. This ecological park was built during the Guild War in the name of promoting the harmonious coexistence of nature and humans. The cost is high, enough to build a destroyer, or allow tens of thousands of war refugees who starve to death in the war to survive the winter. Although those Wodona politicians who dared to tell the truth revealed that this large-scale project that wasted people's money and resources was useless, except to satisfy the governor's personal preferences, no one would question the governor with amazing power. The governor of Wodona was originally a Tassinus noble with a title. He was an important figure in the federal government's ruler's control of Wodona. No matter how precious the Wodona Central Ecological Park was, it was already in ruins under the fierce exchange of fire between the Revolutionary Army and the security personnel of the Bennett Commercial Building. The moon-shaped dome built with clear transparent glass and reinforced fused alloy frames had collapsed under the bombardment of artillery fire, and rare birds and animals that were rarely seen on weekdays were running around on the rubble-covered road. The open space between the Wodona Gate skyscraper, the Bennett Commercial Building, and the ecological park was full of bloody corpses, most of which were from the security personnel of the Bennett Building. The security guards were all veterans who retired after the Guild War. After their honorable retirement, they chose to seek a high-paying job in Wodona. Experienced veterans are much more combat capable than the weak federal garrison stationed in Wodona, and this can also save the governor the trouble of having to deal with the Duke family generals who are not in a good relationship with him. The security guards of the Bennett Building are all wearing the latest CMC 300 power armor. Their armor is dark blue, which is the color of most territories in the Terran Federation, and the armor has the single-star logo of Wodona with yellow and black stripes. Their weapons are also standard Federal Marines. With the firepower support of a large number of automatic machine guns and missile pods, they clamped down on the battlefield Porcupine Special Forces for about 20 minutes. Normally, this is enough to hold out until the nearest troops come to support, but the Revolutionary Army airborne troops to the main city of Wodona are obviously more than just the battlefield Porcupine. Other airborne troops guarded the key roads and blocked the various support troops. In the distance, 2 Revolutionary Arc tanks that were subsequently airdropped to the city center were advancing along the road in front of the building. They collided head-on with several Federal Goliath armed robots on the move, and the roar of the Thor's hammer cannon was like thunder. The Revolutionary Army obviously did not want to destroy the entire city to seize control of the main city of Wodona. They did not even need to occupy the city for a long time. They just needed a victory in the core world and a claim to the planet. A sharp whistling sound from a rocket exploded in Korhal IV's ears, and the door of the Bennett commercial building was blown to pieces along with several Federal soldiers behind it in the violent explosion. Davis saw several revolutionary soldiers rushing in without hesitation, but they were immediately swept down by the large caliber automatic machine guns behind the door. This immediately turned into a thrilling shootout, and the walls of the entire building entrance were almost completely destroyed by the heavy firepower of the Field Porcupine squad. Even so, the guards inside were still resisting tenaciously. Although the high officials and generals of the Federation generally like to employ resocialized soldiers as their guards, those who the Revolutionary Army faces today are obviously not. After the Revolutionary Army soldiers finally rushed into the Bennett building, there was even a tragic hand-to-hand fight in the halls and corridors. When Korhal Davis followed the Revolutionary Army ghost agent whose name she still didn't know into the devastated Bennett building, she almost walked in with blood. The heels of her high heels were stained with warm blood, and it was like red ink spread in the rain of Wodona. As a noble lady who grew up under the careful care of her family, Davis had never seen such a bloody and cruel scene. So many brave and fearless soldiers who were still breathing just now turned into broken corpses in just a few minutes. Each of them had different thoughts and souls, but now they died here for an order. The once shining alloy armor completely turned into a cold iron coffin, and the soldiers on both sides became flesh and blood cast in steel. Davis quickly ran to tear open the hem of her skirt and silk pantyhose. She was able to keep up with the pace of the ghost agent while running. She was definitely not the spoiled noble lady on the surface. Through identification, Davis found a hidden giant steel door behind a blood-soaked wall. The door was 3 feet thick, more than 1 meter, and the surface was nailed with thick leather with huge copper nails. There were 2 lions standing on both sides. It was the emblem of a family that monopolized the metal casting industry in Wodona, but it was also considered the symbol of the governor of Wodona. The ambitious governor always compared himself to a lion. He might get along well with Augustus Mengsk, because the latter also liked to use the emblems of wolves, eagles, and lions. This alloy door was only the first barrier of this underground fortress. Just opening it required the power of a reactor. Several revolutionary soldiers standing in front of the door moved out a whole box of D-type explosives to blast it open. Their movements were very skillful, and it seemed that they did this kind of thing often. Try it, I hope your method works. The ghost agent, whose face was hidden deep under the mask, waved his hand to stop the soldiers, and said to Davis, who was panting beside him. Although it looked incredible, Davis still found a holographic projection communication device the size of a glasses lens from under her wet and light dress. This high-precision equipment produced in Adrian is expensive, and the master-level forging process makes it a collection of extremely high value. With a flash of light and shadow, an old man with white hair appeared in Davis's palm. Old Davis was already very old when he had Korhal. The most comfortable environment and longevity enhancers made his life much older than he looked. You don't stay at Tagor's banquet, God. Let go of my daughter, you devil. Old Davis first saw his daughter who was soaking wet, and then the ghost agent standing behind her also came into his sight. I'm a demon. I used to be from the Federation, but now I'm from Augustus. The ghost agent's voice sounds inexplicably terrifying, and it is even more terrifying when it is deliberately made. Your daughter is safe, don't worry, he said. You should worry about yourself, Mr. Davis. The Revolutionary Army will definitely take this city, and then all the Federation lackeys will be liquidated. Now as an old nobleman, old Davis is not only a politician, but also a shrewd businessman, and even more a calculating investor. He has long heard about what the Revolutionary Army did on certain planets. Rich people who were considered evil suffered from this, and their wealth and land were divided equally among civilians who supported the Revolutionary Army. As for those Federation officials, they were either missing or shot. This means that every time Augustus went to a place, he tried to uproot the old forces there. Augustus Mengsk was originally a nobleman, but he acted so much that he hated the class he was in, and his father Angus was still a traditional Federation nobleman in his bones. The reason why the nobles of the Federation hated Augustus and his revolutionary army so much was that they showed no mercy to the rulers and nobles. Anyway, the rulers of the Federation would not let Augustus go, just because he was merciful. However, even so, many nobles not only survived, but also retained their original assets and social status, because they were all staunch supporters of Augustus, mainly the old nobles of Korhal IV. Impossible, Wodona will never fall. The roar of Governor Wodona came from behind old Davis. Father, we all know that the Federation will be destroyed. It is full of rotten flesh, and it is difficult to turn back. The people of Wodona don't have to perish with the Federation. Davis ignored the roar of Governor Wodona and said to his father, old Davis would not surrender just because his daughter was captured by the enemy. He was never a loving father. It is more likely that he would only coldly avenge the enemy for his tragically dead daughter. The death of his children would break old Davis' heart, but as a patriarch who had ruled the Davis family for many years, he had many children. It's time, she said. We have talked about this for a long time. It's time to make a choice. Davis and his father had discussed the Davis family's position between the Federation and the rebels a long time ago. At that time, Korhal had just rebelled and everyone thought that the rebels were not a big deal. Old Davis was well aware of the chaotic bureaucratic style and hidden dangers in the federal government. At the same time, he also believed that Augustus Mengsk was a hero and the Davis family's political investment would pay off. He didn't know that the Terra family of Tarsinus had already placed a bet on Augustus before him. Even if the possibility of Augustus overthrowing the Federation was small, the Davis family had to consider what choice they would make if the Terran Federation suddenly collapsed one day. It's too early now. Old Davis made a decision with lightning speed. I failed to protect the governor and I'm to blame. Do it. What? I can't believe it. What did you say? Before Governor Wodona could say anything else, the loyal family guards of old Davis had already pinned the angry governor to the ground. Governor Wodona's guards fought back desperately, and a gunfight broke out in the not-so-wide underground fortress, but old Davis remained calm. Tell Marshal Mengsk that it was Militus Davis who gave Governor Wodona and the city to him. Old Davis would not have made such a quick decision, based on just a few words from his daughter's communication channel. But now there were many revolutionary soldiers who hated the Federation and the nobles standing over their heads. I will report your merits to the Marshal's headquarters truthfully. Thank you for your cooperation. Not long after, the heavy door slowly opened, and Militus Davis, who looked unhappy, personally escorted the angry Governor Wodona out, kicking him from time to time. In the past years, Militus and Governor Wodona Crete Serena had been close friends for decades, and they were as close as brothers, which was why Governor Wodona hid in the same place as old Davis. Now, Governor Wodona must have understood what it means to know a person's face, but not his heart. I got the wrong guy. Militus, Tarsinus will not let you go. Governor of Wodona roared. Otherwise why do you say you are blind? Even at his advanced age, old Davis still spoke with full of energy. Few people know that nearly a century ago, Militus was once called the Fox of Wodona. Capture him. With the order of the ghost agent, the family guards of old Davis and Governor of Wodona were immediately captured, but the former was obviously treated preferentially. We will not resist. Old Davis emphasized. I think you have a chance to meet Marshal Augustus. He is preparing to go to the governor's palace. The ghost agent suddenly turned to Davis at this time, and he seemed to have received some news. The marshal is swift and decisive. He always arrives before orders and notices are issued. If the marshal said he was coming, he must have been standing at the door. Come with me. Don't worry, father, I will get you out when I come back. Davis smiled and said to his dusty father, I just hope you remember this, Carolina. Militus rolled his eyes. When Davis hurried to the governor's mansion in Wedona, Augustus was already sitting at the desk that originally belonged to the governor of the planet, reviewing documents. He placed the hat with the gold star and the ring of the weave emblem on the foot of the desk. He was wearing a dark gray military uniform with a fur collar. Even when he was buried in the documents on the desk, he still had a straight back. When Davis walked into the office, Augustus immediately looked up at her, his cold gray eyes as sharp as an eagle. What surprised Davis was that Augustus was even much younger than the posters, because he always had a tuft of beard on the posters. Augustus, he was more manly than 3 years ago. But Davis found that she was too eager to see Augustus and didn't have time to change into a set of dry clothes. Davis's wet clothes were tightly attached to the curve of her chest, and her swan-like neck and deep butterfly bones were clearly visible to Augustus. Her torn long skirt revealed smooth and round pink and white long legs, and the right degree of exposure was almost irresistible to men. She had been running, so her face was rosy and her face was delicate and beautiful. Who is she? With a cold question, Davis realized that, because she only had eyes for Augustus, she completely ignored the female ghost agent with long fiery red hair standing next to Augustus. For God's sake, I don't know. You can participate in the fan title activity in the comments area. Just comment on the post. The fan title is to assemble the troops, and each person will also have 200 points. Chapter 344 Follow him. I'm Carolina, daughter of Militus Davis. Davis adjusted the silk skirt that was torn by himself and stretched out his right hand to gather the wet hair on his forehead. She was a typical noble of Waldona, well versed in etiquette, and every movement seemed to have an innate elegance. She spoke appropriately, and neither servile nor overbearing. You should wear something before coming in. Ghost Agent Sarah Kerrigan, who had beautiful long red hair, crossed her hands and hugged her bulging chest under her military uniform. Her eyes, shining like ice jade, fell on Davis's smooth shoulders, and a light snort came from her nose. I'm not naked. Davis looked at Kerrigan and noticed that the other party was also wearing a neat grey military uniform. The other party had a well-proportioned figure and beautiful facial features. He was also very heroic in the military uniform, just like a red-haired Valkyrie. It's not too late to put it on now. Kerrigan always spoke coldly, and she never had a good face for the old federal nobles. Marshal Augustus Mengsk doesn't like women wearing revealing clothes. Don't always represent me. I never said that I don't like beautiful girls wearing revealing clothes. Augustus coughed lightly and nodded to the ghost agent N21482 of the Field Porcupine Squad who was standing at the door of the governor's office. After Augustus's guard Captain Faraday closed the office door from the outside, only the marshal and the two unhappy women were left here. Miss Carolina, thank you and your father for helping the special forces in arresting the governor of the Wedona Federation. If not for this, we would have lost more brave soldiers. Augustus spoke highly of Davis. You saved the lives of hundreds of revolutionary and federal soldiers. It is the despicable rulers of the Federation who are to blame, not them. Sarah, you should give Carolina enough respect. Augustus saw the shadow of his mother Catherine in Davis. That strong and opinionated woman always pursed her lips stubbornly like Carolina. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Augustus couldn't believe that the woman in front of him was the old woman who always chatted in his ear in the cooperative mode of StarCraft 2nd. When she was gesticulating and nagging, it really made people want to twist her head off. I will respect her as much as I respect you. Kerrigan snorted. There are many little bitches who admire Augustus. They always shamelessly show their thighs and show their bodies, and they can't wait to throw themselves into his arms. Davis may not be a strong enemy who has ill intentions towards Augustus, but Kerrigan believes that, as long as she looks at Augustus a few more times, she will become a cat in heat. In Kerrigan's eyes, no one can escape the charm of Augustus Mengsk, but it was only because she herself fell too deeply. Kerrigan did not have much possessiveness, she was just as aggressive as always. Most importantly, Davis would not be a rival, because Augustus would not choose a woman older than himself as a partner. In other words, Kerrigan has a great advantage. As she said, Kerrigan walked to the sofa next to her, took out a large military windbreaker from an M backpack she carried with her, and handed it to Davis, who was still wearing wet clothes. Do you want me to help you put it on, or do I look like a maid? This doesn't look like your clothes. It's the Marshals. Davis took the windbreaker and put it on. Yes, but don't sniff it too hard. Kerrigan said. No. Davis quickly denied. I know you won't. Kerrigan's emerald green eyes seemed to penetrate Davis' soul. Let's get back to the point. Augustus knocked on the table. It's 15:44 p.m. Standard Time. I can probably stay on the ground for half an hour. I heard that you really want to see me. Now, you can speak freely in front of me. The Davis family is one of the most powerful nobles in Wodona. The wealth they have accumulated is all from the business of their ancestors and Militus Davis. They are not puppets of the Tarsinus federal government. Augustus will not refuse the support of the Davis family. After all, he is not strong enough to ignore them. The Davis family of Wodona is located in the core world and is also a family involved in shipbuilding. It can provide far galaxy dry docks and orbital shipyards for the revolutionary warships in the universe. The Davis family will be loyal to you. Davis really spoke freely as Augustus said. Our ship parts manufacturing factories are all over Wodona and the moon. We can produce everything from screws, circuit coils to ships and cannons. There are hundreds of thousands of workers working for the Davis family. In addition, we also control our trade route to Tarsinus, Velicia and Bront Prime, which can deliver materials from the core world to the Revolutionary Army. What do you want? Augustus thought it was feasible. In the past, the core world of the Federation has always been a restricted area that the Revolutionary Army could not enter. Only the Terra family and the Hot family occasionally provided valuable materials to the Revolutionary Army. Even so, the founding family of Tarsinus would not fully support the Revolutionary Army openly, and local families like the Davis family of Wodona would have to give everything they had once they were tied to the battle flag of the Revolutionary Army. We don't have any demands. We just hope that the Revolutionary Army can keep the Davis family after overthrowing the Federation. Davis said. This promise is worth 1,000 gold. Augustus stared into Davis' eyes and made a decision in an instant. Remember, before today, I would rather destroy the Davis family than keep them. But now, I can even become the protector of the Davis family. His voice was steady and resounding. Just as I have given this family a favor, I can also take it back without hesitation. In just a few words, Augustus changed from a gentle image to a strong and unquestionable one. He warned the Davis family to behave themselves, otherwise they would be destroyed immediately. Marshal Augustus Mengsk never made promises easily, but he definitely kept his word. Let the master of the Davis family come to see me. Then, Augustus turned to Kerrigan next to him. Tell Jim to send someone to bring Militus Davis here. As soon as possible. We don't have much time to stay here. The Federation fleet will arrive at any time. A scientific ship has detected the jump disturbance of the Epsilon Squadron entering the hyperspace channel 3 light years away. Are you leaving Wodona soon? Davis asked. Of course. I bet that the members of the Federation Senate in Tarsinus must have been scratching their heads when they heard that the rebels had reached the core world of Wodona. Augustus had time to talk to Davis before Militus arrived at the office. Although it will take a long time to get from Wodona to Tarsinus, I guess the members and nobles must think that the rebels and thugs who are about to chop off their heads are already standing at their doorsteps. Half of the Federation fleet in the Kaprulu sector has heard the news and is heading towards Wodona at all costs. Kerrigan said at this time. Please take me with you. Davis immediately put her family aside and said to Augustus sincerely, the Marshal does not need a blonde maid. Kerrigan reacted in a flash. Oh, I don't mind. Augustus shrugged. It sounds like you want to join the Revolutionary Army, but staying in Wodona, you can do much more than being an ordinary soldier. Besides, you have no experience of serving as a professional soldier. I have received systematic military education. Davis said, and I have long been prepared to be a soldier. If you graduate from the military academy, no matter where you are, you have the opportunity to serve as an officer in the Revolutionary Army. Augustus stood up and walked in front of Davis, smelling the blood on her body. New recruit Korhal Davis, after completing the training in the boot camp, you can be assigned to the frontline combat troops. Augustus said with a smile. There are many female soldiers in our army. They are tenacious and unyielding, and they are as brave as men. Yes, sir. Davis replied. I thought you would give her a backdoor, like you did with Mirahan, Kerrigan muttered, or assign her to the hospital? I think that's a good idea. Before Davis could say anything else, several rangers in blue power armor had escorted Militus Davis to the door of the governor's office. The famous Augustus Mengsk, lord of the wolf pack of Korhal. The dusty Militus acted as happy as if he had just made a big deal the moment he entered the governor's office. In the past, when Militus followed the nobles of Tarsinus to talk about the revolutionary marshal, he would not squeeze out any good words, but he would say nice things to everyone he met, whether he was a commoner or a noble. Militus Davis was as cunning as a fox. He had lived long enough to become a shrewd man. The people of Wodona say that the Terran Federation will regain its glory in the hands of that man. The son of Augustus Mengsk was also the greatest revolutionary 2 centuries ago. Militus couldn't help but praise Augustus a few more times. After meeting Augustus, Militus immediately realized that he was by no means comparable to those fat-headed government officials of the Federation and the rotten fish and shrimp in the Federation army. Augustus took only a few hours to capture Wodona. How could he not be a man who can do great things? The class solidification in the Terran Federation is serious. Except for Tarsinus, the new nobles of other federations must be recognized by the Creation family if they want to join the nobility. Once the federal parliament and the Creation family no longer exist, the positions they originally occupied will immediately become vacant. Militus believes that if Augustus wants to take over the Terran Federation's larger territory after the end of the Guild War, he will need the support of the old nobles. In time, the Davis family will be the Creation family of the new regime. He hopes that all the people of the Creation family of Tarsinus will die. Thank you. Augustus smiled and said, Carolina said that you and your Davis family want to contribute to the cause of the revolution. I have no objection to this. If our revolution has more people like you, it will surely be more powerful. The Davis family will always be loyal to you, and all Davises will keep this in mind. Davis swore, we will be loyal to Augustus Mengsk and his legitimate and wise successor. You don't need to be loyal to me. Augustus said, you are devoting yourself to the revolution. After the marshal's command evacuates Wodona, you can contact us through the encrypted channel. Someone will be responsible for the contact with Wodona. As the leader of the Davis family, you can also communicate with me directly, and the Davis family will do its best to help the revolutionary army. Militus quickly accepted the fact that the revolutionary army would evacuate soon, but he believed that they would come back sooner or later. Wodona will belong to you. Hearing Militus' words, Augustus just nodded. He walked out of the governor's office in silence and walked through the long corridor to the spacious governor's ballroom. This is where Governor Wodona enjoys luxury. Although the decoration is gorgeous, it is just a pretense. In the past, this ballroom was only filled with scantily clad dancers and nobles holding fine wine, which was ridiculous and unbelievable. At this time, the ballroom was holding federal officials and staff inside the governor's office. A huge red brick fireplace faces a transparent French window, and outside is a devastated municipal center park. There are black car wreckages and broken down armored vehicles everywhere, and arc tanks have become everywhere. The large open space in the municipal center park is full of revolutionary soldiers in gold and red power armor. Their neat square formations are endless, and their white bayonets are shining. The flags of the Revolutionary Army are slanted on both sides of the road and on the buildings, and the gloomy dark gray sky hides thousands of flags fluttering in the wind. Several transport planes slowly flew overhead, and a flag that had been dropped and was burning was so eye-catching. This was a silent and solemn army, and it was also the basis for Augustus to conquer the main city of Wodona. That governor of Wodona, did he confess his guilt? Augustus stood in front of the French window and asked Kerrigan, who followed him. We haven't used mind control yet, but he hurriedly told us everything he knew. Governor Wodona's confession will be broadcast live to all the core worlds of the Federation through the Wodona Run broadcast tower, and at the same time, we will also broadcast the Federation's dirty tricks and the ironclad evidence of their Zerg experiments that we obtained from Marcera, Chasera and Antigua Prime. Very good. Augustus glanced at the mechanical watch on his hand. Outside the window, the drizzle carrying ashes became more and more urgent, and blue lightning flashed across the sky from time to time. It's time to go. Following Augustus' order, Militus and Carolina, who came to the ballroom together, saw the revolutionary army formations below turning in unison. They seemed to be able to hear the thumping of the soldiers' footsteps on the stone floor and the click of the butts of their guns on their shoulders. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 345 Insect Plague. In May, on the local unholographic projection TV channel on Verdona Prime, rumors of Verdona Prime being captured by the rebels spread through the many affiliated colonies of the Terran Federation like wildfire on dry grass stalks. For a time, panic spread to Tarsus, especially among the middle and upper classes, and everyone was in danger. Since the war on Korhal IV, the Terran Federation has never allowed the rebels to enter the core world. People speculated that the Terran Federal Government Army was not in an absolute advantage in the war against the rebels as they claimed. Even the most ordinary people knew that the government army had just suffered a defeat on Verdona. This was nothing to be shocked about. It was well known that Alpha Squadron, the most powerful and fearsome of the Federation Navy, had been severely damaged by the rebels led by Augustus Mengsk in the Battle of Marcera. General Edmund Duke of the Duke family, who had won every battle, had long become a joke. To this day, Alpha Squadron is still being rebuilt. The prestige accumulated by the Federation Army after the Guild War has dropped significantly, which is due to the Augustus rebels, as well as the Zerg and Protoss. Even the Federation Parliament has to admit that the invasion of the Zerg and Protoss has caused them to lose control of so many marginal planets that the Federation's territory has shrunk by about 1/3. Of course, the arrival of alien races is inseparable from the rebels. The rebels spread all kinds of ugly inside stories about the federal government officialdom through the radio tower in Verdona, and used confidential documents and photos to tell the unimaginable crimes in the Federation's alien experiments. In addition to secretly conducting Zerg experiments on some marginal planets that have died of cholera and plague, Federation scientists are also trying evil and twisted hybrid genetic modification, such as implanting new organs or limbs for humans. If it were just that, it would be fine, but the test subjects who were transformed actually included ignorant children. These shocking news seem to be ironclad, and some of them are so evil that people can't believe that they are actually true. In the face of the Federation's denials, influential Federation lords and owners of large corporations all called it a deliberate, ridiculous, and absurd performance by the rebels, claiming that if anyone could do such a heinous thing, they would be inhuman. All the audio and video materials that were circulated were sealed on the same day, but the video was still widely circulated in the Federation world. In these worlds, rumors were everywhere and could not be controlled. More and more people learned about the Revolutionary Army and their achievements through this incident. The Revolutionary Army was no longer a small separatist force on the edge of the world. They had grown to the point where they could shake the Federation. Many people were looking forward to the arrival of the Revolutionary Army, just hoping that they would bring some changes. People began to believe that the reason why the Zerg attacked the Ceres system was because Federation scientists were using the Zerg they captured there for experiments. The Terran Federation knew about the existence of the Zerg long before the Zerg invasion, but they were as shocked as the bewildered people when they first came into contact with the Zerg. It was not the first time that the Revolutionary Army used the media of the Terran Federation throughout the Korhal sector to publicize the latter's ugliness and hypocrisy, and more people began to believe that, as long as it was different from what the federal government said, it must be the truth. The Verdona incident caused an uproar in the Terran Federation, but it was not known whether the federal government was lucky or unlucky. The news that the Zerg destroyed the Federation's colonial world with great force and caused hundreds of millions of casualties gradually overshadowed the game between the rebels and the government army. At this time, Augustus was facing the fleeting starlight outside the porthole of the Hyperion Bridge and an ugly planet covered with dark purple scars on its surface. Just, it and the people on it, are all gone. Millions of people. Augustus' face was as serious as a statue. He looked sadly at the lonely rotating dark purple planet outside the porthole. or three-dimensional holographic projection map of the main continent of Gist was playing on the main screen of a console next to him. On the main screen, Gist is a barren rocky planet. From the island-filled coast on one side of the main continent to the completely frozen glaciers on the other side, the vast continental shelf, the rolling plains, and mountains are covered with sticky grey-purple slimy creeping fungus carpets. Apart from that, no living creatures or plants can be seen. The whole world is grey, only the sky is still blue. A holographic screen next to it shows the past scenes of Gist. The main continent is close to the equator, and patches of forests with deep purple leaves are rooted in the steep mountains and clouds. These beautiful forests are as bright as flowers and as brilliant as clouds. In the other direction are endless grasslands, dotted blue lakes and large swamps inhabited by countless rare birds and animals. Everything is revealed by the primitiveness of nature and the magnificence of life, and every place has an intoxicating view. This is a paradise-like isolated place. In a postcard poster taken by a local resident and uploaded, the bright sunshine covers the winding river flowing through the mountains, and the camps built by climbers with white tents can be seen among the sparse, flower-bearing bushes. Several other photos are night scenes taken at the same location. The grey-white full moon is dotted in the azure sky, casting a dreamy moonlight like water. There are several meteor showers in the sky. Travelers are carrying backpacks and turning their backs to the camera, making a scissors hand gesture. This moment is finally frozen into eternity. These people in the picture will never survive. The swarm has destroyed this place forever and devoured all life on the planet. Under the erosion of the creeping fungus blanket, flowers, plants, and trees are also dying. After the forest disappeared, unprecedented strong winds eroded the once picturesque world. The fungus blanket covered the ocean like algae and killed all the marine life in it. Only floating objects like dirty oil were left on the vast ocean with rippling blue waves. Gist fell too quickly. When it was invaded, most people were still paying attention to the war in Antigua. When the Federation Navy finally arrived here, they were completely defeated by the Zerg that occupied the system. They had to admit that there were no survivors worth rescuing. Jim Raynor, the captain of the Hyperion and Augustus' most trusted right-hand man, took off his hat and saluted the dead in Gist. What the Federation Navy said is right. The Zerg left no survivors. Nothing was left. Augustus said, "Nothing. You don't need to blame yourself. It's not your fault. It was the Federation that abandoned them. It was the Zerg that killed this planet." Raynor said. Compared to the planet Gist, the Ceres system, Antigua Prime and a dozen colonized planets saved by the Revolutionary Army are undoubtedly extremely lucky. But those planets that have been abandoned by the Terran Federation and are not within the reach of the Revolutionary Army are the majority. In front of the swarm of Zerg that devours everything, all resistance is just a trivial wave. Even when the Zerg overlord was focused on dealing with Ayer's Protoss Empire, the details on the Zerg's tentacles destroyed a large number of Federation colonies with almost no effort. Gist was not an isolated case. As many as 30 colonies were permanently removed from the Federation's star map, and the rest were just desperately holding on. For those colonies with shallow foundations and sparse populations, thousands of Zerg with sharp teeth and claws were enough to completely destroy the planet. We must purify this planet. It has been completely destroyed by the Zerg. Even for the Protoss, this planet has become an uninhabitable evil land. After a while, the face of Tassida, the executive officer of the Protoss expedition, with a narrow chin, appeared on the main screen of the Hyperion, followed by the Dark Master of the Dark Templar. If humans want to colonize this planet again, they must spend twice as much time to repair its collapsed natural environment. Even if it is well governed, Gist can never be restored to its past appearance. Zarachel also said to Augustus. After hearing what Tassida and Zarachel said, Augustus remained silent. To be fair, Augustus was unwilling to give up any planet. If the Zerg's erosion of the planet still had a chance to be eliminated, then the purification of the Protoss would completely sentence it to death. Even plants could hardly take root on the land, burned by the fire. In this corner of the galaxy, the proportion of habitable planets is quite low, and every colony is precious. However, if Gist is not destroyed, the Zerg can continue to spread around from the planet, just like a virus inside the human body. Augustus also has another choice, which is to spend a huge price with the Protoss to eliminate the huge Zerg swarm on the surface of the planet, and then govern it, just like they did on Antigua Prime. But at that time, Antigua Prime had not been completely occupied by the Zerg, and there were still a large number of civilians stranded on the surface of the planet. It must be destroyed. Augustus sighed. I know. Tacita, Zerachel, you don't have to feel guilty. I just feel sorry, he said. I hope that one day, we can rebuild it. We have no choice. Tacita comforted Augustus and said, you have tried very hard to save your people, but we all know that we can't save everyone. Thank you, Tacita. You are a good teacher and friend. Augustus said, I often feel the warmth of a father in you. Let's go, Jimmy, Sarah. Augustus turned around and said, there is no need to watch anymore. When Augustus turned around, Tacita's Protoss fleet had already begun to move in the synchronous orbit of Gist. The efficiency of the Protoss fleet has always been very high. For the Protoss, it is just a fire in Gist. The fire will cleanse everything. This is the 5th planet destroyed by the Zerg that we have seen along the way. The previous planets may not be as suitable for human habitation as Gist in the past, but there are also many people living there. Augustus said. Without exception, beautiful villages and prosperous cities have been reduced to ruins. This catastrophe is more terrible than we imagined. We will always remember these traumas, and will never forget them. Augustus walked past the command chair in front of the bridge window, and nodded to the new navigator Matt Horner who was looking at him. Then they walked through the long corridor inside the ship, and came to the ship's bar, where many soldiers and officers were sitting. At this time, the LED TV inside the tavern was playing the unmorning news. A frontline reporter with black sunglasses on his forehead was vividly describing the victory of the Federation Navy on Brod Prime. After assembling 3 Federation squadrons, the Federation Navy finally repelled a Zerg fleet composed of 3 Zerg Leviathans. This was an unprecedented and extremely inspiring victory. When Augustus walked into the bar amidst the greetings of the soldiers, a Federal Marine sergeant who was being interviewed was pointing at a Hydralisk skull and tapping it. Think of killing bugs with Brod. The Federation needs you. The Marines need you. Then there was a sponsor's advertisement. A businessman with a gold ring vowed that their company's insecticide could effectively control the alien insects, and then sprayed several cockroaches to death. Augustus sat down at a round table and ordered a plate of fried chicken and beer. For a while, Augustus ate rice from Agria, but during the boring days on the ship, he could only keep company with boring fried chicken, fried fish or other instant military rations. Look, maybe we can go to Tarsinus to buy a few cans of insecticide? Raynor's words caused a short-lived laugh in the bar. Titus isn't here? That's really strange. He asked, where's Hank? If these 2 bad guys appear or disappear together, it's definitely not a good thing. Colonel Hank is repairing the Vulture car at the chief engineer's place. Colonel Finley is on another ship. Someone answered Renault. Vulture car? That thing is not very reliable, Augustus said. At this time, the TV in the bar switched to the next advertisement. A mysterious male soldier reminded the citizens of the Federation to be careful of strange children with superpowers at home, saying that once their children can enter the Ghost Academy, they will have a bright future. I don't know how many people have been deceived. Carrigan cursed in a low voice. Parents who send their children to the Ghost Academy will never see him again in this life. We must not let John enter the Ghost Academy. Augustus thought of Raynor's youngest son. As a godfather, he regarded John Raynor as important as his nephew Valerian. The Ghost Academy in Tarsinus must be banned. Unless the Federation people step over my body weight. I seem to hear Mike's voice. Raynor was just concentrating on the fried chicken on the plate. I heard that Liberty was exiled to the local station by a run shareholder who was angry with him last month. It must be our old friend Constantine Terra who rescued him. Augustus looked in the direction of the voice. His expression became more serious. Just received news that the Edge World Hellsane is being attacked by the Zerg. Liberty said seriously. At this time, I can't help but ask, where is our invincible and swift Federation Navy now? Thanks to Don Algen's reward. Chapter 346 Yamato Cannon. The planet Gist, which had become the main nest world of the Zerg, was turned into a giant stone that was slowly cooling down under the attack of the Tacita Protoss fleet. The huge joint fleet of humans and Protoss immediately turned around and headed for the Federation's marginal world of Ilthian. So far, starting from the core world of Adona Prime, the joint fleet has crossed half of the territory of the Terran Federation and witnessed the mass escape and final destruction of more than a dozen colonies. The fleet also destroyed or expelled the Zerg Behemoth and Leviathan fleets wandering in human territory, buying precious evacuation time for the people of the colony. A rumor about a huge Salvation fleet circulated among many marginal worlds. They always arrived in time, when a world was in the most critical moment, to save people from water and fire. But unless you see it with your own eyes, few people would believe such rumors. To believe that a fleet composed of humans and Protoss is saving lives and healing the wounded in the Kaprulu sector is tantamount to hearing about cats and mice going hand in hand. Augustus' flagship, the Hyperion, also entered an unbearable hyperspace jump state. In addition to enduring the insomnia caused by the alternation of time and space, the crew on board had to complete the maintenance work and training on the warship as usual. In addition to the crew, the Hyperion also had 2 battalions of the Guards Division to deal with the landing battle that could come at any time. Some newly recruited soldiers were also trained on this warship to ensure that they could be put into the battlefield as soon as possible. Carolina Davis, who had just joined the Korhal Revolutionary Army, was also included in this case. She was trained with some new recruits from Hagi and Antigua Prime, including some refugees accepted by the Revolutionary Army fleet on the way. According to the recruits' instructor's reflection to Augustus, Carolina Davis had performed outstandingly from the beginning, and she was definitely not a spoiled noble lady. Augustus gave his own evaluation on this document. Wait and see. Carolina Davis' military achievements are by no means limited to this. At 1400 hours on board time, Augustus left the captain's room and headed for the Hyperion's armory for inspection. Only Sarah Carrigan and Jim Raynor followed him, while Captain Faraday was ordered to go to the ship's technology laboratory to deal with an accident caused by an experiment. The young apprentice Egan Stetman blew up the pancreas of an explosive infected body due to a mistake. When Augustus walked into the armory with Carrigan and others, Swan was welding a new model of power armor with the former Heavens Divil armor technician Hiram Fike. This new power armor looks somewhat similar to the Firebit armor, and the thick fine steel plating makes it look even taller. The Hyperion was once a battle cruiser of the Terran Federation Navy that crashed due to a navigation system failure. Most of its internal facilities still retain their previous appearance, old but solid and reliable. The dome of the armory leads directly to the upper platform. The walls are welded with thick pipes, connecting fans and cables. From time to time, a lifting platform falls from above with the sound of cable winches. The cables are made of alloys mixed with industrial catalytic element of Marcera. They are harder than diamonds, and are often used to tow anchored space cargo ships. Some spider-like intelligent machines with blade-like alloy appendages, not much bigger than puppies, are walking around on the metal deck, like patrolling sentinels. They are all masterpieces of Viktor Kaksinski, the second engineer of the Revolutionary Army. They look very lively and active. Augustus even saw 2 spider-like robots fighting when he came in. There is a porthole that occupies the entire wall of the armory facing space, and outside is the dark space-time channel. In it, the dimensions of time and space are difficult to distinguish. The huge armory was filled with various square parts supply boxes, spare parts, and some damaged vehicles and small fighters. Engineers and technicians of the Revolutionary Army in dark grey and bright orange uniforms were walking around, repairing damaged machinery, or checking supplies against lists. Because they were always busy, the engineers could not keep their clothes neat and tidy like the professional soldiers of the Revolutionary Army Alpha Squadron or Nova Squadron. Their clothes and overalls were either crooked or stained with dirty oil. The engineers of the Revolutionary Army came from all corners of the country: Korhal IV, Chatera, Marcera, Umoyan, Moria, Port of the Dead, Hagi. Most of them were not very young, and many of them had grey hair on their temples. Among these engineers, some were technical experts hired by the Korhal IV foundry, and some were chief engineers on a long-distance trade starship. There were both top students with senior engineer certificates, and skilled workers who had worked in space stations or shipyards for many years as plumbers. Young people are not uncommon in the Revolutionary Army Engineering Corps. Some of them are college graduates from the Department of Mechanical Engineering, while others are mechanics who have not received higher education, but have been working in the dirty oil of factories since childhood. All of these people, without exception, chose to respond to the call of Augustus Mengsk and contribute their own efforts to this glorious and great cause. Hey, guys, our unparalleled and wise and brave Terran Light Augustus Mengsk is back. Salute to you, leader. Chief Engineer Ori Swan, who had a thick beard, raised his wrench to Augustus, and the engineers and soldiers also saluted. Next to Swan was a vulture car with a skull and flame logo on the windshield, which was obviously Hank Hank's vehicle. The chief engineer of the Revolutionary Army has always been quite critical of this unruly and extreme hoverbike. Perhaps the mining families of the Kel-morian Federation prefer reliable and stable equipment. Swan is very satisfied with the new weapon, the Rattler tank, and thinks it is a tank that can shine on the battlefield in the future. Salute to you. Others also said. The pressure is doubled. Augustus walked in front of Swan and leaned on the console towering on the ground of the mechanical hangar. How are the people of Chist? I heard that some people there escaped before the bugs defeated the militia there. Hiram Fike asked Augustus. Later we learned that some people survived. They fled to the nearest colonies, but those colonized planets did not survive. Augustus sighed. I believe there must be some Gist people who survived, but they lost their homeland, just like plants lost their roots. Swan, Fike, how is the research on new weapons going? He didn't want to discuss the topic anymore. Progress is good, sir. You remember that I was the prototype designer of the Firebird power armor. Hiram Fike was happy to show his new achievements in front of his old superior. With so many outstanding people around him, Marshal Augustus inevitably forgot his old love when he had a new one. You need heavy soldiers, a fulcrum on the battlefield that can keep moving forward. Our ordinary soldiers can hide behind these heavily armored soldiers and avoid being directly attacked by spike bullets, hydralisks or protist particle weapons. Very good. What I'm more concerned about is when my army can use these new power armors. Augustus said, the prototype of the Warwolf mecha is amazingly powerful, but I can directly transform a large number of T-280 space engineering vehicles into powerful combat mechas. Augustus had to admit that the short and sturdy Kel-morian Combine main Swan always gave people a feeling of dwarfs and hobbits when standing with the shorter Fike, and their personalities were also very similar. Swan is open-minded and cheerful by nature. Wherever he is, there will never be a dull moment. And Fike always has a good temper. He is very kind, and this kindness is pure without any impurities. The birth of a new weapon is always accompanied by repeated deliberation, drawing up of blueprints, and persistent hammering, and finally continuous improvement. If you are a perfectionist, then this matter will never end. Swan took his background cup from Augustus' elbow on the console and took a sip of Moria beer. The armor is already there, but the most important thing is, what weapons should we equip this new armor with? If it is a Gauss rifle, it would be a waste of talent, and the artillery of the arc tank is too heavy. How about a howitzer? A large caliber howitzer? Augustus suggested to Swan. This howitzer should have extremely powerful firepower, able to destroy the armor plates of the Pristeel bunker, damage the tissues under the thick chitinous plate armor of the Zerg Thunder Beast, and pose an unignorable threat to the Protoss shields. No matter how good Augustus' relationship with Taciturn Zerachel is now, he always insists on treating the Protoss as the imaginary enemy of mankind. Augustus knew that Taciturn Zerachel were not enough to represent all the Protoss, and there were more Protoss than Aaron Shakiris in the universe. A genius idea? Yes, why can't we throw those heavy artillery on the new armor? Swan immediately assured Augustus, we will be able to conduct new experiments in a few days, but how to solve the problem of recoil? Where should the howitzer be installed? On the shoulder, on the arm, or under the crotch? I guess it must not be under the crotch. Raynor said. You are right, cowboy. Swan smiled at Raynor, and then looked at Augustus. If this weapon must carry a lot of heavy shells, logistics will also be a problem. Swan also liked Raynor, a young farm boy from Sherlock, and thought he had a strong sense of justice. However, sometimes, Raynor's idealistic and thoughtless personality would be exposed when compared with Augustus. Raynor's friends always thought that, if he wanted to become a leader like the Marshal, he would have to make a lot of efforts. then try to incorporate them into a new military branch with independent logistics supply, or find another way to solve this problem. Augustus said, "This is something you should solve. After all, I'm not an engineer. There is enough funding. Old friends, don't let me down. I've got it, sir." Fick said to Augustus with a smile. "There is nothing I can't do." Swan thought of the Protoss engineers who could build art-like warships. Of course, the things I said must be within the scope of what humans can do. If you want me to build a Protoss aircraft carrier or something, then I can't do it. Maybe there is no need to build an identical one. Augustus nodded to Fick and shrugged. "I received a report that the new design of the fusion cannon has made a breakthrough. This is why Augustus came to the armory to ask Swan. I originally thought that the first to make a breakthrough would be the Umoyan National Defense Army, but I didn't expect it to be us. I have to say, this is a miracle." The engineering core and prototype weapon laboratory of the Kara Revolutionary Army gathered the elites of all Kara IV. Kara IV is a highly developed technological planet under the rule of the Terran Federation. It is already a gathering of elites. Some Federation scientists who were persecuted by the Federation or rescued by the Revolutionary Army sometimes join their camp. Yes, if you don't ask me this, I will find a chance to tell you. Swan laughed, obviously very proud of this. Although this new weapon is not a test project led by Swan, it is also the result of the joint efforts of engineers. This is an unparalleled cannon. Its caliber is rare in the world, and it almost occupies 1/7 of the width of the bow. This cannon will use the Titan reactor as energy, and the strong magnetic field will focus the controllable nuclear explosion into a beam of energy. Swan said, "The phase technicians of Tassida gave us a lot of advice and ideas. We owe it to them that we were able to make the breakthrough before the Umagans and the Federation. In the eyes of the Protoss, this weapon may not have much aesthetic appeal, but in my eyes it is breathtakingly beautiful." Fick continued, "At the beginning, we installed this giant cannon on an interstellar tugboat. This tugboat is mainly used to transport mined crystal ores. The power mainly comes from a nuclear fusion reactor, but it still requires a whole generator set to power other components. We fired at the wreckage of a Terran Federation Leviathan-class battlecruiser that was about to be pulled into a neutron star, and completely destroyed it with just one shot. It was like a punishment from heaven." Fick said, "I believe you have seen the real records of the camera. It can severely damage a battlecruiser with one shot, and even the Behemoth-class armor is vulnerable to it. The cannon takes a certain amount of time to charge after each shot, but compared with its amazing power, that is insignificant. My feeling at that time was no different from the scene of seeing the first nuclear bomb of mankind explode." Augustus nodded. "When can we use this giant cannon on the warships of the Revolutionary Army?" he asked. "The transformation will take a lot of time and money." Swan thought for a while and said, "We can only transform a very limited number of warships, and the combat effectiveness of these warships will be greatly reduced during the transformation. The question is, how many do you want to transform? Of course, the more the better." Augustus said, "First upgrade the Hyperion, and during this period I will use the Norad II as the flagship. As the flagship of the Revolutionary Army, the Hyperion is being upgraded and transformed every moment. It is not only the starting point of the Revolutionary Army fleet, but also considered a symbol of the revolutionary spirit. Okay, now this giant cannon still lacks a name, and we finally decided to give this right to you." Fick said to Augustus with a smile, "I'm very happy that you can say that." Augustus felt sincerely happy. "Let's call it the Yamato Cannon. I have no idea about this name." Swan scratched his head. "However, if the Federation and Umoyan people make this kind of cannon in the future, its name and rating standards must be based on ours." Chapter 347 Helsin. Helsin is a garden in the Terran Federation. This planet belongs to the Edge world. It is a young colony, and is not among the 13 worlds that originally formed the Terran Federation. Helsin is not a beautiful planet with poetic scenery, and its climate is not even very suitable for human habitation. But like many newly developed planets, Helsin is full of opportunities for development. Golden spices are buried in the land, and milk and honey flow in the rivers. The land suitable for cultivation in Helsin is so fertile that people can grow endless fields with golden wheat waves waving in the sun and vineyards all over the mountains without fertilizer. The food produced here can easily meet the living needs of the people on the planet and provide wheat, soybeans, corn, and meat for the 3 nearby colony worlds. Helsin's wine is world famous, and famous wineries around the world are the oldest buildings in this young colony and the pride of the locals. This planet also produces brandy and beer, and is also a holy place for alcohol lovers in the Terran Federation. Although classified as a fringe world, Halcyon is geographically very close to Tarsus, even closer than the main planet of Adona, which means that the route to the main planet is always unobstructed. This also brings Halcyon unimaginable development opportunities for backward fringe worlds such as Marcera, and the rapid development has greatly accelerated the modernization process of this colony. When Augustus's joint fleet jumped to the planet Halcyon, the planet was already well known as a developed emerging world. In Halcyon, modern dense urban buildings of steel and glass coexist harmoniously with fertile farmland. Every time the harvest season is approaching, rows of green painted combine harvesters push through the golden wheat fields under the command of drones until the grain piles up like a mountain. Half of the intergalactic enterprises and technology companies in the Terran Federation have branches in Halcyon, and many companies rank among the top in market value. For those in the Terran Federation who cannot survive due to oppression and unfair treatment, Halcyon is definitely an ideal place. In Halcyon, as long as you pay close attention, there are job opportunities everywhere. What is valuable is that, as long as you work hard, immigrants to Halcyon will get a corresponding reward. The University of Halcyon is praised for its rigorous academic philosophy and world-renowned scientific research results, which also means that the children of Halcyon can get a good education. For such an emerging colony planet, there is never a lack of hope. But that was before the arrival of the Zerg. Convey my order. After the next round of orbital bombardment, the airborne landing will begin. Alpha Squadron will be the first force to land in Halcyon and fight against the Zerg, followed by the Rock Legion of the Port of the Dead, and then the 2 divisions of Lundstein. Raynor's Rangers are incorporated into the 3rd attack echelon. The Guards division is kept in reserve. Augustus walked quickly through the long corridor of the NORAD II, and the tapping sound of combat boots echoed in the corridor for a long time. Only Lieutenant Carrigan and Corporal Faraday followed Augustus, while Jim Raynor had to command his own brigade. Our allies are Protoss ground forces, including several Zealot legions and a large number of Dragon Knight matches. The Dark Templar will also provide assistance to all human allies they see, he said. This is just a small-scale invasion of the Zerg. Their numbers are insignificant compared to what we encountered in Marcera, Antigua and Char. We will definitely win again, as always. We are Aegis, and that's why we always win when facing evil enemies. The commander of this battle is me, Augustus, and I'm with you, Augustus said in the commander's channel as he walked. After passing by a team of hurried technician sergeants again, Augustus came to the dock launch bay of the NORAD II. At this moment, a number of Wraith fighters and Apod transport ships were heading towards the starry sky outside the ship. When the Hyperion was further upgrading its weapon system, Augustus once again used the former Alpha Squadron flagship, the NORAD II, as his own flagship. The Hyperion was originally just an ordinary Federation Behemoth-class battlecruiser, while the NORAD II was built entirely to the flagship standard. The NORAD had a larger and more complete crew cabin, power cabin, dock, and medical cabin, and its weapons and armor were more advanced. Although after more than 3 years of continuous upgrades and modifications, the Hyperion's performance had surpassed the NORAD II, the latter was still the first choice for the fleet flagship. Through the porthole on one side of the dock, Augustus could see 2 revolutionary battle cruisers parallel to the NORAD II, which were hundreds of miles apart, which was by no means a short distance. Where Augustus could not see, Tacitus' Protoss fleet was anchored in a synchronous orbit on the other side of Halcyon. The Federation garrison deployed in Helsingen was engulfed by the Zerg swarm an hour ago in a wheat field. The highest level commander in the area has completely lost contact with his command center. Carrigan flipped open a data terminal he was carrying and reported to Augustus. Are they crazy? At this time, they still dare to fight the Zerg in a field without any fortifications as support. Augustus sighed. It must be said that at least the courage of these Federation soldiers is worthy of respect. Obviously, they stepped into the trap carefully designed by the brainworms. The bait is a small city surrounded by siege, where the most important local pharmaceutical factory is located. Kerrigan shook her long red hair and said, "Many Tarsinus founding families are investors in this pharmaceutical company. I thought they were going there for the purpose of rescuing civilians." Augustus shook his head. "I shouldn't have expected the Federation army. In addition, Tacitus' fleet has destroyed 90% of the main nest and the Zerg entrenched in it as planned. The rest is much simpler." Kerrigan continued to report. "What about the damage to the main towns of Halcyon?" Augustus said, "I just read a report about this a few hours ago, but that was a few hours ago after all. The situation is much worse now. Nearly 1/3 of Halcyon cities have been lost, and the Zerg are slaughtering unarmed civilians. They kill anyone they see, regardless of whether they are men, women, old or young." Kerrigan continued. "The Zerg seem to have figured out that humans rely on the land under their feet to survive. It's urgent." Augustus sighed, hoping that Duke's Alpha Squadron had landed in Halcyon. At this time, a team of Revolutionary Army soldiers wearing heavy armor walked past Augustus. Their armor is an upgraded version of the Firebird CMC-250, using the Umaginama reinforcement frame and refined alloy steel armor. The new hydraulics, gravity compensators and dual reactor generator set design make it easier for the servo system to drive this set of power armor that is heavier than ordinary CMC. These power armors are truly behemoths, giants among individual power armors. Their helmets have abandoned the matte mask design and replaced it with a prototype helmet with a cross-shaped observation port. The mechanical palm used to grasp the rifle has been completely replaced by an AG-17 grenade launcher, which is not the latest design of the Revolutionary Army military industry, but is just a larger and thicker upgraded version of the old Federation AG-12 grenade launcher. The number 12 grenade can destroy dozens of gathered alien insects at a time, and its upgraded version undoubtedly has even more amazing power. Hiram Fike, the designer of the Firebird power armor, is the final finisher of this armor. He also received many valuable suggestions from masters such as Rory Swan and Viktor Kaczynski to ensure that this armor can be closer to the dream of Marshal Augustus Mengsk. It is said that when selecting a suitable grenade launcher for this heavy vehicle, Chief Engineer Swan did not have many options. For a while, he even had to use the AGP-2 grenade launcher of the Vulture vehicle for testing. Although the grenade launcher also has a good power, Swan still believes that it is as unreliable as the Vulture itself. During the design of the prototype weapon, more novel designs were proposed, such as installing a railgun on the new armor, but this proposal was eventually shelved due to technical and financial issues. Perhaps only the wealthy Umoyan can mass-produce such armor. In short, Swan and Fike's team can try some more attractive combinations, but for now, the Revolutionary Army needs a standard weapon that can be equipped on a large scale instead of an expensive mascot. The fine steel armor and amazing firepower undoubtedly make it the first choice for dealing with Zerg Ultralisk and Protoss Dragon Knight Mecha on the front battlefield. Once the armor came out, it was considered an epoch-making progress. It can destroy more enemies, which means more soldiers and people will be saved. Augustus named this armor 5-4 Predator Power Armor to commemorate the official finalization and production of the armor on May 4th, but some records show that the Marshal obviously got the date wrong. Since then, soldiers wearing 5-4 power armor have also been called Marauders. Marauder power armor is very popular in the Revolutionary Army. Compared with its popularity, the small number of trial-produced Warwolf armor equipped with the main force is just a thing of the past. When the Marauder armor was announced at the Army Equipment Headquarters, the senior officers of the Revolutionary Army almost broke their heads to fight for this power armor. They always have their own reasons. Army General Runstein believes that such a war weapon should belong to his troops, while Duke of the Navy devalues this armor while taking more orders. As for Hanak Hank of the Firebat Corps, he spent more than half of the time shouting that this thing is fucking cool when the Navy and the Army quarrel. Now, hundreds of Marauder power armors have been issued to the Army and Airborne Division to make up for their lack of heavy support firepower on the battlefield. On the battlefield, ordinary soldiers can rely on the Marauders' firepower and heavy armor to stand firm in the frontal impact of the Ultralisk. I have praised the contributions of Fick and Swan more than once. Augustus watched the pair of raiders walk past him and heard the sound of their huge anti-fall boots stepping on the alloy ground. The raiders carried nearly 100 Punisher grenades, which accounted for most of their load. Once the ammunition was exhausted, they would switch to the Gauss rifles behind them. Since the last time Augustus saw one in the armory, the improvement of the new armor was unexpectedly fast, and it was almost entirely completed, while the Hyperion was still in the hyperspace channel. You were so happy at that time. Kerrigan smiled and said to Augustus, I have never seen you so happy since the Zerg invasion. You spent half an hour praising the engineering corps and talking about the value of the Marauder armor. Every one of them is a hero. Augustus said, and I'm just lucky enough that these heroes are willing to listen to my advice. It's not because you are lucky. You found each of them one by one from places light years away. Kerrigan said, this sentence is enough to be recorded in the Marshall's quotation. When you become famous in the world, all Terrans will talk about it with relish. What quotations? Augustus was surprised. No such thing. Faraday denied it hastily. Augustus did not dwell on this issue for too long. In his opinion, this was simply irrelevant. Not long after, another team of unique soldiers ran from the other side to the transport ship docked in the dock. Nowadays, exoskeleton armor and light combat uniforms are no longer common in the main forces of the Revolutionary Army. Each soldier in a light combat uniform and breastplate has a huge turbojet backpack on his back. The jet uses refined high-energy gas as fuel, and after starting, it can jump hundreds of feet in the air with just a light jump. An experienced wearer can also use the jetpack to fly in mid-air, gliding over the heads of buildings and people. This is also a design from Hiram Fick, who designed a power armor that can assist airborne troops in landing a few years ago, and there are more perfect designs in the Terran Federation. Fick has improved the armor, abandoning the heavy armor and using a powerful turbo backpack to provide power. Even after the improvement, this combat uniform and jetpack are the equipment that causes the most non-combat casualties to the wearer. A soldier who is determined to wear this combat uniform and fight as an airborne force must go through extremely rigorous training to master it. Only the most experienced Revolutionary Army death god can perfectly drop from the sky over the enemy's head. The mortality rate of a training platoon of recruits before graduation is as high as 10% to 20%, so this is also a game for the truly brave. Marshal Augustus uninspiredly named the only company equipped with the uniform the Grim Reaper. The number of Grim Reaper companies has always been between 400 and 500, and they only recruit veterans who have experienced many battles in the most fearless extreme challenges among the new recruits. The Revolutionary Army Grim Reapers carried E-type explosives, P-25 electromagnetic pistols and electromagnetic rifles. They mainly perform assault and reconnaissance missions, and are also known as Augustus Grim Reapers. When Augustus Grim Reapers are sent to the battlefield, it also means that there is the most intense fighting area. Chapter 348 Death arrives. Panicked people crossed the green fields in a panic, walking through the man-high Helsin wheat fields. The thick barley stalks were pushed down and trampled in patches, and the fragrance of the juice was mixed with the stench of blood and rotting corpses. The man-eating monsters nimbly chased the panicked Helsin people in the wheat fields, knocking them down one after another. Some people tried to use their rifles and shotguns to shoot at the alien Zerg, but these sporadic gunshots were soon covered by the roars of the alien monsters. This escape was doomed to be futile. No matter how far they ran, the swarm would catch up and eat them. This place was still far away from the city, and news of the city being attacked by alien Zerg had been heard long ago. For the people of Helsin Farm, the nightmare had just begun. A young brother and sister were driving a combine harvester in the field, their wheat-colored faces full of fear and collapse. One of them was 16 years old and the other was only 12 years old. Their parents were the first victims of the Zerg since their appearance on the farm. The two hard-working and intelligent couples, along with the entire rural complex, were transformed into a horrible, gloomy and twisted mixture of chitin and deformed tissue. This harvester is quite old. When my sister was just born, it has become an important member of the Fox family. Now, this old large machine is rumbling and spewing turbid smoke, struggling to cross the ridge of the field and drive towards the solid road. Before the Federation garrison on Helsin was completely destroyed, people at least had some idea where to escape. either a heavily guarded military base or a densely populated city. At least there was a launch port that could evacuate the planet. Now, all hope has turned into a bubble. The farm has become a ruin, and the factory and the city are also rolling with black smoke. Where can the helpless people escape? Zerg are everywhere. The vast agricultural area of Helsin is an endless plain. Large vehicles and machinery will not be affected by the rugged terrain. The only problem at this time is that the fuel of this harvester has begun to run out. I still fired her shots at the back to scare off those monsters. Lorraine Foss is the older sister. The harvester seems to have a soul in her hands, always able to escape danger at the most critical moment. They are not afraid of bullets and gunshots. They are not afraid of Aunt Irene's screams. Estelle leaned out of the passenger window and fired 2 shots with a shotgun that her father used to hunt birds that destroyed crops. The springtails with bright orange shells and thin wings were not killed. They almost jumped and chased after the taillights of the harvester. Estelle was not afraid of these monsters at all. He was still a newborn calf and spit at the monsters following him. Whatever it is, if they don't give up, we will be caught up sooner or later, little brother. Lorraine raised his head from the fuel gauge, his purple lips trembling like the old cockpit frame of the harvester. Everyone in the town is dead. Aunt Irene, Carpenter Koss, Elson Billy, we are the only ones left. I know you like Elson, said Easter, but I heard that he died without dignity. Easter looked at his trembling sister and said, if they catch up with us, I will kill you first and then commit suicide. I've seen how Ireland died. He was still alive when an alien dog ate his lower body, he said. Don't say that, Estelle. We will survive. We will. Roland said. The radio channel of the harvester received a broadcast from the Human Revolutionary Army not long ago. They are finally coming. I tried to send a distress signal with the old equipment. Someone will come to save us. Don't be naive, Roland. They will not come to save the children of the farmers. Remember what those soldiers said to us. They can't even save themselves. How can they save us? Augustus Mengsk's Revolutionary Army is different. They are different from the Federation's Marines. Roland bit her lip and saw 2 jumping worms through the glass next to the harvester's driver's seat. She didn't know if they were the ones that followed them at the beginning. After all the alien insects are the same. How are they different? Estelle habitually said to her sister, but she also hoped that Roland was right. They are going to jump up. The sister screamed, crying while shouting, and wiped away the tears that could not be stopped to prevent them from blurring her vision. As he was speaking, with a clang, a howling springtail jumped up at an incredible speed and climbed onto the barn of the harvester. The scraping sound of its sharp claws against the metal shell of the harvester was so sharp that it gave people goosebumps. Both the brother and sister could hear the swishing sound of the alien monster crawling on the roof of the car, and the metal sheet was even lifted up piece by piece. Sister Lauren tried her best to make the old car, which had already reached its limit, go faster, but because the fuel was running out, it even gradually slowed down. For a few seconds, the scraping sound stopped abruptly, and the brother and sister even thought that the monster lying on the roof had been thrown off. At this time, the harvester was driving into a road that was bumpy due to the bombing, and the body of the car was shaking all the time. Is it gone? Lauren asked cautiously. I don't know. Eastel hugged the shotgun tightly. It was not only the only relic of his father, but also the only thing that could protect them at this moment except the harvester. After a moment of calm, a monster with a bright crown and a snake-like snout popped out from behind the car window on Lauren's side like lightning. It opened its bloody mouth full of sharp teeth, and rows of razor-like teeth and minced meat were clearly visible. Lauren was so scared that she almost jumped out of her seat. She stretched her neck like a panicked goose and screamed, "Do something, God, do something, Esther." At this time, the springtail had stretched out its front claws to break the car window glass and stuck its head in. Its bright red bloody mouth was almost only a line away from Lauren's cheek. Bang! Esther fired on his sister's side, smashing the monster's face with just one shot, but it just howled and turned its head, stretching out its claws to grab Lauren out. Esther fired again and again with a calm face, then stood up and smashed the monster's injured face with the butt of the gun, but the monster kept holding the car window frame tightly, as if it didn't know pain and retreat. He had almost used up all his bullets, and finally, with fearless courage, He looked the monster in the eye and fired a shot into its cracked mouth, finally knocking it down. Misfortunes never come singly. The old car let out its last whimper, and the speed became slower and slower. At this time, Roland and Eastle knew that their lives were about to come to an end. The springtails surrounded the harvester that was about to stop, and dozens of pairs of dim yellow eyes stared at the prey that was about to be caught. The swarm of insects never lacked patience. Eastle turned on the mechanical cylinder arm full of sharp blades in front of the harvester through the control panel. These blades that could easily crush the dry roots of barley rotated at a very fast speed and instantly crushed the springtails that jumped up. Go to hell. Eastle almost smashed the control panel that was about to fall off. At the same time, Roland gritted his teeth and drove the harvester around and crashed into the attacking springtails with the remaining power. At first, they were in a desperate situation and drove the harvester to strangle a few springtails, but these flexible zerglings immediately jumped and dodged the sharp cutting blades like grasshoppers in the field, and the harvester, which was much larger than them, seemed clumsy and slow. More springtails avoided the rotating cutting blades and jumped onto the harvester, furiously as if they wanted to dismantle the giant machine. When the harvester finally stopped, Eastle had used up all his bullets and watched more springtails approach. His sister was so scared that she forgot how to cry and just sobbed and waited for death. Eastle was a child who grew up in a farming family. His independent personality made him much stronger than other children of the same age. He once aspired to become a general and began to read the ancient heroes of the earth: Alexander, Caesar, Augustus, Napoleon, and the legend of galactic heroes, since he was a child, but these dreams would eventually become a bubble. However, at this moment, the springtails clinging to the outside of the harvester's cockpit reacted before the two siblings. They all looked in a certain direction, grumbling anxiously, like alert cats. "Look," Eastle said to his sister. "That direction." He pointed out the front window. At first, it was just a series of black shadows, and then their wings became clearly visible. The rumble of the jets became louder, and the sound passed through the fields like waves of wheat, and the alert springtails responded with even louder roars. Hundreds of feet high, soldiers with wings on their backs fell from the sky, and the orange-red flames spewed from their jetpacks behind them looked like the tail of a phoenix. Almost in the blink of an eye, they had arrived in front of the siblings with the bangs of electromagnetic rifles and the explosions of grenades. They silently used the weapons in their hands to harvest the lives of the springtails from a high position. Some people were holding dual guns, some were holding Gauss rifles, and a few flying men were holding a bunch of electromagnetic grenades in their arms and throwing bombs down wantonly. In the chaos, Eastle could vaguely see the logo of the Car Revolutionary Army on the shoulder armor of these flying men. Their combat uniforms basically maintained a consistent style: crimson combat uniforms with gold edges that shone with golden light. Almost all the death gods wore helmets and masks to assist breathing, but there were always some real warriors and tough guys who chose to abandon them. In addition to some car veterans, the Death God Company also included desperados from the Port of the Dead, rock fans who spent their lives chasing excitement in the Hiji slums, and criminals from Altera. Among them, the criminals from Altera accounted for the majority. They trained themselves to be ruthless and cruel on the purgatory-like prison planet that ordinary Revolutionary Army soldiers did not have, and were willing to do whatever it took to gain a true victory. Marshal Augustus Mengsk had promised that once the death gods of Alta had made meritorious service on the battlefield or retired, all their sins would be forgiven. In any case, their record of killing so many Zerg was enough to make these scums who once struggled to survive in the stinking ditch become heroes. The death gods of Alta only wore a few breathing tubes to prevent themselves from suffocating during high-speed flight, and they always believed that their unique coxcombs could intimidate the enemy in battle. The death gods flew over the heads of Eastle and Roland like fighter planes, without stopping for a moment, and then flew in another direction. The harvesters called death gods were not those kangaroos or desert jerboas that were good at crossing earth slopes and hills. Just like the energy given to them by jetpacks, the death gods could use the backpacks to stay in the air for a long time. The death gods of the Revolutionary Army always fell from the sky, and no one had ever caught them. The Grim Reapers flew off into the distance, looking for another group of people who needed to be saved, disappearing as suddenly and unpredictably as they had come. Before Eyster and Roland could react, 2 more Red Gold Revolutionary Army transport ships landed in the wheat field, and the propeller's wake burned a large clump of lush barley into charcoal. Soldiers in red power armor filed down the ramps on both sides of the transport ships, shoulder to shoulder, setting up defenses at the landing site. Then, more transport ships appeared in the clouds above, some of which were much larger than Apod 33. It was hard to imagine how many fully armed warriors were carried in those ships that cast huge shadows on the ground. Eyster pulled his sister, who was stunned by the violent fluctuations of emotions, off the harvester that was almost chopped to pieces by the springtails, and walked towards the soldiers, because he was sure that he and his sister were safe. The soldiers did not stop Eyster from walking towards one of the transport ships. They just focused their attention on what was ahead of them. The transport ship did not seem to be very prominent at first, but when Eyster walked towards it, 2 sergeants in standing collar uniforms came down the gangway first, followed by officers with imposing manners, but no ranks on their shoulders. Finally, a corporal and a slim red-haired woman in tights came down, and then a senior commander wearing a dark grey cloak and a golden wolf emblem on his military cap. This face was not unfamiliar to Eyster and his sister. The leader of the Korhal rebels, Marshal Augustus Mengsk, who was called the one who brought destruction. "Give them a cup of barley tea and some chocolate," the marshal said. "The 2 poor children must be scared. I was busy moving today, and I feel very bad." Chapter 349. The area is placed under the protection of the Revolutionary Army. Eyster walked up to Augustus Mengsk, opened his blue eyes and carefully observed the face of the extraordinary grey-haired man in front of him. He was very handsome, as if he had walked out of a poster. The soldiers gathered around the revolutionary marshal like stars around the moon, and everyone watched his every move, and regarded his every word as the golden rule. Even though he was still so young, Augustus was already the supreme leader of the rising Korhal Revolutionary Army. The deliberate smearing and framing of Augustus by the Terran Federation made him almost known to everyone, and his glorious and positive image gradually became more and more shining with the invasion of the Zerg. In the first full-scale war between the humans and the aliens in Korhal, the Terran Federation, which only cared about preserving the core worlds, completely lost control of most of the peripheral planets, while the reputation and support accumulated by the Korhal Revolutionary Army on those worlds were increasing day by day. Therefore, in a region like Halcyon, which is within the influence of Tarsinus, people will hear the name Augustus Mengsk more frequently. Even if they don't want to talk about this character too much, the news from Tarsinus will mention the name of Augustus Mengsk and his evil and notorious rebels over and over again. In the past 2 or 3 years, Augustus Mengsk has become a figure that cannot be ignored in the daily news. He is the greatest enemy of mankind in history, and his crimes are innumerable. Remember his extremely sinful face well, so that you can assist the government forces in arresting him. You are Augustus Mengsk. I still realize that Augustus was the person he always wanted to be. Great hero. Roland shouted with tears and snot. "I'm not a hero," Augustus said. "Child, I'm far from being a hero." At this time, an accompanying doctor brought 2 cups of hot tea and solid cocoa bars that had just been brewed with hot water. This male doctor with short coffee-colored hair was one Augustus Mengsk's personal physician and health consultant. Now he was ordered to take charge of Marshal Augustus Mengsk's daily diet and healthcare. It is worth mentioning that Lisa Cassidy, the Devil of Heaven, was once the most suitable candidate for this position, but she obviously failed. "Sincere praise is better than thousands of false flattery," Sarah Carrigan said. "I'm very popular among my people," Augustus said with relief. "This is one of the best news I have heard in the past few months. Everyone knows you," Eastel said. "Thank you," Lauren said to the doctor when he took the hot drink. "I know, whether it is a bad impression or a good impression, in short, they all know that there is probably someone like me in the universe." Augustus looked at the 2 siblings seriously for a while. "The enemy's attacks and slanders cannot defeat the Revolutionary Army, but will only make us stronger and stronger. Children, tell me what happened here?" he asked. "Zerg." I still paused, feeling extremely angry about this word that had only become widely known in the past year. They killed everyone in the town, leaving no one behind. The immigrants now lack weapons for self-defense. Not all marginal planets are Marcera and Abaddon. Kerrigan said, the Federation's army should have protected this place, but they failed to do so. The Terran Federation once used the victory of the Guild War to eliminate many unstable factors, but people soon discovered that after the war, their lives did not become better than before. On the contrary, the Guild War did not defeat the Terran Federation, but it defeated the grassroots people who supported the entire Federation. When fighting against the Kel-morians, the nationalist spirit of sharing the same hatred of the enemy made people temporarily ignore the significant decline in living standards caused by the war. The people of the Terran Federation can tolerate oppression and exploitation more than the professional politicians and nobles in the Federation Parliament imagined, but that does not mean that they are donkeys who work hard and never resist. My warriors have taken control of Helsin, and the Zerg that invaded here will be completely eliminated. Augustus said, humanity has not lost hope yet. At this time, several Apod transport ships flew in the sky, some of which were modified heavy transport aircraft. The roar of the transport aircraft flying through the low altitude was deafening. There were constantly high-speed Wraith fighters flying out of the clouds and heading into the distance. The sight of a large number of aircraft flying across the vast fields was extremely spectacular. Aistel had never seen such a scene since he was born. Helsin has always been a relatively peaceful colony world. Because it is close to Tarsinus Prime, there are even few signs of pirate activities here. Where did they come from? Bront, Sigma or Jotun? Aistel said the names of several planets that have been frequently attacked by Zerg recently. By the second half of this year, the Zerg plague had affected hundreds of colony worlds, and even the important core worlds were surrounded. Not to mention defeating the Zerg and recovering the lost territory, it became a questionable question whether the Terran Federation could hold on to the remaining worlds. The DNA of the Zerg here is exactly the same as that of the Zerg that invaded Bront. They are a branch of the Gam Zerg. Augustus said, the Zerg in each world are not exactly the same. They will evolve completely different characteristics according to the different worlds they are in and the enemies they face. They will also assimilate local creatures to fight for the Zerg. The mastiff-like creatures that appeared in Helsin are mutated from dogs. They are smaller than springtails, but more ferocious. Before my warriors completely clear the Zerg in Helsin, it's too dangerous here. Go to the spaceship. They will take you to a resettlement point 60 miles away, where there are thousands of people like you who have to face this situation. He said. No, I want to stay. Aista said firmly, I want to avenge my parents. You don't understand anything, Aista. You are just causing trouble for them. Roland always thinks more than Aista. If you go to the battlefield, they will at least send another person to protect you. Then I will join the Revolutionary Army. Aista said. You are too young, kid. Augustus said more tactfully, we can't take you away. Perhaps only Augustus would be willing to listen to a child's speech seriously, while Edmund Duke, a noble general who became a general by virtue of his family background and qualifications, would only say that this little country bumpkin really didn't understand anything. Okay. Aista quickly accepted the news. He also knew that, if he joined the army, the Revolutionary Army would really have to find the smallest power armor. When you grow up, there will be plenty of opportunities to go to the battlefield. Augustus watched the exhausted siblings walk onto the transport ship and watched the deceleration thrusters of the transport ship used to slow down the landing in the atmosphere slowly retract. By then, the door of the Revolutionary Army will be open to you at any time. Augustus did not despise him, because he was just a child. Augustus waved his hand, and when the hatch of the transport ship slowly closed, the gentle expression on his face faded little by little, and in the end only cold determination remained. That boy has some kind of psychic talent, but it's not obvious. I think he's probably level 4.5. Aista has the X factor, which is why he always hits the target. Kerrigan said, he is a natural soldier, and most importantly, he follows your example. Just like our sniper Rick. What a good boy. Not surprisingly, Augustus once again confirmed that his life's goal is to protect people like this. Augustus is not the only one in this universe who shouts for freedom and truth, but he is definitely the one who always practices his ideals. Where are the people from Lundstein? Augustus asked. In the New Boston area, there are mountainous terrains that are rare in Helsin, covered with large tracts of vineyard plantations. Karrigan is familiar with the reports submitted by various troops to the Marshal's headquarters. Augustus has served as a military advisor, senior staff officer, and adjutant for many times, but in the end, Karrigan took on all these duties. As the most successful ghost agent in Tarsinus history, Karrigan is a versatile agent in all aspects. She learns new things quickly, even when she has never seen them before. The Marshal's status and prestige in the Revolutionary Army are already unmatched, and he does not have to worry about the power falling into the hands of others. Karrigan obeys every word of Augustus. She still loves Augustus as much as she did when she was 16 years old, so much so that she will hardly object to any of Augustus's opinions and requests. Order him to move immediately in the direction of Sigis, where there is a Zerg secondary hive that has been severely damaged by Protoss artillery fire. All tanks and fighters in the area will provide support. No matter what he encounters, the order given to him remains unchanged. Move forward, Augustus said. Even if there is no battle map with him, Augustus is familiar with the landmarks on it. Did Duke's people take down Nuko? He asked Karrigan again. They have entered the city, and the people there are lining the streets to welcome the arrival of the Revolutionary Army. Karrigan replied. As a former Federation Navy squadron, Alpha Squadron still retains its past livery, only adding the Revolutionary Army emblem on its armor. Anyway, the people of Helsin don't really care about these differences, as the Federation Army's various units have different liveries. I hope Duke can remember what I said, control his bad temper, and he must be patient with civilians, Augustus said. Jackson Holler's Nova Squadron defeated a Zerg Hive force in the Jilin region together with Tacitus Templars. Holler went to the front line in person, and a political commissar assigned to Nova Squadron saw him unleash psychic powers far beyond ordinary people on the battlefield. Karrigan continued. According to reports, the Protoss left after the battle. They rushed to the next extremely anxious battlefield without stopping. After the war is over, I will commend the bravery of all the soldiers who participated in the war, Augustus said. At this time, some sharp and terrifying howls suddenly sounded around, and the soldiers around Augustus stood shoulder to shoulder, looking around vigilantly. Load your guns, and prepare to fire. Corporal Faraday, the Marshal's guard, immediately ordered. Karrigan looked around and said, "Don't worry, it's just a wounded hydralisk. Find it," Augustus said. "Enough living samples may allow our scientists to find out why the Zerg's claws are sharper than titanium alloy blades." Corporal Faraday waved his hand, and several soldiers, led by a sergeant, walked in that direction. Not long after, they found a giant hydralisk whose spine was broken by an electromagnetic grenade. Even with an unimaginable fatal injury, this hydralisk is still alive. According to the research of human scientists, even the most serious fatal injuries of the Zerg can be slowly healed through the self-repair function in the body. The Zerg's resistance to multiple viruses and its powerful tissue self-repair ability can also bring a leap forward in the development of human medicine. Humans are learning new technologies from their enemies, including the Protoss. The still roaring hydralisk was immediately dragged onto a transport ship. Several engineers used laser saws to cut off the two pairs of front limbs of the hydralisk like a crab, and used a crane to drag it onto the cargo hold. After that, Augustus walked a few steps on the ridge of the field, and looked in the direction where the Death Company left. He was waiting for further reports from Raynor and others, to decide where to go next. It was noon at this moment. The sky was clear and the green wheat waves were like the ocean. Augustus had only seen such a scene in Agria before. Such a large-scale fertile plain was very suitable for mechanized farming, while rural areas like Korhal IV were located between mountains and forests, with a more lively atmosphere. It must be said that looking at the forest from the ridge of Helsin was a very spectacular scene. The surging wheat waves were like the ocean, extremely vast and vast. People standing in the boundless field seemed to be drowned by the rolling waves, which made people feel suffocated. Augustus couldn't help but wonder how many colonies Helsin could provide food for, and how many people that food could feed. The food produced in the Revolutionary Army's territory of Agria has been rising steadily with the influx of Korhal immigrants, but it is still not comparable to Helsin. What makes Augustus regretful is that he can't take it from the Terran Federation. In the planned counterattack against the Federation world, Helsin is an extremely important planet. Seizing Helsin will inevitably make the Terran Federation uneasy. Raynor just reported that he has taken over Helton County, and there is a broadcasting building that can broadcast to the entire planet. Kerrigan asked. He wants you to say something. It's better to sound a little imposing. Did he really say that? Augustus said. The area has been placed under the protection of the Revolutionary Army. Chapter 350, L's Crisis. July. The city hall of Helsinki. The deafening sound of artillery fire and the hissing of the Zerg finally subsided, but the people of Helsinki will never forget these nightmarish days. Augustus reached out to wipe the dust off the podium in the public hall of the city hall, wondering how long it had been since a decent meeting or election speech was held here. This hall was designed based on the design of the Tassonis Nagfa Hall. The huge Greek columns supported the triangular dome. The murals and carvings depicted scenes of sowing and harvesting, and these carvings all depicted the original meaning of the word Halcyon, idyllic and beautiful. There are tens of thousands of seats in the huge hall, and it takes several minutes to walk from one end to the other. This place must have been bustling in the past, and the people who built this city with their own hands could speak freely here, but now it is as empty as all the promises of the Terran Federation. Today, this place has been revived as the headquarters of the Revolutionary Marshal, and a full-strength guard battalion has been stationed in it. Augustus then picked up a piece of paper that was casually placed on the podium and read the contents carefully. On it were some words, to be used as inscriptions when the speaker forgot his words, including words such as the colonies should manage their own homes, and all affairs of the federal government should be open and transparent and capitalize justice, peace, order, and law. Augustus placed one hand on the table and held the paper with the other hand, looking at it repeatedly, nodding from time to time. Who wrote these words? If possible, I really want to meet him. I hope he didn't die in the catastrophe of the Zerg invasion. The last time the door here was opened was when the chairman of the Helsinki Colonial Committee gave a speech 2 months ago. Since then, it has been completely closed. Kerrigan walked past Augustus, holding another stack of wrinkled documents in her hand. Kerrigan was wearing a sleek, tight black ghost combat suit and a neat single ponytail. She didn't always wear this outfit, but the ghost combat suit could enhance the power of ghost agents, allowing them to gain power that was not inferior to that provided by CMC power armor. This deadly agent's outfit has a unique charm and beauty. The slender but extremely powerful waist makes the proportion of the chest, waist and hips close to perfect. Kerrigan's body is a perfect work of art. A killer who was mixed in the crowd shot the chairman of the committee in public. Kerrigan said it was a professionally trained and experienced assassin. He fired several shots coldly and accurately. One shot was fatal, and blood splattered on the spot. Did the Federation do it? Augustus was shocked and angry. According to reports, the shooter was a survivor of Korhal IV, and the one who used was also a P-180 electromagnetic pistol produced by Korhal. After being arrested, he admitted that he was a member of the Sons of Korhal. Kerrigan replied, "Low-level frame-up. Perhaps the arrested person is just a scapegoat who has undergone resocialization." Augustus handed the paper in his hand to Kerrigan and kept it. The Sons of Korhal will not kill innocent people unless the person's crimes are too numerous to list. What else did the chairman say? Augustus said, what other dissenting political views did he hold? There are many, some of which are basically the same as your father, Augustus Mengsk. Kerrigan said carefully. He accused the incompetence of the Tassonis federal government, the corruption of the Helsinki Senate, and the chaos of the entire administrative system from top to bottom. To this day, Kerrigan is still very cautious when mentioning Angus. She still dares not go back with Augustus to visit his parents. After all, it is not a pleasant thing to almost kill the parents and sister of your lover, especially when they all know about it. In this regard, Kerrigan's hatred for the Terran Federation increased several times because she learned that Lisa Cassidy had taken the lead in this matter. He also pointed out that some areas of Helton are secretly involved in drug production because the profits from growing crops are nothing compared to the profits from drugs. Long before this speech, he urged the Helton Police Department to deal with this matter. She looked at Augustus and said, he must have received some information from somewhere, and I suspect that the information came from the Sons of Korhal and Helton or the resistance organizations other than us. Drugs. Augustus grasped the key point. There are always people who want to make more money through this way. The people of Helten have no worries about food, but the extravagance and luxury brought by Tarsinus make these people overwhelmed. In contrast, Nagria, under the joint governance of Dr. Hansen and us, has begun to truly become a paradise on Earth. Throughout the sector, there are people who have lost their fortunes for a few grams of something that makes people intoxicated and dreaming. Kerrigan said. Helstein not only grows food, but also crabs, as well as raw materials of Haban Turk, which can produce bolus, tesus, and some drugs that can greatly increase the excitement of users. These drug dealers have a big business, and they sell to core worlds such as Tarsinus Prime, she said. From what I know, your old lover may also be their loyal customer. But Lisa is no longer dependent on drugs. I believe she has found a more worthy goal than living a dull life in the barracks. Augustus paused here. But I haven't said who it is. Kerrigan said. You know my attitude towards drugs, dear. It cannot be eradicated, but at least it should be strictly controlled. Even a scum like Titus will only choose to use alcohol to numb himself. Augustus turned his head and glanced at Kerrigan, then quickly looked away. Titus is a person who likes to enjoy himself. There are only two insurmountable mountains in front of him, money and women, but Titus never touches drugs, not even a little bit. Titus had countless opportunities to get a small dose of the magical drug from his friends, which was said to make people live a meaningful life, but he sneered at it. He likes to pursue pleasure and excitement, but he doesn't want others to control him through something. The most painful thing for Titus is that his life and property are in the hands of one person. Titus is very smart. He knows that once a person is addicted to drugs, no matter how strong this person is, reason and wisdom can hardly help him. This villain even wants freedom more than Raynor. Of course, this kind of freedom is unrestrained freedom. Titus is happy to do all the bad things in a lawless place and then pat his butt and leave. Raynor sometimes compares himself to Robin Hood in Augustus's mouth, hoping that he can be chivalrous and uphold justice, while Titus thinks that he is probably the one who is being supported. I believe you must have received a report from the drug factory in Helsin. Yes. Kerrigan thought she was just making a good joke, hoping that Marshal Augustus would smile more. The city of Terran has a large plantation. Breeding, planting, and harvesting are all mechanized operations, and a raw material processing plant disguised as Astor Pharmaceuticals produces crude drugs year after year, which are then reprocessed and repackaged on the satellite of Tarsinus, she said. The irony is that the pharmaceutical company has been claiming to the outside world that they have discovered a drug that can cure most of the difficult and complicated diseases that plague mankind today, and many people in the private sector have high hopes for this project. The fields full of Strychnus nux vomica are in full bloom, and the white flowers are so beautiful that it almost makes people think that white clouds have fallen to the ground. The people who should have saved others brought death. Augustus said, in the face of interests, these people are willing to abandon everything. If we shut him down, I think the people of Helsin will agree with both hands. If anyone objects, let him come to me. Then this person must at least cross 2 divisions first. Kerrigan smiled. Renault has already blew up the factory, burned down the planting base, and then scattered the seeds of the crown flower. He also hates drugs. Lisa's incident made the people of the heavenly demons hate these things very much. The factory of Astor Pharmaceuticals is heavily guarded. Both the mercenaries and private security guards are armed to the teeth. Their equipment is almost all discarded from the front line of the Federation army. Some of them even look brand new. Raynor sent 2 ranger battalions to take it down. Have the people who made these things been caught? Augustus asked. The people of Astor Pharmaceuticals ran away before the Zerg invasion. They didn't even have time to blow up the factory and destroy all the data and information. Kerrigan said. Perhaps they are planning to come back and continue after the Federation army drives away the Zerg. Is there a list of drug distribution sites? Augustus asked again. Drug dealers don't have to worry about buyers. Yes, only those areas that are too remote are not mentioned. Kerrigan nodded and said. Strictly speaking, the Helsin Astor company can only be regarded as the production place and wholesaler. They are not the ones who transport and sell the drugs. They will hand over these drugs to local bosses and people with ability and connections. In short, as long as they can get money, they don't care who will get the contraband that flows out of Halcyon. But extremely important customers and partners will be recorded. Augustus said, you know that drugs are very popular in Tarsinus. The most effective drugs are always those mixed with deadly toxic substances. Only a small dose can make people happy, but the death will also be very ugly. Kerrigan nodded again. Not only those nobles who indulge in drunkenness, but also officials in the Tarsinus federal government are loyal buyers of these drugs. They are also happy to get them, and arrange everything for the drug dealers, she said. Nothing strange. Augustus has long been accustomed to the actions of the Terran Federation. Only when similar things happen in the Revolutionary Army can he be angry and furious. So far, few people have seen Augustus Mengsk's rage. Jim Raynor and Xander Maximum are definitely the two who have had the honor to experience it. If we hadn't sent out the army to take over there, the dirty and evil crimes of Astor Corporation would never be exposed to the world. Kerrigan also sighed. Their crimes are more than that. Whenever there is a new drug to be tested, Astor's people will use people who have never been exposed to drugs and heavy addicts for testing. There are bones buried under the ridges of the fields. Once the public knows the names of these federal government officials who collude with drug dealers, they will definitely lose confidence in the people in the ruling class. Collect this evidence. Augustus sighed for these ugly inside stories. He only hoped that it would not be too late to make up for the loss. We will use it. If there is a chance, give it to Mike Freeman and let him find an opportunity to draw the public's attention to this matter. Marshal General Raynor is here. At this time, a guard guarding the door of the city hall ran over and said to Augustus, "What brings you here, Sheriff Raynor?" Augustus looked towards the gate and saw Jim Raynor in blue power armor striding towards him. "Stop it." Raynor waved his hand and drank the water cup in his hand. Obviously, he was so busy that he didn't even have time to drink a few sips of water. "Have you heard?" he said after taking a big gulp of water, "about Aya? Why are you talking like Zerachel?" Augustus glared at him. "Say everything you want to say at once. Aren't you out of breath?" Raynor let out a chuckle. "I met a few Protoss when I was dealing with the Zerg, and they told me that Aya had issued a recall order to the expeditionary forces and colonial fleets scattered across the galaxy. They even recalled some mothership. It sounds amazing. I wouldn't be too surprised, no matter what scary high-tech weapons the Protoss come up with. Maybe it's an old thing used by their grandfather's great-grandfather, but it can still send our most advanced tanks into the sky. It's incredible. They can't hold on." Augustus couldn't be said to be gloating. He was just wondering. It had been 4 or 5 months since the Autobots invaded Aya, and the Protoss had managed to withstand the offensive of the Zerg's main hive without being able to completely kill the Cerebrate. Who knows? It must be extremely urgent to make those old antiques in the Protoss Council put down the faces of the ancient empire and shout to the whole universe that we are being beaten to a pulp by a few bugs. "Tassida hasn't mentioned this to me yet," Augustus said, "but I have guessed something. The scientific expedition team deployed near the Char system also sent back intelligence. The detection data shows that the largest Sharmat swarm has left Char through a newly opened wormhole." He said, "The main responsibility of this hive is to guard the Overmind itself. This means that the Overmind has most likely descended to Aya through the wormhole. If Tassida doesn't go back, the Protoss Empire and the Zerg will break through Aya." End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.